Excellencies, ladies
Probably
and
not going to
gentlemen,
get here very often.
we will begin the panel discussion, Rethinking the Global Cyber Order. Why? Please welcome our panelists. Ian Golden, Professor of Globalization and Development, Oxford University, former Vice President and Head of Policy, World Bank. Andreas Ekström, award-winning journalist, author, and digital futurist. And our moderator, John Defterius, former CNN Emerging Markets Editor and Professor of Business, NYU, Abu Dhabi.
Good morning, everybody. It's nice to see such a very solid turnout on day two. I'm going to invite those who are in the back of the room to come on up. These VIP seats that we had yesterday are not reserved, so please take the liberty to fill the room. It gets it a little bit more engaging for our guests. We have two fantastic panelists who've already been introduced, but to set the premise of today's discussion, we've gone through, and I've been blessed to cover it, a period of 30 years between 1990 and 2020 of kind of hyper-globalization, right, where barriers came down. The World Trade Organization was engaged to bring the developing world united with the developed world. It's been phenomenal growth for you think about the pillars of the emerging markets like China and India, but spreading into the global south in Africa, Latin America, Southeast Asia. You remember all the acronyms that were created during this time, the BRICS, and the Mint. I was trying to remember what the Mint stood for, right? It's Malaysia, Indonesia, Nigeria, Turkey, kind of the second wave of the developing world. But with that globalization, which has doubled and sometimes tripled incomes in the developing world, comes also the threat of a backlash to it, the good, the bad, and the ugly, right? It's all mixed up today. And it's in the central theme of the global cyber order, which is extremely important. I'll revisit the topics that we did yesterday and the ones that we're focusing on this morning as well. But we're trying to get to the heart of the potential of the cyber commerce, but also the cyber threat and how to train the workforce of the future. There's so much demand for the next generation of workers. How do you get them skilled to take advantage of the opportunity, but also be prepared for the potential threats that are there? Can we give a nice warm welcome to our two panelists again here, Ian Golden and Andreas Ekström. Gentlemen, it's great to have you. We've had a chance to communicate while they were traveling, and I landed into Riyadh about the topics that we wanted to address today. But historically, we're at a kind of a very critical moment, wouldn't you say, Professor? In a sense that e-commerce has taken us a long ways in the last 10 years in particular, but in that 30-year period of globalization, there's opportunity in cyber commerce, but I talked about also the dangers of it if you're not prepared. But this is not a new phenomenon, you're saying, in terms of cyber commerce and how far it goes back in your perspective.
Yes, John, it's a pleasure to be here and to think about this crucial issue of cybersecurity. Not new. 1834 was the first cyber attack on the French telegraph. It's very different now, and it's accelerating. And the big change of the last 10 years or so is the very deep involvement of state actors. We've seen that accelerate since Russia invaded Ukraine. The number of attacks has increased exponentially over the last 6 months or so. And of course, ransomware and everything. And as the world gets more and more hyper-interconnected, as cyber is in everything now, about $9 trillion of the world economy, but about $40 trillion connected through cyber connections, it becomes more and more vulnerable. There's a big asymmetry. Firms often are the people that hold the data, but individuals are the people who lose the data in terms of their privacy, in terms of their personal data. And so the regulatory environment is playing catch-up, and skills are the crucial thing. And that's why this forum is so important. Developing the capacity to manage this very rapidly changing world.
Good. If I can get the people in the back to either quiet down or come into the chairs, please, it would be great. In the back? Thanks. I just think people are still showing up into the room. Andreas, if you can address this, Ian finished on the skill set, and your premise coming into this as a journalist who's evolved into covering this sort of space. I thought it was really interesting what you said about your experience covering culture, but all things lead you to the cyber world. But thinking out of the box, like what sort of education system, and I know Ian has very strong views on this as well, so let's spend a moment. What's the DNA of the man or the woman that needs to be trained for the cyber commerce of the future?
Well, I firmly believe that we can talk all we want about cybersecurity as a technical phenomenon, but no security is stronger than the weakest human link, which means that if I was an HR expert, if I was recruiting wonderful talent for my startup or for my strong public institution, one of the key characteristics I'm looking for in an individual, if I was to do that, is the ability and the curiosity to learn and relearn. That's where security starts. We have to accept that the future of innovation is never going to be, oh, we invent this thing, let's say the printing press, and then that's a wonderful thing for 500 years, the same technology, and then we can lean back. It's not going to be like that. The future is going to rather be a series of, fax machines, something that's really good for 13 years, and then it's replaced by something else, right? And that peace of mind, that mindset that I'm doing this now for a year and a half, and then I'm going to have to relearn, that's the key quality for cybersecurity. That's what I would be looking for if I was staffing up an organization.
Okay, I think we should go a little bit deeper, both with the two of you on this, is that say you get a BS or a Bachelor's of Science or then an MS, and usually when you interviewed somebody and said, okay, John has this, he has that, this is his experience in the workforce, that's just not enough in this new dynamic of cyber commerce. How do you see that?
Yeah, I think there are many sides to this. About 90% of cyber vulnerability comes from behavior, from people just opening emails they shouldn't open, for doing things they shouldn't do, sticking USB sticks into their computers, using the wrong telephones, as we've seen with the former British Prime Minister.
Yes.
That is 90% of the vulnerability. So one has to have some people who understand behavior. How do you get people to have better passwords? How do you get people to understand which phone to use? That sort of basic thing. And that's behavioral science, it's incentives, it's nudges, it's penalties, it's regulations. There are lots of things that can help with that. Then you get the technical side, which is increasingly complex. And I think the real attribute is both, as Andreas has said, is to keep learning because the technologies keep moving. But one also has to get into the mind of the attackers. It's a bit like stopping the mafia or stopping any crime. You have to understand where these people are coming from, and that requires a lot of diligence, and it requires a lot of skill, and often a lot of people in different places, because it's global. It can come from anywhere. So it requires, I think, the capacity to think in different ways and get your head around it, and then the technical skills. In the end, it's a question of how do you fix it? How do you get rid of it? And that requires real computer skills, deep coding ability, and having that coding ability is the problem. There's something like 4 times greater demand for coders than there's the supply. So this is a big, big, big problem. There just aren't enough people coming in to firms, into governments, into consultancies with the right skills.
But what you also mentioned there, that I mean, the whole idea of understanding where the attacker might be coming from, the first thing you need to do is to identify what may I have that might be valuable to someone else. What sort of corporate or governmental secrets can be accessed through my computer? So start by identifying yourself as the potential target. You might say, my little share of things is not all that important. No, but you're a gateway to everything else. That's the behavioral things that Ian was touching on that I think is key for any serious discussion in this.
Good. We're addressing cyber economics and the future of cyber work. In our opening session yesterday, we did the disruption frontier with Dr. Kaku, and then geocyber diplomacy, or the revolution of it, and the dynamics on global collaboration, and then no one left behind, which is the youth and the threat of kind of cyber commerce on the youth, who's kind of isolated at different times. So this is a group of leaders from the Gulf, right, and those who work in this space. You both brought up interesting points about how to train the workforce of the future. Some is very remedial. You were saying, like, even penalties if you're opening up your work email and you send it to your personal email and then pass it on to something else. We even talked about a cyber passport yesterday. So if Ian Golden comes into Riyadh, he's checked for his kind of social media behavior, or what he does online, that it's a green pass, almost like a COVID green pass. Do we have to think differently of how do we educate? You talked about having decoders, but is that part of your bachelor's degree, and then you get a certificate to be working in government? Andreas, do you want to address it? And Ian, and then we can also talk about the potential of commerce and the threat, I think, as well.
Well, I think a key issue now is to look at identity online. So I'm from Sweden, and in Sweden we have a simple solution, an app for digital identification of ourselves. The interesting thing about this app is that it's called Bank ID. And that's because 4 banks built it, because they want us to be able to conduct our business online, of course. Now, the genius move on their part is to knock on every door in the rest of the nation, the pharmacies, the healthcare industry, everything, and say, do you want to use this as your prime EID as well? And all of the public Sweden said, yeah, that sounds good, let's just do that. Oh, wait, what did we just do? We privatized the issuing of identity for the entire nation with no real debate. That's what happened. And it's a similar pattern that you can see around the world. And why? We're looking at incredibly complex issues. You need strong entrepreneurs. You need a strong private sector to build solutions. But then you also need to keep it under the control of the people. And you need to be resilient. If that solution is down, what else do you have? This all addresses the big issue of trusting that you are you online, you trusting that I am me online, the end of identity theft, the end of petty fraud, and a higher level of public trust in public debate. All of these things go together with finally solving the issue of the digital certificate for mankind. Now that's a challenge.
Yeah, do you think it's a good idea, Ian?
I think we do need verification, much better verification. I think we'll move to it with retina scan. We're already doing it with fingerprints, with many other identifications, and unique identifications. Where this gets very complicated, of course, is in the creation of virtual identities. That's going to mushroom, it is, and the ability of different states to have different rules. The big question in this regard, I think, is do we need global rules? Because this digital traffic crosses all borders. And my view is that we do begin to need to move towards that. In this world, which is very fractured, we're unlikely to see it. So we might see blocks developing around different norms and ethics, different regulatory environments around this. I think the US and North America will have certain rules. I think Europe will converge with those perhaps, although there are big differences on data identity. And I think we might see different rules in China. So this will be a big, big issue in cross-border identification.
Well, let's go a little bit deeper, because during the conversation we had on geo-cyber revolution in terms of diplomacy, one would argue, and I know the ITU in collaboration with the United Nations as an organization and collaboration with ICON, it's not like they don't want to do it, but it's getting the collaboration of 190 countries together. And how do you modernize 20th century institutions, post-World War II institutions, to be fit for purpose in the 21st century? So do you want to give it some thought? Because you're talking about regional blocks, which could very well happen, but can you get a global collaboration when you have titans like the US, China, Russia in this cyberspace and want to dominate certain sectors of it? Andreas?
Well, yes and no. we have to search for the holy grail here, which is the compromise. After all,
it's exactly what Minister Sarma said yesterday.
Good. Well,
almost the lowest common denominator, or not?
I mean, I believe we are an international world. I forever believe that. I'm a devoted internationalist, and I absolutely believe that that more communication, more cooperation is the way for us to go, and there's no turning back. However, if you look at the internet as an idea, I got out on the internet the first time in 1995, 19 years old, opening Netscape 2.0, an amazing experience, right? And I get this vision, oh, I can go to school in New Zealand, or I can in literary discussions with other nerds like myself who like this particular line of books. Or that was a vision of an ocean of free movement. Now, 25 years or 30 years into that, we are in a situation where big international corporations control much of the internet, and where we also have different political settings around the world. We are now looking at a Russian aggressive war against the Ukraine, which makes the rest of the world isolate Russia. You have a financially very aggressive China that wants to move up in the world, which is quite understandable. The risk now is that the digital identity that I think is needed might also be used like an old, boring passport. And that will mean that we won't have one internet, but 200 internets. And I think that would be sad. That's just not the vision that I was promised when I was, as a kid, got onto an idea of a global world. But I think if we fail to negotiate something like a common ground, you know, what is okay to say about vaccines or any controversial issue that you might say, can we get to a level of a compromise there that we can have a common discussion around the world where we can be civil and decent and respectful? If we fail to do so, the national borders will come back online stronger than ever, and I would hate that.
That's interesting. Ian, you want to pick up on this?
Yeah.
I mean, you were kind of in globalization before globalization was cool, so, right? Am I correct?
And I'm still into globalization now that it's not cool anymore. But I think two things. One is I don't think this is like climate change, for the reason that in climate change you could take 12 countries and you'd solve 90% of the global problem. Yeah. It's a very small number of companies, maybe 500 companies in the world, a very small number of countries that account for it. And New York State has more greenhouse gases than 48 countries in Africa. The difference in the cyber world is that everyone's important. It's more like pandemics in that respect. The problem can come from anywhere. And some small countries, like North Korea, for example, are very, very significant as players in global insecurity on cyber. We know that a lot of problems in security in cyber are coming, for example, from North Korea, ransomware attacks and other things. So I think it's different. It requires many more participants, and small places really matter in cyber in a way they don't matter in climate. The difference also, I think, is that I don't think we're going to get to a harmonized global system. I think that's not worth fighting for. I think what we want to make sure is that there's a mutual respect of each other's rules, that we understand the differences and can work across them. But global harmonization, I think, is a dream. Much better to see that we have mutually cooperative, different operating systems, and I think we will move towards that because there's so much that requires it, not least in finance, but also in other digital traffic.
I think Ian is the realist while I'm the dreamer here, and I hate to subscribe to a more realistic view sometimes, but I think Ian is probably right too, that in any sort of short, mid-term perspective, that's where we need to go.
Good. Yesterday in our roundtable in venue C, we had the Minister of Ghana, who's been leading telecommunications and digitalization for the last 6 years. And you made a very good point. When we talk about no one left behind, that's the teenager that Dr. Mariakin was talking about. But this is the global south, which don't have the resources, and also in the energy transition that you bring up for climate, to be as sophisticated as a China or the United States. But they're very vulnerable, and they're part of the global supply chain, right, for natural resources. So how do we make sure that a country like Saudi Arabia, which is wealthy and is leading on this cyber workforce of tomorrow, make sure that the global south, whether it's Africa or South America, which are getting attacked on a daily basis, are protected?
John, I think this is an absolutely crucial issue in terms of global solidarity and equity, but also just the protection of intellectual property. It's very difficult for very advanced economies like the US, like the European, like Saudi Arabia, to be able to protect themselves. For a small, open African economy to have the skills and the needs, ability to be able to protect themselves, I think is virtually impossible at the moment. They are very vulnerable and becoming more so as the nature of these threats evolves. Therefore, this collaboration that you're pointing to, global skills, there needs to be much more training. There's a huge shortfall of training in cybersecurity skills, helping people get trained, putting people through master's degrees and other degrees. And I think in the end, it's a technical assistance thing. The problem is that when a nation gives up its cybersecurity protection to someone else, there's a very high trust relationship. You are entrusting someone else with your systems, and no country really wants to do that. So having very high trust between countries, I think, is a prerequisite as well. But I think there's going to have to be a cooperation. There's going to have to be that trust, because no one small open economy can do it on their own.
Good. Do you, Andreas, do you think we need to create a new platform for this, or a new organization? Because there's always that danger when they, for example, after 9/11 attacks, the US set up the Homeland Security, and it was a layer of bureaucracy as opposed to efficiency. The ITU is an organization well respected. It has all the telecommunications unions, if you will, the government sector as members. How would you approach this strategically? Because that's what people want to know here, is they're building it in Saudi Arabia, for example.
I get the feeling sometimes that when we get frustrated with the slowness of our systems, our bureaucracies or our political systems, it's not the systems that are wrong. It's our patience or our efficiency within systems that's not where it should be. I think that we probably have most of the institutions we need, but we need to be relentless about looking, the United Nations. It's a wonderfully well-known and in many parts of the world well-respected organization. It's also crippled in some ways. Let's, rather than make a completely new organization, let's see what we can do with the institutions at hand and build on the traditions and the network that we have. Ian's been working with the World Bank, for example. There's the European Union. There's so many organizations that I think that rather trying to think better and do better and be relentless about learning and reform within what we have, I think it's a more productive path.
Okay, I want to cover the threat, and then I'd love to finish on the opportunity, if that's okay with the two of you. In the first quarter of 2022, we saw the average ransom payout at $812,000, I think it was. It was up an extraordinary, almost fourfold from 2020, which is extraordinary in itself. And there's a whole camp that says you should never pay a ransom, but if you're a bank and the data's been breached and you lose trust that you were talking about, Andreas, you're toast, right? So sometimes you pay it, be quiet, and move on. What is the threat here today, and how do you approach it when some states or a private bank says, I need to deal with it to get it off of off the radar so it doesn't become a reputational issue at the same time?
This is a massive issue. In fact, I think your numbers are conservative. The numbers that my group in Oxford are working with is that the average cost of these big cyber attacks is around $4 million.
That 800,000 seemed low to me.
So these numbers are huge, and that's what's reported, and most is not reported. That's the total cost, not only in how much is actually paid out or not paid out, but also in the systems that are down, in the cost of the cyber teams that you need, in the remedial actions, and often in fines that you pay. For example, in the last few months, there have been over $100 million of fines in Britain alone for the breaching of cyber regulations, release of data that you shouldn't release or something. In the European Union, 1.7 billion euro of fines already this year.
You're kidding.
So
these are fines against private companies, or?
Yes, fines against private companies for breaching the GDPR and other legislation in Europe.
That's an extraordinary number.
Yeah. So what happens is, and it's right, because you're incentivizing private companies to build much stronger cybersecurity. There are two problems. One is private companies don't have the capacity, so there's a long lag between seeing that we need to build cybersecurity and being able to recruit people. The average time to recruit one single cybersecurity expert now is 9 months in Europe. So long lags. It's about a year in the US. So long lags to recruit people. But the other problem is that you're creating more and more complex organizations. So for large organizations that can afford to pay for the legal teams, for the cyber teams and so on, this is okay. But it's what we have evidence from my group in Oxford that it's stifling business creation, small business creation. It's leading to concentration effects amongst businesses because the complexity of the rules is so great and the risks are so great that small firms cannot play in this game anymore. Wow. And so we need to be very mindful as we create new regulations, which we need to control this, what the impact is on new business creation, particularly on small businesses as they do this. But these fines are a massive incentive to catch up. They need it, but I think there's a challenge in terms of how quickly they're being phased in and also how particularly they affect small firms.
I never heard it in that context. You have a carrot and stick approach here, Andreas. Yeah. Can you give us the Nordic model, if you will, because you guys are known around the world for your technology prowess.
I wish I could, but I'm a Scandinavian man. That means I believe in compromise, and I believe in the grayscale, and I believe in the slope process rather than the perhaps super strong executive leadership. I'm just going to call on a continuous discussion and a continuous educational effort in every sort of way and see how all good actors can move forward slowly with this. Now, the immediate criminal problem that we have, I mean, just the numbers that Ian are giving us here, we were addressing something that's actually rather acute. We have to do this as soon as we possibly can. Again, there are institutions already. We need to make sure that our police force is better educated to deal with cybercrime. They are certainly not educated enough to do that today. It's a matter of resources. It's a matter of paying enough taxes that we can educate our police. There are systems that are not updated. That's how this problem has occurred. That's just the way that crime always works. Crime is always a little bit ahead, and legal protection is reactive by nature.
Yeah, it's the dark side of the internet is well ahead of the curve of government to regulate it, so we understand that. But it's interesting. I was thinking as the both of you were talking about, because I covered energy in the Gulf for so long, that the threat was, say, a Gulf major exporter was, doing large cargoes down the coast of East Africa, and around Somalia they were getting hijacked and they were getting ransomed. Right? You see this in different sectors as well. Migration into Europe is controlled by the mafias of Central Europe, Italy. They're all some really nasty actors. But to your point, if we focus, we can address the issue. So the ransoms and the kidnappings on East Africa have been tackled because there was a global effort. Migration, we try to look the other way. How do we find the right balance to say we need to marshal resources and tackle something? And we're at that stage when it comes to cybercrime, wouldn't you say?
I think we need a massive, massive increase in investment around the world, most probably a tripling, a quadrupling of the amount of resource that's being put into this. It's leapfrogged ahead of the capacity of private firms, of governments, and they're big state actors. I mean, when 5,000 attacks, we think, from Russia within 2 weeks of the Ukrainian invasion. Australia, in the last few weeks, has been subject to this whole series of massive attacks. They have legislation from 1988 to deal with this. So, there's a question about catch-up on your regulatory environment. There's a question of catch-up in terms of the skills you have, the people you have. And it comes down to the amount of money you're putting into it to meet the capacity. But I think we're way behind the curve, and there will be catch-up, and there needs to be much greater collaboration between the private sector and governments. They've always had this sort of, in many countries, not least in Europe, a rather private relationships. Government doesn't really know how often private firms are being attacked. The private firms don't know what government knows, and that, I think, is going to require much greater collaboration between the private sector and governments to deal with this, particularly to deal with state actors, but not only with state actors. The final thing I'd say is that we need to overcome the reputational risk problems. A lot of firms don't want to say how vulnerable they are, what's happened, because it's a reputational risk for them, whether it's a data breach and they've given out people's personal data, or whether it's a ransom or whatever. We need to get into a much more proactive mode that actually it's a sign of strength if companies are prepared to talk about it. It shows they're on top of it and that they're thinking about it. If they say nothing, that's when I'll get worried.
That's a very good point. Andreas, you want to pick up on it?
Well, I completely agree with that, but I would also like, since I know our time is running out, I'd like to add another key part of the puzzle to get to a better place in the world with this. And that's the next generation. We need to look at our schools, for starters, and say, at what level should we educate our kids digitally? Do we mean technologically? Do we mean socially? Do we mean financially, from an entrepreneurial perspective? Yes, all of those. But also, in the room, I'm sure that a majority of you are parents. If you are a parent of a child that's anywhere between newborn and 15 or 20 years old, you're behind your kid. You're behind your kid in the culture, and they know more than you. Go to your children and learn from them and learn with them. The kids can teach you the technology. You can teach them the ethic because you have that experience. There needs to be a cooperation where the adult world looks at the young as a resource for the future to make this a better culture. We can talk about law all we want, but there's never been a law that has worked unless there is a culture to go with it. And that's the long term.
That's extraordinary. I wanted to look at the opportunity in our last 6 or 7 minutes together here. In Saudi Arabia, they decided to home in on the cyber community, the opportunity and the threat, in terms of preparedness of the cybersecurity threat, the global index that's put out every year. They went from 43 to 13 to 2 now in a span of 5 years, so they're taking it very seriously. But how do you see the opportunity, the two of you? It's an open question for you both, to say a country that was known for its oil and gas exports primarily, it's going through massive diversification. We see it in the other Gulf states. What is the opportunity in a country that straddles east and west and is very connected to Africa at the same time, Ian?
Well, I think it's a fantastic achievement to focus on cybersecurity. It's looking into the future. A bigger and bigger part of our economies will be digital. Cyber vulnerability will be a bigger and bigger opportunity and threat for economies. So anticipating that is vital. As we move to be knowledge economies, as everything, not least currency, we have digital currencies. There will be no cash in the future. And our health systems, including our interactions with our bodies, become all digitalized. It will percolate through every aspect of our lives. You don't want someone to hack into your body. You don't want someone to hack into your bank account. You don't want to hack into your water supply or energy supply or anything else. So everything becomes vitally important to be protected and predictable. It's a huge opportunity because as you move into the digital world, you create massive value. You also put yourself at the front in terms of anticipating the future. You build resilience, which is fantastic because it'll be a more and more challenging and surprising and shocking world. So these are all things that protect you going into the future. And of course, it's diversification for this economy out of fossil fuels. That's all fantastic. And if you're at the forefront of the security aspect of it, it means you will be more resilient. You will ride out the shocks better, and you'll be less vulnerable also to intimidation. from others, whether it's private firms and ransomware or whether it's state actors. And both are going to become more and more aggressive in the future.
Amin Nasser, the CEO of Aramco, addressed this audience yesterday. And he said, one breach doesn't work in energy, right? So they suffered those drone attacks at Apcake, which I covered when I was still at CNN, and it was extraordinary, their resilience from a massive attack to get back up. But that's resilience that you need. But he's saying in the cyber field, we can't afford that in the energy space. I think that's why they're being so aggressive.
Absolutely.
Your thoughts on this as well, Andreas?
Well, again, briefly, I'll just stress the need for education. I am, after all, the son of 2 teachers, so I always make sure to mention that I truly believe in an extensive spend in education in every level, from kindergarten to higher education.
Can you share with this audience the Scandinavian model, though? It's like the third way.
Well, the Scandinavian model for
works.
education is tax paid all the way up. I live in Lund, the university town. We like to call ourselves the Oxford of Sweden. That's as good as it gets, I guess. And it's all paid for by our taxes. We do pay quite a bit of taxes, and I'm perfectly fine doing that. I've seen my oldest daughter is 17, and she's going to go into a wonderful university with no tuition pretty soon. That's a fantastic system, and it also makes it possible for somebody who lacks personal wealth to really, through hard work, get somewhere. So I like that general idea. So education would be one thing that I think is key for. I would advise that to any market, to any country, to any company. Education. Second, infrastructure. Be relentless about your broadband coverage. Be relentless about exploring the 5G opportunities, not just in the cities, everywhere, all the time, every day. And third, lastly, I will ask you, all of you, when you sit down to address or build something or put money into something, always start by asking yourselves, is this a real problem that we're solving today? Or are we creating a problem to put our creativity to? What you've seen a lot in the United States, what you've seen a lot in Europe, is companies starting interesting and exciting ideas where they're not really solving a problem that anyone has, but they're trying to apply a new technology in a fun and interesting way. So there was this app that was popular about a year ago called Clubhouse, and Clubhouse was like a conference call where you could sort of host discussions with no moderation. It solved a problem that nobody had. And it got hyped for 6 weeks, and now it's done. So I'm just going to ask all of you to always keep that in mind. Are we working on a real problem today? And if the answer is no, move on to something else.
It's extraordinary you say about Clubhouse, because I was invited when I was in Abu Dhabi. You have to join this thing. It's a phenomenal trend. It's so out there. It's fluid, and it was chaos. I mean, you couldn't figure out who was talking and why they were talking, and
no real problem.
And the rest. We have just over 2.5 minutes left. I covered the riots in Los Angeles in 1991, and I remember a profound statement by Rodney King, who was the one that was had the challenge in the riot. And he said, "Can't we all get along?" He was beaten by the police, and it was a very simple, phrase. But when it comes to the cyber world, and you have the competitive forces in this era of transition, U.S. superpower, China, where does Europe fit in? Russia with its scientists and its mathematic engineering prowess. Can we get along with the top players in the world, Ian? Do you think it's possible? Because it's kind of a test of one's prowess, is it not, the cyber field?
Yeah, I think within countries, we need governments to set rules and frameworks for people to get along. Firms don't have the same incentives as individuals to protect data. If a firm has my data and someone steals it, it's not going to be their problem, it's my problem. And that can be resolved through regulation. So I think governments, by setting the rules, can do this within a country. Between countries, we will not all get along. I would love us all to get along. It's a lovely idea, but I don't think it'll happen in my lifetime. I think we need to understand that there are some governments with very different interests out there. Let's take North Korea as an example. And as long as those governments exist, we need to protect ourselves against them. For the interests of our own countries and our citizens, they're the minority, but they are powerful and sophisticated, and we need to be able to be better than them.
Okay. Andreas, final thoughts on this? It's always good to get different perspectives to the table. Yours is a Scandinavian perspective, which has
Well,
always
I
been
mean,
a neutral player, if you will,
I will
right?
always take diplomacy over war. I will always take culture over law. I will always take a conversation rather than a shout-out. So we need to look at the best sides of ourselves to build the world we truly want to live in. At the same time, let's not be naive. We're dealing with crime. We're dealing with political ambitions that aren't necessarily healthy. And we're dealing with sometimes outrageous acts of war, as we're seeing right now in Europe, that are just not acceptable. I don't want to negotiate with that. I want to fight it. So the future is going to be us trying to balance our most optimistic and most negotiation-oriented sides, our most humanistic principles. After all, what are we fighting for? If you want to win a war, you also have to win the peace. So we need to build a climate that's not completely hostile, even though we're currently at a crossroads.
Yes, certainly. And at a crossroads here, as we sit in Riyadh discussing the future of the cyber workforce and the cyber economy. I couldn't ask for two better panelists. That was riffing in a very large way, but it was a very healthy debate, I think. Can we give a nice round of applause to Ian Golden and Andreas Ekström as well? Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the panel discussion, Shaping Markets, Proactive Public-Private Approaches to Shaping Markets and Driving Cyber Innovation. Please welcome our panelists. Dr. Mohammed Al-Kuwaiti, Head, Cybersecurity Council, UAE Government. Francois Candelon, Managing Director, BCG, Henderson Institute. Paul Griswold, Chief Product Officer, Honeywell. Fabien Rich, Senior Vice President, Europe, Middle East, Africa, Trilix. And our moderator, Rebecca McLaughlin-Estham, Founder and Managing Director, RME, Media and Communications.
Sabah al-khair. Assalamu alaikum. A very good morning. Lovely to see another packed house today, and I know exactly why, because we have an amazing panel discussion for you. I'll be your moderator. I'm Rebecca McLaughlin-Eastham, and you've just heard who my eminent policymakers and business leaders are as well. The subject that we're discussing is shaping markets. Intrinsically, how can governments and the private sector work much more closely and effectively together to advance the future of the cyber order, the new cyber order as we know it? I want to come straight to my guests because we have 35 minutes on the clock, so let me jump straight to it. Your Excellency, Dr. Mohammed, it's wonderful to see you. From all that we've heard, we're day 2 now of the forum. What would be your key thoughts, especially relating to shaping markets and from the perspective of a government, how we can work with the private sector better? Are we winning?
So are we winning? First, thank you, Rebecca, for this great question and this great panelist, as well as thank you to the organizer who actually helped us in bringing everybody together. If we are winning, I don't think we will be here celebrating or doing that perspective. I think there are more need to be done. I believe there are great recipe of success we heard in the past day from great leaders who mentioned great things actually of how to make it happen, how we can win. Today, be it in the cost of cybercrime that we heard, be it on the data leaks that actually happens here and there, I believe the adversaries are really better off in many aspects today. They're not only collaborating faster, they're not only using, as we mentioned yesterday, the quantum technologies as well as the blockchain and maybe the AI and many of those new features on those cloud, but they are also communicating and partnering more and more on that. They are making it seamless to change and exchange information. They are making it easier and faster to actually allocate their resources, crowdsourced across the whole world, to focus on a specific enemy, for example, as what they say. So on that perspective, I believe the recipe of success is what we heard yesterday. From the keynote speaks to the governings who actually mentioned many of those aspects, to their Royal Highnesses who actually focused on many of those points as well, to the Interpol, to the ITU, to even the private sectors. It's not only partnering, it's not only changing or exchanging information, it's the hand-in-hand, shoulder-to-shoulder working on many of that, from an operational perspective as well as from a technical perspective. They need to come into many of those aspects. Government, for example, as we deal with many of the governments in the computer emergency response teams or the CERTs, we change information. We exchange many of this information in a daily manners. And I will give a story in that perspective where about almost 2 months or so, we've been attacked from a friendly nation. And that attacks continuously in a weekly basis, actually perpetrating and hacking many of the infrastructures that we have. Now we shared the IoT, indicator of compromise, or the IOCs, or TTPs, to our friendly nations in that perspective. And we told them, guys, sorry, the attacks is continuously coming to us. It's not the first time we shared it as a matter of fact in a month period more than maybe 4 times. And then we had this great conference in Dubai. They were there, and we were actually with them asking about this particular incident and attacks that comes from them. And imagine what was the response. We don't know how to do it. Come help us. Come with us. Let's do it. Come and basically do your root cause analysis, do your reverse engineer, do your forensic, do any of this so that we know how to get this, shoulder to shoulder working together. And that's exactly what we did. In less than maybe 1 week, we were able to deter that attack, to detect that attack, and it not only saved us, it saved them, saved other nations in that perspective. And this is the example of where we need to take this relationship, even with the private sectors. Definitely, it's not only information sharing, it's working together in that particular aspects. And this is, again, one of the successful stories that we have, and I'm sure there are, with our partners here, will definitely say more of those successful stories. Thank you.
It's great to hear the success stories. This is what we want more of. We have the roadmap, or the template, arguably. It's been much discussed at the forum already. Francois, let me come to you. From your standpoint, are we doing it effectively? What more can we be doing?
So I think it's important to keep in mind that we have a huge framework. So because there was, and I encourage you to read it, there was a great paper released in 2011 in Policy and Internet called a private-public partnership model for national cybersecurity that show that we can go from market forces to forced regulation. And I think it's very important for governments as well to understand which role they need to play. And for instance, if you take market forces, you can see that when SolarWind, we all remember what happened in 2020 when they were hacked. And but the rate agencies then downgrade them from B+ to B. And therefore, operating was becoming, let's say, more expensive. So I think that with insurance companies, rate agencies, and so on, this is something that is important. The second is more about self-regulation, and I think that here it's a lot about education, and we will probably come back later to education in terms of the number of people we need to have who are cybersecurity specialists. But here I would like to talk about education of the individuals, of the consumers, of the board members. And this is where, for instance, what Carnegie Mellon does in trying to have a cybersecurity label, a little bit like the nutrition labels able to say, okay, this service or this hardware that you buy, this is its level of cybersecurity strengths, I think is an important way. And of course, after that, you have the forced regulation, where as a French and therefore as a European, we are very at the forefront of making regulations. And you can see that, but it is important as well for the most critical industries. And you can see what was released last week by the EU for the aviation industry. It is something that needs to be really comprehensive, and this is why it's not just for the aircraft manufacturers or the airlines, but as well for the caterers or the companies that are collecting weather forecasts and weather data. So I think that this ability to be very clear about how to play is critical for innovation. And where I would come back to what you were saying, I fully agree that the public-private cooperation for the zero-day vulnerabilities is really critical.
Thank you. Paul, let me come to you. Honeywell, very well known, of course, to many key players in this region, not least for bolstering and securing their cyber defenses. My question is, where is innovation coming from? Is it fostered within or collaboratively? And where are the weaknesses? What can you do better?
Sure. So first of all, it's an honor to be here. This is my first time in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and this is a fantastic conference, so thank you for having me. I think that in general, things are becoming much more collaborative. I think when I started in cybersecurity in 1999, nobody talked to anybody. Threat intelligence was something that was closely guarded and used as a competitive differentiator. But as time has gone on, there's much more collaboration. There's relationships between vendors. Vendors have relationships with governments. And there is a great deal of information sharing. And this is important because the attackers are sharing information all the time. They don't have the competitive walls or the apprehensions that we do as defenders sometimes. So they're sharing information all the time, and we need to be doing the same. In terms of where the innovation is coming from, I think it's a lot of different things. So I think that when I look at what we're doing within Honeywell, a lot of our innovation is driven by the problems of our customers and the types of attacks that they're seeing and the types of challenges and threats that they're facing. And on top of that, there's a large staffing shortage just in general for cybersecurity. So we're seeing a lot of good things, good training programs come out of our collaborations with governments around the world to help address some of that skill shortage and get more defenders out there.
Thank you so much. Education, human capital, upskilling, it keeps coming up as a theme of the forum, but not least in this panel, especially regarding innovation. But let me come to you, Fabien. In terms of what you do at Trellix, cybercrime on the rise, how are you innovating or adapting your business model outside of the company and working with PPPs?
So thank you for the question. And as Paul, I'm really pleased to be here. It's also my first time in Saudi, and I really thank you for your hospitality. So related to what we can do better with government, first, as mentioned by Paul, we are trying to really make sure like vendors are collaborating more and more. So we have launched, and we are part of the Cyber Threat Alliance with some of our direct competitors to share information. We launched a few years ago No More Ransomware. It's a website to contribute to the anti-fraud services. And we are really collaborating a lot with some government, as here with the NCA. I wanted to highlight some of the work that we did with recently on Solidokibi. We revealed how we were part of stopping them, their activities due to an informant, and we work in collaboration with Europol, Interpol, to make sure like we block them. And it's our daily life. That's clear that for us, we are there to support you and to protect you.
Thank you. It's interesting, isn't it, in terms of where the information comes from? Surely this is at the heart of the matter, because to be better informed on both sides is to work better. As you were saying, Dr. Mohammed, should it be flowing from the government or the organization that is being attacked to the service provider and the support network, or should it be preempted? We don't want to be reactive, so which way should it flow? Both ways?
So definitely it's both ways. That's always an important actually platform, as mentioned by my colleagues here. it's important to understand as well that the adversaries are really gaining momentum in many of those things. Their TTPs, tactical as well as techniques and procedures have been changed. They are evolved to a faster pace in many of those aspects. They're using now, for example, as my again colleagues mentioned, supply chain attacks. They go into the source or even the secure coding of many of those aspects. Now, patching this or getting those patches from many of the vendors who use that, and by the way, many of those ransomwares or even other attacks happens because of, again, misconfiguration or unpatched some of those aspects, or maybe a weak passport here and there allows many of this to happen. But the mostly of those big attacks having because of many of those patches were not actually rolled out in a timely manner. And this is where we really appreciate evolving our platform, allowing this information exchange to happen again, both ways, definitely, in a proactive way. We are needing to create an early warning system, as we do in many other systems. We heard, for example, for countering terrorism, with the early warning system that it has, and many of the entities actually collaborated. We heard of countering organized crime. We heard of actually countering many of those aspects. Guess what? This is not different in many of the pillars that actually a crime happens. And this is where we definitely lean towards that private sectors in allowing this to actually happen and proactively change many of this information. The infrastructure today is owned by that private sector. The information and the R&Ds, as well as even the apps, and many of those actually is owned by the private sector, and specifically OT. And this is the critical infrastructure from that operational technology aspects is as well really developed and owned by the private sectors in this. Definitely the government has a burden there. Definitely the government has many of those governings and standards and things that need to be actually in place in order to allow this to happen seamlessly. But nonetheless, this early warning systems or information sharing really need to take to a different level, where we build this, again, working a group or working together and really allowing this to happen. I will end with one point actually mentioned by the governor yesterday. We're trying to make this global cybersecurity forum to rethink the order of cybersecurity. And that was a great quotation he mentioned, where it is the seed of many of this conversation. We're trying to build that dialogue as well as proactively work on that. If we come only to this forum, and after a month we go to another forum, conference, or seminars, I don't think this will work. It has to be a continuous working group, something that allows us to actually build up that center of excellence. Private and government sectors both work together in order to come into operational and even no boundaries, as Bear say, and allow them to actually innovate in many of those aspects that we actually depend on.
Thank you. Controversial perhaps, but innovation needs investment. How responsible should the government be for encouraging that capital flow into the sector?
So definitely it needs investments. So the cybersecurity strategy of many nations, as we saw, are built in 5 pillars. To innovate, at least for us, it is one of the main pillars on that. To govern, policies, procedures, legislations, laws, and many of those aspects. To detect and protect and defend, and this is be it IT, OT, or many of those aspects. To build capabilities, be it human resources or technologies. And lastly, to partner. So with all of this pillars of cybersecurity, there is a great investment, as we heard yesterday, from the government sector and even from the private sectors. A big investment even reached to trillions of dollars in that perspective. Now, I'm sure there is a great model in many of those entities who uses 1% of all of this towards an R&D. Uses such this funding of, or actually a fund that we could leverage for such proactive early warning system allows us. We government sometimes sorry, we're limited with budgets. Sometimes we don't have that perspective. We are mission-driven, not profit-driven. And this is where we need to really leverage and close in these gaps of making even the private sector to be mission-driven. And by the way, they are mission-driven in many of the aspects that they helped us on. We heard again from the colleagues, they are the one who deterred and being the early warning system, the first line of defense of many attacks. Solar wind, for example, was a great example of the private sector who actually detected that. Similarly, even in the colonial pipeline that we heard, it was actually from a private sector perspective was analyzed and root cause analyzed and that perspective. So they're doing great on that perspective when we bring them there. And I'm sure they're funding as well many of those aspects together with us. As we're a partner in many of those aspects. So.
Better together. Thank you very much, Doctor. Let me come to you, Francois, when it comes to what we've been talking about in frameworks and policies, regulations. When, if ever, will we have something unilateral, multilateral, that will give us some kind of global standard for this? Is that a pie-in-the-sky dream?
So I think that we are facing threats. This world is extremely dynamic because when you look, for instance, at what, let's say, deep learning creates as uncertainty, and it can be a source of, let's say, big problems or deep fakes, because we all know that the weakest link is human beings. So it's we are facing massive questions, and I'm not even talking about quantum and what will happen post-quantum. But this is where we really need to try to standardize as much as possible. And I think maybe it's just a dream, but I fear that as we are playing cops and robbers, if we are not able collectively to sit together and to find standards, it will become very complex to deal with all the new threats that we're facing.
Just a quick follow-up. Again, perhaps slightly controversially, but the top tier, the C-suite, do they fully understand deep tech and the real and present threats?
No, they don't understand deep learning. And I think that we have a problem, and I'm part of them as well. So the people above 50, we were not used to deal with these issues. And I think that there was a survey in the US showing that only 3% of the top executives have a good understanding of what cybersecurity means. And I think that it is, in terms of education, something that is absolutely critical.
Thank you. Paul, mission-driven or profit-driven? A bit of both, we hope, with Honeywell, but how do we change the dynamic? And again, we keep coming back to the importance of human capital. How do we improve the situation? Do you have enough people to do the jobs that you need to protect the governments that you serve?
Sure. So it's a good question, and I think vast majority of people in cybersecurity are at least partially mission-driven. I don't think you get into this space just for fun. I think it is something where you do have a purpose and a calling to do that. In terms of the skills shortage, this is something that's not new, and it's even more acute in the OT space, because you have to find somebody who not only understands cybersecurity, but also how it affects OT systems and the physics involved in those. So it's really trying to find a unicorn a lot of times to be able to have somebody who has both of those skill sets. So there was a recent attack or a recent hack, and a bunch of records were stolen from this company, and it was perpetrated by an 18-year-old kid who was just basically playing around to see what he could do. And kind of the running joke was that how could this kid have done this? He doesn't have 5 years experience or a CISSP certification. But in reality, you don't necessarily need those things to be an effective cybersecurity attacker or defender. So I think that a lot of the new training programs that are coming out are taking a different approach and a different look of what's needed to fill these roles, where maybe it's not the traditional four-year degree, 5 years experience, and a bunch of certifications. It's really just having the skill and the mindset to be able to do it.
Thank you. Fabienne, let me come to you. What's the greatest challenge facing your business today within the context of shaping markets, and where do you hope to be in 12 months' time?
So as mentioned by Paul, the lack of resources on the cybersecurity market is huge. We highlighted, I think it's around 3.4 million globally. And for us, we did recently a study, like 80% of our customers feel unsafe due to the lack of resources. And it's really huge. So we have to work collectively on the fact that we need to build the new joiners on the cybersecurity market. I discovered that here you have this Princess Noura University. That's really great. Like we need to see more of that globally. So it's great. We need diversity. We need diversity in gender, diversity in age. We need diversity in community. We are working also ourselves on making sure like we can bring more community, the Afro-American, the Hispanic, and we're also defending the fact that females should join us. We have to reshape the idea of what should be a cyber defender. Because the image of the hackers is someone like he has some dark gray, fat hair, not really a purple skin, being always communicating with his screen and having beers and eating pizza all the time. That's the image that our youth have of the people coming to the cybersecurity. So we have really to reshape to make sure like it's closer to the firefighters. When I was 6 years old, I wanted to be a firefighter. So we need to make sure like we work collectively on reshaping what should be the cyber defender.
Thank you. You're still a firefighter. You're just putting out cyber fires today. It's managing a different kind of fire. In terms of representation, though, and getting more diversity, if we don't have arguably females in the top jobs in the C-suite, then how will the next generation be encouraged to go into the sector? How would you address that, Fabien?
So there is multiple aspects. So there is simple stuff that needs to be done. But for instance, within Trellix, so it's a merge between McAfee and FireEye, we make sure that we will recruit females first. We are getting more complexity to recruit women. So we like to make sure like the diversity is something real within us, within our own company. And after to drive, it's like as I mentioned, the Princess Noura University, all the challenges that we can face to attract the talent. That's something that should be done collectively.
Thank you. Dr. Mohammed, let me come to you. From the standpoint of the United Arab Emirates, what is the government doing to address the talent gap?
So there is great efforts, initiatives to actually, again, fulfill not only the gaps in UAE, but also on the region. Their security is our security, and that's our main vision in many of those aspects. There are the 1 million programmer or coder, basically, initiative that was run actually in a yearly basis, and it is to develop more than 1 million programmer across the whole Arab world in that perspective. And it actually worked in a great momentum of really accelerating and enabling many of those companies to actually use their startups and small and medium businesses in here and there. And we enable them not only from a setup perspective, but also in continuous to taking them further to be, again, a partner with many of the governmental aspects to give many of those incentives. In the educational aspects, there is a great curriculum change in UAE where we introduce cybersecurity across and even in the early ages, and that's actually in grade 3 or 4 to talk about what is the culture of cybersecurity. And that's, again, as mentioned across many of the day yesterday and today, it's the culture of awareness. How we can leverage the cybersecurity culture and raise that awareness of the human factor across many of those things. And once they graduate, they will be already aware in that perspective. They will be already actually knowing what is the harmful to them. And this is actually one of the other programs that we run for child protection, for example, which is aims towards leveraging not only the parents of teaching and knowing what is actually your kids is doing, all the way to the kids themselves, and introducing many of these collaborative aspects. And the most important one we see is the Cyberpulse. Cyberpulse is, again, a great campaign, happened in UAE, and we're trying to do it even in a worldwide perspective where it raises the culture of cybersecurity and focuses on many of those graduates programs, or be it in universities programs, where we have, again, no one is left behind. not only from people, but also from companies and entities and CXOs and many of those aspects. And that's what we already, alhamdulillah, starting that initiative, and great statistics comes out of that. Lower, let's say, personal crime aspects comes from that, and the number says it all. And this is back to the, is it profit or mission? What we think of, what we drive this is to be, as mentioned actually about my colleagues here, we are trying to follow the data now. If we can do it a data-driven, where regardless of what is the mission, what is the profit, let's focus on that data of the cyber attacks. Let's focus on that patterns, those indicators, things that allows us to know and build that early warning system of interest that to us. So it will not only affect or impact us as a government, but even the private sector, the academic sector, and even the whole society, where we're trying to really embed that cybersecurity culture.
Thank you. Yes, data is key. And knowledge sharing too. We are on day 2 of a fantastic forum. Let me come to you each very briefly for your closing thoughts. Dr. Mohammed, the most memorable conversation or your key thought from our forum so far?
Partnering is very important in that perspective, definitely. But not only partnering for the sake of building this partnership, but it's actually put into a clear pillars, a clear agenda, allows us to transparently share information, build up those center of excellence, and really work together in many of achieving those aspects, and go towards a culture of cybersecurity.
Thank you.
Which is data-driven. That's what
data-driven, better together. Francois, let me come to you. Unfair question, perhaps, given that you've just flown in this morning. But where do you hope our conversation will be next time we meet?
So I think that it should be about education, education, education. So when you see that the red team at Google that is here to identify vulnerabilities with a very simple phishing email was almost able to get all the proprietary data of Google Glass at Google. So they are doing this internally. So you can imagine that human beings we are the weakest link, so we need to get aware, to get educated and trained at a global, let's say, at a country level in each company.
Thank you so much. For you, Paul, the buzzword of the forum.
The buzzword of the forum. You know, I think that collaboration is certainly a very prominent theme here at the forum. I think that if you just look at the diversity of topics and the diversity of speakers, it's a great feat to get so many different perspectives in one place. And that, you know, that's my key takeaway from this, is just the ability to talk to so many different people with different perspectives and learn from their experiences.
Thank you. And Fabien, last but by no means least, what will you take back to your home market?
So partnership, collaboration, and also diversity. That if I look at the agenda, I think 4 of the breakout sessions were dedicated to diversity, so really a huge topic.
Lots of work to do, but lots of opportunities there also. So please join me in thanking my esteemed guests for their contribution this morning. Thank you all also for being here. And please do remain seated, and in the room we have another fantastic panel discussion coming right up. Thank you again.
Your Excellency.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the panel discussion. Cybersecurity at the heart. Next-gen telcos. Best practices to ensure telco resilience in cyberspace. Please welcome our panelists. Dr. Jabiri K. Bakari, Director General, Tanzania Communications Regulatory Authority. Bukar Al-Faba, CEO and Board Member, Samina Telecommunication Council. Professor Konstantinos Masselos, President, Hellenic Telecommunications and Post Commission, EETT, Greece. And our moderator, Chris Fox, Technology Presenter, BBC.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so delighted to be hosting this panel about cybersecurity at the heart of the next-gen telco, because the telecom sector is one of the most rapidly and exciting industries that will touch all of our lives as we connect more and more devices and more parts of our lives to the internet. So I'd like to start with Mr. Bokarbai. What can we look forward to in the telecoms industry? What does the next generation of telcos look like?
Thank you very much, Chris, and good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude and congratulate the organizer for gathering us together. And this conversation is coming at a very timely moment because, as you know, especially in the Arab region, the catalyst for technology is the implementation, acceleration of 5G network. We went from a telecom operator perspective into a massive deployment in all countries, and 5G is a reality. It has been deployed. But to your question, it's a ground for being inclusive of new technology development. The first idea, and to make it very simple, is the objective is connecting everyone, everything, everywhere. So that is the platform, the network of network for digitalization. And this has been done and undertaken by most of the Gulf countries a few years back. And the current state of play, we are in a transition to 5.5 to 6G with other technological innovation that will be supported on the platform.
And there are some misconceptions about 5G because it's not just about quicker downloads and streaming more video, is it? What's the purpose of 5G?
Well, I will try to make it very, very simple, and your question is absolutely relevant. People have the feeling and the perception, and that might be our fault, that it's a technological evolution where if I am a 4G subscriber, I just have to upgrade to 5G. That's right and wrong. 5G is an environment that will enable any new technological development. Let me give for our brother and sister an analogy. If 2G is a small fish, 3G is a much bigger fish, 4G is a shark, 5G is the ocean. That's the environment where we will be able to have 2, 3, 4G together and an enabler for all the digital technologies. So 5G is an environment that will support the infrastructure development. It's meant primarily for airport, smart cities, port, welcoming the other industries, and of course, if you want to move as a consumer from 4 to 5G, feel free, you will have a better download speed.
And your organization, Samina, represents the private sector, the operators, and their goal is to connect the unconnected, millions more people. That will also bring billions, potentially, more devices onto the network. How are you adapting and preparing networks for this volume of data and traffic?
Yeah, we represent the private sector, investor, operators, telecom providers, most of the entities involved in the private sector, and our role is to build collaboration with policymakers, regulators, and to do business together. Now, we still have 46% of the world population unconnected, which is about 2.7, 2.8 billion people that need to come online. What has happened with the global health situation over the past 2 years, we've been completely isolated worldwide. And telecom net operators brought us together. It shows and it witnesses how the unconnected are being excluded from this digital development. So we have to bring the 2.7 billion people online by 2030 So when you talk about adaptation, adaptation to what? So we need to agree on what means adaptation. Adaptation to a situation where we have 2.7 billion people not connected. Digitalization is being inclusive of all the new industries, as I was talking, airport, port, agriculture, mining, the proliferation of drones. We are going to have a massive an ecosystem with a lots of data. Probably we will discuss about it. I am talking about the Internet of Things, IoT and industrial IoTs. So a mass proliferation of connected devices. So we need to have an infrastructure that will support all these tsunami of data.
I'd like to bring in Professor Massalos. You're the incoming chair. I'm going to read this because it's a long title. The Body of European Regulators for Electronic Communications. And when it comes to 5G, what have been some of your priorities in securing that technology?
Thank you, and it is really great to be here today in the Global Cybersecurity Forum, and I would like to congratulate the organizers for the great event and also thank them for having me here. Well, the body of European regulators for electronic communications, BEREC, the abbreviation, well, aims at contributing to the objectives of the European digital agenda through fostering independent, consistent and high-quality regulation for digital markets. And in this context, cybersecurity is part of our objectives. And actually in our 2021-2025 strategy, we have defined 3 key priorities. 1, to promote full connectivity. 2, to support sustainable and open digital markets. And 3, to empower end users. BEREC started working on cybersecurity more intensively in 2019, following the European Commission recommendation about the cybersecurity of 5G networks. At this stage, we work on the finalization of our work program for 2023, which will be approved in the beginning of December, and work streams on cybersecurity are included in the draft proposal. Our main focus in 2023 is going to be the contribution of BEREC to the reinforcement of European Union cybersecurity capabilities. If we go back in the beginning of 2022, in the Nevers call, ministers of European Union member states responsible for electronic communications urged European Commission and member states to work on ensuring that European networks, European communication networks, will be resilient and cyber secured. And the Nevers Code asks bodies like BEREC and other institutions like ENISA, the European Agency for Cybersecurity, the NIS Cooperation Group, and the European Commission to work on risk analysis and recommendations to achieve this resilience and cybersecurity of networks in Europe. The next steps are that ENISA will work in collaboration with European Commission to implement the recommendations and the guidelines and follow up on the Nevers called for reinforcement of cybersecurity in Europe, and BEREC will collaborate with them by providing feedback, reviewing deliverables, both on the risk analysis side, but also on measures to mitigate the risks. And from now on, the work of BEREC does not cover only 5G networks, but communications networks in general. And in the end of 2023, we expect to have a detailed report on our activities on this cybersecurity work.
When you represent so many different countries, including the EU 27, do you find it easy to reach a consensus between them? Are there lots of disagreements?
Well, I mean, it's always a challenge, but I think this is also the very interesting part. We have 27 members in the body of European regulators for electronic communications, the members of the European Union plus associated countries. But I think having so many different regulators, so many different members, coming from different points of view in many cases, it's also very constructive. So reaching a consensus is a challenge, but also the most interesting part, I believe, in this.
And what do you see as we connect more devices to the internet and the Internet of Things becomes more prevalent in our lives? What are some of the big risks and how are you proposing to mitigate them? What kind of standards are being put forward?
Well, this has been, I believe, the main objective when we started working on the European Commission recommendation on the cybersecurity of 5G networks. So we wanted to have a risk analysis, especially with regards to 5G, that introduces more cybersecurity challenges, and identify measures to mitigate the risks, and also implement a toolbox as a set of measures to mitigate risks. So different approaches can be considered, like introducing standard, introducing certification schemes, consider different vendors' approach to implement networks. There are many different things you can think in order to mitigate cybersecurity, and we can always target cybersecurity at different levels, even starting at the silicon level, semiconductors levels, all the way up to the stack of the ICT.
I'd like to bring in Dr. Bakari. You're representing Tanzania. We've heard a lot about 5G, but also I understand there is still growth in 2G and 3G in your country. What role do they play?
Yeah, thanks. First of all, let me take this opportunity to extend my many thanks to the Kingdom's National Cybersecurity Authority for inviting us to this very important meeting. It made me meet some of the old friends in the security domain, but also without forgetting many greetings from Tanzania, the land of Kilimanjaro, Serengeti, and Zanzibar. So back to your question. From the regulation point of view, as you mentioned, we do have a big challenge. I'm coming from a country where the current reading of population is about 61.7 million, and the count on the SIM cards is around 58.1 million. Only less than 30% of the population have a smartphone that can be able to work at the higher age from 3G and above. So for us, we have to take care of this new wave accommodating 5G. If you have been following up, you would have seen that in the last month, we auctioned the spectrum to allow more expansion of our network to 4G and 5G. And there are a lot of security issues along that range. But at the same time, we have to take care of many customers who are still on 2G, 3G. So, and you would know from security point of view, 2G and 3G are still operating on protocols which are more or less more than almost over a decade now, the SL7. So there are quite a number of vulnerabilities that we have to take care, and taking into consideration that we have a lot of consumers who are in that scale, and among other things that they are using these phones for is for the financial transactions. Actually, in our country, we have about 39.6 mobile accounts, compared to less than 10 million normal account in the normal banks.
So most banking in your country is done with a feature phone rather than?
Yes, yes. So you would see that we have a quite big range that we have to take care of and maintain security in all those layers of these different networks. Yes.
And as you push for adoption of newer technologies, what are some of the barriers to innovation that you can remove as a telecoms operator?
Well, what we've done, like I've said, first we have released the spectrum for the use on the expansion for 4G, but also accommodating 5G. But also we're working on increasing the unlicensed band to allow for the new entrants into the digital economy market. As we all know that telco infrastructure is a primary enabler for the entire digital economy ecosystem. So in addition to that, we have created a good environment to ensure that startups, and in particular with our building solutions with security in mind, are coming in, and by releasing some of also communication resources. Yeah.
I understand as well that startups are offered free spectrum as well, which obviously that's one of the huge costs to getting an idea going, is the very expensive broadcast spectrum, and you're offering that for free to startups?
Yes. We have an arrangement for the startups and innovators to be assigned communication resources, including spectrum, for 3 months. And we do this after the approval of the Commission for Science and Technology, that they got they assure that the concept is worthwhile testing. Mm-hmm. So we provide for 3 months, of course, with the extension. But also, not only for the spectrum, if you intend to use like a USSD code and other resources from other service providers, we have extended this, and our network mobile operators do also offer this for free. So we have opened up in that way.
So if somebody wants to open up a cellular service, they can try their idea for 3 months, basically for free, and see if it's going to work. And
Yes.
Mr. Barr, I'd like to ask you, what other barriers to investment would you like to see removed on behalf of the private sector? What kind of environment fosters good innovation?
Well, you are asking from the private sector perspective, what is our wish list?
Yes.
First of all, I have to congratulate the Tanzanian regulator, because what they have done is historical, having and allowing operators to have free spectrum. This is a battle that we have been conducting for many years in each country with our regulators. And as you know, spectrum is very expensive. It mobilizes lots of investment from the private sector to be able to acquire the right spectrum at the right price. Saudi Arabia also, the CITC, CST now, has made a great step forward last year by bringing in our region a revolution in terms of spectrum auctions process, and I think we can congratulate them. Now, having said that, that's one step ahead. In general, we need to engage in a discussion with regulators, with our government, to ensure that there is no value creation destruction. And we need to look at sustainability of the investment. So private sector is looking after profitability, right? Looking also after predictability and sustainability, so we can reinject money into the digital economy. Therefore, spectrum processes is one of them. Tax relief is extremely important. Now, one may say we want to make a lot of profit. Agreed. But on the other hand, this discussion about cyber security, cyber safety, mobilize a lot of resources. The cost of cyber security has to be bared by someone. Now, when you look at the ecosystem that I have described earlier, we still have to connect 2.7 billion people. We have new digital player in the ecosystem. That's the second element. We are integrating new industries and verticals. We have to get on board the IoT and industrial IoT. To give you a ratio, for one mobile subscriber, you're going to have 10 connected devices. So tomorrow, if we bring online 2.7 billion people, we may have to bring 27 billion devices into the network. It costs money. So when I'm talking about incentive, is any policy, any regulatory approach that can incentivize investment and unlock access to capital, we are ready to discuss. Now, three ways. One is financing, funding, or investing, which calls for different stakeholders. These are the discussions that we are engaging with the policymakers, regulators. Good thing has been done by BEREC, by the EU, because today, in the wake of 5G, we do not have yet, to my knowledge, any cybersecurity standard with regard to 5G. This is something that we have to discuss. We need to unite and we need to harmonize processes, to harmonize our approaches in terms of digital communication, because the problem of cybersecurity now lies on the edge of the network, on the devices, on the application, on the authentication. So this is where we need to engage in a dialogue to see how we can have and foster a culture where by default we would adopt an approach that I would call zero trust architecture principle. So by default, I don't trust my network while I have to ensure safety into my network. This is where we need to engage together. And of course, all the measures that have been taken by regulators implies heavy cost. So we need to strike a balance between incentivizing investment with measures that will help private sector to have less burden, at the same time mitigate with the cost of implementation of all these CapEx and OpEx related. And remember, that's my last point, we are heading into a future where we will have software-based infrastructure, the cloud. And the cloud at the heart of the infrastructure has to be safe.
But who should shoulder the cost of cybersecurity? Because when you're talking about bringing billions of unconnected people onto the internet, which most people would say is a very good thing, they're often some of the consumers who can least afford a mobile phone subscription or something like that. So should the telecoms companies have to take it out of their profit, or is it a case of government incentives in your view?
It's a part of a new approach and business model that digital players, telecom operators, they also need to transform and transform the value proposition. As we have discussed, the telecom companies are at the core of the ecosystem, at the nucleus of the digital development. So we need also to have an approach where the value proposition, and today the customers for 5G are enterprise, to provide a complete portfolio of secured environment, solution, and value proposition. At the same time, when we talk about devices, we need government to champion an approach with consumer. If your daughter is going out, you will tell her, darling, be careful when you go out. The same way when we get online, we have to be careful. And that, I would say, approach, that mindset has to be championed by the government in terms of consumer protection, consumer satisfaction. We need together, private sector and government, educate those people who will be coming online.
And in terms of education, Professor Masalos, the telcos are uniquely placed to have an overview of network traffic and kind of be able to see and detect threats on their own networks. Should they have a bigger role in educating the public about cybersecurity and businesses as well?
Well, I agree that it should be a multi-stakeholders approach. I mean, this cybersecurity discussion. So experience coming from the industry and coming from the field, on such a sensitive topic like cybersecurity is really useful and very, very important in building a cybersecurity ecosystem. So we need education, but we need also industrial experience and insights to build a real expertise and human resources and human capital on cybersecurity.
Why do you think more telcos don't have a public-facing cybersecurity business? Because it seems like they'd be well placed actually to also be big players in this field. But when you think about cybersecurity, the company names that you think of are not really the mobile operators that you'd associate with your phone contract.
Well, I believe cybersecurity is an integral part of communications. I mean, there is no doubt. So today, so far, we have been discussing about network performance, for example, like higher speeds, quality of service, etc. But cybersecurity, in my opinion, is another requirement, well integrated to communication networks, and this is the way we should treat it. I mean, and also operators will have to consider cybersecurity as top priority requirement.
And in the last few years, we've seen a situation where governments have said, we don't want particular operators or particular countries involved in our domestic telephone networks or 5G networks. How can we prevent a situation like that happening again? Is it a case of auditing equipment more or developing more in-house solutions, perhaps?
Well, I mean, cybersecurity should be targeted in many different layers, and of course, equipment is one. Network equipment is one part of this, but also there are requirements on the operation side. So it's a kind of combined approach. So we have, of course, equipment. In order to build secure networks, we need secure equipment. But on the other hand, it's the way we operate the network and processes and procedures that ensure cybersecurity in the end. So it's a combination of different factors.
And not every country can develop its own equipment. There are big players from Europe, and there's obviously Chinese companies like Huawei are very large players. But we're always going to have to use equipment from other nations. So how can we develop collaboration and cooperation to make sure that all our equipment is safe?
I think the most critical point is to have standards, universal standards, accepted by everybody, and certification schemes. So equipment that complies with standards and certification schemes is qualified to be used in our networks. So in my opinion, this is the key, and this will allow us use equipment from different vendors, from different countries, whatever. But we should have some basis to evaluate and finally qualify equipment.
And with network security, what are the biggest threats we're facing? Is it that attackers want to steal customer data, or is it that they want to take infrastructure offline? What are the most common kinds of threats we're seeing?
Well, I believe that today we see both sides of threats, right? So protecting personal data is a priority, and in Europe we have quite a strong regulation in this direction. But on the other hand, the resilience of networks is very important. So we want to have networks that operate 100% 24/7. So it's we want to have resiliency. We want to have, of course, protection of data and cybersecurity. So I see this as a common pool of considerations that we should have in mind.
And I'd like to ask the whole panel, as we come to our final thoughts, perhaps, and I'll start with you, Dr. Bakari, what are you most looking forward to in the next generation of telecoms, whether it's the metaverse or having more internet-connected devices, monitoring our cities? Is there something in particular you think consumers can look forward to?
Yes. As I said, there are many things that are coming up. We just had an extended exchange about what is coming with 5G. There's a lot of use cases in many sectors, mining, agriculture, and so on. But also, while that is advanced part of end, we still need to take care of the customers who are still on the 2, 3G, as I said. And they all need to get a lot of different type of services, just apart from finance, and so on. So we are looking forward to see that we take care of the customer needs at all spectrum, the range. But we should also forget, if I echo my colleague's point, that cybersecurity problem is a social technical problem. So there is a technical layer and there is a social layer. And each of these layers have sub-layers. If you go to the technical side, if you go to the social side. So we should always have in our mind, and that also the social part, close to the brain and the software, we have to do something holistically in all these layers to make sure that the customers gets what they need.
And to those watching, do you have a top piece of cybersecurity advice that will help people keep their data safe?
Sure. Consumers have obligations. They need to know. They should not think that this is an expertise job. They have a role. But also on the other side, the government, from the policy making, there's a lot of work to be done on that area. But also from operators. This infrastructure is carrying a lot. And we're talking about data, we're talking about privacy, and we're talking about so many issues. So we all need to work together, collaborate, and make sure that the whole ecosystem is safe. We ourselves, we do a lot of work with ITU and other many institutions to ensure that we actually are more safer as we move in this journey.
Mr. Ba, I think we have just time for a very short thought. What do you think is the most exciting thing coming next? Are we going to do the GCF next year in the metaverse, or are we still going to be here in person?
Well, I think we have seen a great gathering of experts since yesterday and the whole day. I think in terms of technological innovation, our possibilities are limitless. And to your question, next year at the GCF, probably what we may have to look at is today the convergence of two businesses. The business as we know it today, but again, coming to connecting the unconnected, we will have to work with the space economy because we have lots of satellite players and there is a lot happening at the space. And we may have to talk about cybersecurity as we know it today with the space economy. So this is, I think, a dialogue that we have to start engaging. And to Costa's points, it's very important that we have a framework, we have compliance between the telecom operators, the third parties, I mean the suppliers and others, and government, and align our process to secure the network, try to secure the network from an end to end. So hopefully we will have a much more interesting dialogue next year.
Pushing the frontier of cybersecurity into outer space maybe next year. I want to thank you all for joining the panel, and please join me in giving them a round of applause. Thank you. I understand we have a short break now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bokar. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the panel discussion, Shaping the Global Cybersecurity Agenda, a global framework for dialogue and international cooperation. Please welcome our panelists. Marco Obizo, Chief AI Digital Networks and Society Department, International Telecommunication Union, ITU. Vanessa Copetti-Cravo, Telecommunication Regulation Experts, Cybersecurity Technical Group, Anatel. Howard Tyler, Executive Director, Global Partnership to End Violence Against Children. And our moderator, Andrea Reggiani, Cyber Lead for Government and Public Services, Deloitte.
So good morning, everybody, and thank you for joining this session. And let me start, first of all, thanking the ITU for making this session possible, and the amazing hospitality of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and a wonderful organization by the NCA, the National Cyber Authority. So, important topic we're discussing today with these distinguished not only speakers, but leaders in their respective institutions and sectors. That is how we can work at global level. But before we introduce the topic of the discussion, I want to remark a couple of aspects about what it means global when it comes to the cyberspace, because it's going to help us, at least framing which are the challenges. We're talking about cybersecurity and some key problems related to the protection of countries and citizens and the weakest parts of our society. And of course it's a global problem because it's a problem for every country, but it's also global because of things that we cannot see but are making the cyberspace, the digital space, the digital dimension unique. It's interconnected globally by definition. Countries might try, to create national boundaries, but at the end, if we're talking about the digital space, it's connected by definition. Think, for example, about crypto services. There are countries that are saying, it's too early, but users are getting access to these services, anyway, and governments are struggling to block them, to protect citizens. And second, we have seen in the last couple of decades completely new trends from the industry. It's not anymore we share the same technology, no matter which is the country. 30 years ago, when you were in telecommunications, for example, you were developing your own devices for national security. Today, the technology is global. Technology A empowers all personal computers or mobile phones. You have a couple of vendors, 3 maybe, but it's shared, and it makes a global platform. Not only, we have seen companies becoming as big, as influential as governments. In some cases, they are more influential because of the number of virtual citizens they have on board than a traditional government. Now, given this definition of global, today we want to focus the attention on a very relevant topic, that is the protection of children when they live in our countries, but connected and enabled by digital. So let me start with Marco Obizo from the ITU. And the ITU is an historical institution. It's a facilitator of many global initiatives, facilitator of a global cybersecurity agenda, but also, of the Action C5, of the WSIS, and is also a facilitator of many initiatives on child online protection. Marco, you are leading also personally some of these initiatives, the agenda, the index, the child online protection. How are they connected? Because I see a risk. We all agree that child online protection is a fundamental right we need to guarantee to the future generations. But my impression is that despite the priority, countries are struggling to integrate that into their broader cybersecurity strategies.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Andrea, and good morning, everyone. And you said it right, and there is a certain isolation and compartmentalization of effort, but this is happening in any domain, but specifically in cyber, sometimes countries are addressing the issue vertically, not as a transversal and a kind of an holistic approach. And this was clearly shown in the latest result of the Global Cybersecurity Index, which is a product we run periodically to capture the level of commitment. There are gaps on national strategies. There are gaps on incident response. There are certain gaps on the attention that some of the countries are actually make and put in the kids' world, which of course, it's complex as the others, having seen the level of, the evolution of technologies, the level of adoption or households of devices. So I can confirm that there is something that needs to be taken again, not only from let's say the policy perspective, but also from the awareness and capacity development perspective. More and more kids are exposed to online experience unsupervised and without, let's say, a clear understanding from the parents, from the educators, and most importantly from the policymakers. So the idea here is that we should mainstream and we should make sure that any kind of a policy that is focused on a specific vertical, whether it's digital transformation, whether it's overall, let's say a national ICT agenda, which includes cybersecurity, must include also, let's say, this kind of a dimension, and not in terms of taking, let's say, kids as a minority or as a separate community, but something that has again. Let's say that they're seen as an holistic view. So the work, of course, within the context of, for example, keeping countries of a solid national cybersecurity strategy, which should include also how to respond to incidents, how to secure critical infrastructure, how to make let's say the digital space resilient, must absolutely include also elements that are related and mainstream, the elements that are related on how the different communities, which from the ICT perspective will be seen as a user, are actually, able to, let's say, to have a safe online experience. And that there are different mechanisms. I'm sure we are going to talk about that on how to do that, but for sure there is the concept of an holistic and harmonized approach, which sometimes is still missing. Also from who, like the United Nations or other institutions are actually, let's say, assisting, in that development. Yeah.
Based on what I've heard, maybe I can make a provocative, proposal, considering the attention that governments are paying to critical infrastructures. Can we consider the young generations, the foundation of our society? So they are, at the end, a critical infrastructure. Yeah, the problem is that we don't see the damages and the risks in the short term. You have a power outage, you immediately freak out, or the payment system. You don't see immediately, which might be, that in some cases, unfortunately, you see the damages straight away. But also, we need to take care of, what might impact our next generations in the longer term. And Vanessa, I have a question for you that is deeply connected to what we're saying. Regulation, and so the regulators, they play a crucial role because at the end, it's one of the most powerful tools that governments have to translate principles, into action. As a regulator, and in your experience, which are these challenges, but also which are the tools that you're planning to use in your case?
So thank you very much, Andrea, and thank you very much, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here, to sharing some view with my colleagues of this panel. I think this is a great question. When you think about the challenges, and especially from a regulator's perspective, the first challenge, and is something that could be seen as something obvious, is to have a clear and defined mandate of your role on cybersecurity and also on COP. And this is from the operational level, it's quite difficult, and that is why a well-defined policy and strategy can help us in this process. The second challenge also is about coordinating and cooperating. We have been heard a lot. Also, we have a lot of sessions, discussion in this stage yesterday that talk about collaboration. But why is so important? And it's important because, first of all, it's important in your sector, it's important between sectors, but it's also important between all governmental agencies, entities, and bodies. And the reason why Marco just mentioned it's a transversal issue. We cannot deal by only one sector, only one entity, only one actor. We need to engage everybody. And that is one of the reasons that it's so challenging. And also just relating to some of discussions of yesterday, we cannot isolate our sectors from the others, so every sector has an impact on this ecosystem. And for example, if we have a major outage of power, all the sectors will be impacted as well. So that's why we need to strengthen all the sectors, and that's why we need to collaborate. And as tools, when you think about tools of regulation, we can work in several tools. We can work in like 3 pillars. We usually say, like when you're discussing cybersecurity and also applies to child online protection, we can focus on technology, we can focus on processes, but we also have to focus on the human factor. We have to focus on people, and we have to focus on the children's needs. And the regulator, they do have a set of tools, and they can engage the sector to do awareness. They can have a specific, for example, requirements, baseline requirement for technologies, for equipments, but they also can work with regulation to have in place processes that also will guide the sector and the whole ecosystem through this strengthening.
Thanks, Vanessa. And I think this concept of embedding child online protection principles in other regulations, considering the impact, is a topic that we will. I want to come back later. And now, I think there's the global partnership to end violence against children. That is an incredibly important initiative because more than 600 organizations, private sector, institutions are actively, supporting that. So you can provide, on the same topic that the other 2 panelists have been covering, which is, your perspective. And I think, you are differently from a regulator, you can see the relationship with the private sector. And I said it at the beginning, years ago, we were looking at private sector as, providers of technology. Now, private sector is almost acting as a government. They have policies that might interfere or, on the other side, support child online protection. Which are, the challenges that you see from this, unique perspective? And again, which should be the direction?
Yeah, thank you. I'm actually going to start by responding to your earlier provocation, which is around, how do we get governments, how do we get technology industry, how do we get multiple sectors to take action on this. And I think it's a combination of things. I think it's about making the case that it's the right thing to do, but that's insufficient. We also need to make the case that it's a smart investment, and we need to share the solution. So it's right, it's smart, and it's possible to protect children online. And I want to speak briefly to 5 challenges, because I think within the challenges I'm going to mention lie the opportunities for the collaboration. As Vanessa said, it's within sectors, but it's across and between sectors as well. The first challenge is around data and evidence. As we've heard many times over the last 2 days, this is a fast-moving environment, cyberspace and the digital environment. And that's none more so than in the space for child online safety and child online protection. And so we need to be always building the data and the evidence space. Our Safe Online initiative at the End Violence Partnership partners with Interpol, with ECPAT, with UNICEF Office of Innocenti in a research project called Disrupting Harm, where we are going country by country across continents to develop country-specific, context-specific data and evidence of how children, boys and girls, different demographics, different whether they're disabled or not, because this all matters, what is their online experience. So first of all, data and evidence. Because once we're informed, then we can think about what are the solutions, but also that helps us raise awareness. So there's public awareness, and we need to, that's with parents, caregivers, teachers, policymakers, and children themselves, involving them in this process of awareness of what being safe online looks like. So the data and evidence first, the public awareness second, because I think then logically that leads to political and leadership attention, whether it's government, whether it's tech sector, or others, leaders taking action. So leaders committing to and taking action. And we're seeing some really good examples, actually. I mean, these challenges are not a counsel of despair. There is a lot to do, but there are really good examples that you can go and look at of what's going on in Australia, legislation which is going through Parliament in the UK, legislation recently in California in the USA, and in the European Union, the European Commission, some legislation there, all of which is going to be game-changing in terms of child online safety. And because the online environment, cyberspace, doesn't respect borders, legislation passed in one country, in one region, even in one part of a country, will often and should have much wider implications for those involved. And then I would also add in urgency as well, because I think that we need to move with rigor, we need to take action based on evidence, but we have to act urgently. The US National Center for Missing and Exploited Children now has 60,000 reports a day containing images of child sexual abuse or videos of children being sexually abused. Let me just pause and repeat that. 60,000 reports a day. And you need to understand that each of those reports may contain multiple images, multiple videos of children being abused. So the prevalence, and we can speak to the trends over the last few years of how that's grown really dramatically, there is an urgency here, because always behind the big data that we so often talk about is every individual girl, every individual boy who is being sexually abused. And then there's a spectrum, of course, in terms of harassment, fake news, bullying, etc., which children also experience. So I think a combination of data and evidence, public awareness, leadership commitments, and then doing that with a sense of urgency, because I think within that lies the ingredients of why we need that collaboration within sectors, across sectors, and of course across borders, because this is a problem which goes across borders. Quite often with regards to sexual abuse of children online, the victim is in one country, the perpetrator is in a second, the material is hosted in the cloud or on a platform in the third, and there could be a fourth or a fifth jurisdiction. So that's why we need this international engagement. And just to finish, to say that I think events like this, where we can come together, where we can learn from one another, where we can connect with one another, are a really important part of that, fostering that collaboration. But events come and go. And so in between the events, there are platforms. The End Violence Partnership is one. Some of the work in country by agencies like UNICEF and others are another. The We Protect Global Alliance, which is an alliance of 100 governments and as many or more tech companies as well on this agenda. So there are platforms, there are alliances, there are networks which exist, which those who want to know more can join and be part of, because I think that's also some of the vehicles and platforms through which we can foster the collaboration that's so vital and so necessary, as Vanessa and Marco have said.
And listening to you, I made two thoughts. The first one is, there's definitely a line between extreme impacts, like the ones that you have described. I mean, child abuse, violence, and I've been serving the Interpol working group on child online protection years ago, and I can tell you, no normal human being, it doesn't matter religion, race, where you are coming from, can accept that. And that requires, strong actions because we need to stop that. But then we enter into a gray area that, while you were talking, I thought maybe we should also be talking about child online enablement. I mean, children are going to become soon the new leaders. And I was having a discussion a few weeks ago in Rome with some international experts on would it be possible in 20 years, in absence of data protection laws, to really have a commitment to protect personal data. I mean, we are educating a generation that is not feeling anymore the need of protecting their own data. So I think there is an amazing opportunity through child online protection and, let me use that, child online enablement to build also, the leadership of the future, the actual leadership in companies, in governments. They're struggling to address not only, the problem of protecting children, but, we have been listening during these 2 days, the complexity. I mean, this is a new job for everybody. I mean, very few people started dealing with cybersecurity 30 years ago. It's a new problem. We were missing the experts. Yeah. Coming to Marco, because what I want now to connect, as a professional, I've been assessing many governments and many countries. I can tell you that if a country is not able to protect children in an integrated way, it's an indicator, personal opinion, of a very weak strategy. And ITU is doing a lot of work, on the ground, both on child online protection, training and awareness, but other in-country programs. How do you see these things, integrating, working together?
That's a very good segue, following what Howard was saying also, because again, I'm seeing here fragmenting and separating, and despite the effort that the three of us, I mean, in a way or in another, together with you and the other, I mean, and the multi-stakeholder are trying to do, there is still this kind of approach. You were mentioning, the images, just to give another data point. We were working with Interpol a lot. Interpol repository has 46 million unique images of sexually abused kids. In I think around 30, 40 countries there was a survey, one of the most recent. 1 out of 3 kids are subject, victim to cyberbullying or to any kind of, let's say, online malicious experience. But that's the point. We are still in a kind of a traditional way to addressing the issue. Okay, we go to the policy maker, we try to establish policy, we go to the community, we try to enhance awareness, but I still see this as sometimes not an integrated approach. We always talk about top down and bottom up. We rarely see, honestly, a really effective combination of the two, where the community at large is actually engaged on one issue, which is in this case is online safety for kids. Agree 100%, they are the future. The problem is that even us as a parents, how many of us are sensitive to the fact that as soon as a kid touches a device, it becomes an opportunity, amazing, huge opportunity, but there is an intrinsic risk in that we don't take into account. In my experience as a parent, I rarely, well, now a little bit more because I'm in the business, but I don't supervise 100%. I'm not talking about micromanaging here. I'm talking about just giving, an understanding also to the user, which is the kid. So what are the risks that he or she is exposed to? And that's something that I think is not part of the culture. So the combination of the two, the kind of government-oriented or nation as a whole-oriented approach with the communities, having a base of common understanding, awareness on the fact that we always say ICT gives lots of opportunities, but at the same time, lots of risk. In the case of the kids, this is something that is so evident and so, clear But at the same time, you know, as educator, as a parents, as a government, we don't take this as a clear and a really concrete way forward. So we have lots of programs. We are running training. We're running capacity development. I think what is required is to go a little bit beyond that. Just say we work together, we cooperate. You know, which is good, yeah. But I think we really need to put aside any kind of differences or, you know, any kind of a commercial interest, political interest, because this is something that is becoming very serious. And I think the cooperation there, it might be, I mean, it's easier than we think, you know. It's not rocket science. We need to sit down with them, with the kids. We need to sit down with the policymaker. We need to have a completely open and frank discussion on how to address that. And the tools are there, and the technology is there.
And by the way, I'm coming from the private sector, so, you know, I need to be careful how to talk, but we are running into the risk to implicitly delegate this responsibility to the private sector. Even as a parent, you know, I have 2 boys, I think, oh, but there's the filter on that service that it's gonna protect them. Of course, you know, there's a goodwill from, you know, the big players that, again, as the dimension now our governments, but it's really enough that we expect them, you know, to translate a principle, you know, into action. And I want, you know, Howard, you know, to elaborate on that, because, you know, you are in a situation where you both see international institutions and the private sector. How can we help? Which are, you know, the suggestions to align these agendas? In particular, because there's this, I think the private sector is getting that this is crucial, this is a priority, this must be done. But how can we make sure that governments, you know, are up to the challenge?
Yeah, I think it's a few ingredients, and I won't speak to them all, but I want to pick up on something Marco said, because I think this needs to be both personal and professional for all of us, actually. We were all children once. Many of us have children. My children, because of the work I do, have probably had more than their fair share of conversations about being safe online. And despite what I know and what I'm horrified and I'm scared of for my children and many other children, even my children, with all the lectures I've given them, they're still not safe online. And whether that's safe from bullying, harassment, sexting, right through to very harmful sexual exploitation, grooming, sexual exploitation, and abuse. So I think that personal piece, because I think, frankly, the personal piece should drive outrage. That actually, if I take a drug, it's been approved by the relevant authority. If I eat food, it's been approved by the relevant authority. If I get in my car, the brakes, the airbags, the early warning systems, it's all been approved by relevant authorities. Yet, cyberspace, the digital environment, the internet, we are letting our children going online at huge numbers every day around the world, and often for the first time, in this environment which was built for adults. It was not built for children. It is unsafe for children, and we are just letting that happen. So I wanted to say that piece, because I think it's really, you know, I think we need a sense of outrage around this, but I'm not saying that from a sort of advocacy perspective, because I think, to your point, Andrea, we need to then be smart about how do we take what should be happening to have safety by design, have an internet which is safe by design for children, and get governments to take action on that. And I think it is a mix. With the M-Violence Partnership, we're a collection, as you mentioned, of some hundreds of governments, private corporations, UN agencies, academic institutions, civil society organizations. It's a collective launched by the UN Secretary General. We care about all forms of violence and abuse of children, and we care specifically around the Safe Online agenda because it's so fast growing, and the forms of violence and abuse of children online, and I won't go into details now, but the forms are getting worse. So it's not just the numbers are going up, the nature of the threat, what we're seeing happen to children online, is getting worse. But I think what we're seeing, because I think it comes to this piece about, there's a demographic cohort of children. I'm not a digital native. You know, I got my first iPhone when I was probably in my 30s or 40s. The children growing up today are going to get to a point where they're going to look at us as the adults of today who are in power. Either you're elected in an office, or you're running a company, or in a senior leadership position, and aren't they going to say to us, as my children did to me when I lecture them, what are you doing about it? Because they're going to say, what did you do about this issue? If you knew this was a problem, if you knew we were unsafe online, and you have all these rights and UN frameworks and national frameworks and everything else, and you speak good rhetoric about children, What do you do? What did you do about it? So I think it's both personal. What did I do about it? What did I do at a personal, local, family, community, maybe even national political level? But then professionally, by whatever networks, whatever position of authority that we may be in, you know, very senior or otherwise, it doesn't matter. There are always things that we could and should be doing, including the advocacy piece and making that case of why action should be taken.
And because of my initial statements, you know, that the cyberspace is global, I think the major weakness we have right now is in the nature of, you know, governments by themselves. They cannot handle this in isolation. Either, you know, governments are united. Of course, there are some gray areas like content. I mean, there's a lot of dangers in the content, a lot of similarities with fake news, but we need to be very careful because, you know, we might enter into manipulation or control or limiting the freedom of information, but on the other side might open, you know, to, you know, new risks. We need to avoid to enter endless discussions, find, you know, the common ground. We need to protect children, have a strong agenda, and act as soon as possible before it's too late or before someone else will be elevated more and more to the level of a pseudo-government, because if the private sector is doing that by themselves in the interest of their communities, at the end they're declaring themselves, even, you know, without a formal declaration, to acting on our behalf. So that's why it's so important. So big challenge for regulators, because of course that's they are a relevant enabler. You're, you know, the last one, so your remarks are going to be, you know, important, Vanessa.
So, well, there's so many great thoughts going on around here. I think Michael just launched a call for action for each and all of us here as an actor, as a sector. So we all have a role to play as parents, as educators, as citizens, you know, to demand some action on this subject. And we are really struggling. And, you know, Howard just brought these horrible statistics, and Marco as well. So we are struggling to protect. And we do some international coordinated action, but more than frameworks and policies and high-level agreements, we need implementation on the ground. And that's when it comes, you know, even the frameworks, even GCI, the Global Cybersecurity Index, it's a great metric, but it doesn't measure implementation. This is the part, and it goes back to the countries, you know. You can have the better policy, the most beautiful declaration on the children's right and how to protect them online. But you need concrete actions on the ground, and the actions go back to involve the private sector to do what their role, to include children's protection interests when they are designing, when they are implementing, when they are selling, when they are offering services. Everybody has a role to play here. It is a call for action. You know, we cannot go another year saying that it's important, we all agree, we have to protect children, this is our most valuable asset. I think that the idea of critical infrastructure is a really interesting one, because when you think about critical infrastructure, it's related traditionally to physical assets, you know, that you have to protect. So, and then we have come to a long way, and now we have this vulnerable population, huge population, that we are working so hard to connect. We have the mantra, leave no one behind, but COP also had to be a part of this commitment. We cannot include anyone online and include to be unsafe online, to be able to be exposed to all these kind of risks that they are. We know all the benefits that technology can bring to children, but we are very well aware of all the risks, and all these statistics just prove to us that we are failing in implementing, you know, concrete actions to do it.
And Vanessa, let me reiterate, you know, your message. So when you go back home in your, you know, government role, and you see that your child online protection agenda lives by itself, it's not connected to the other, because the policy tools, you know, are the same. It's protecting critical, fragile, extremely exposed assets that are not important just for the country, for us as human beings, you should ask yourself if your national strategy is really effective. That might be an indicator, and you need to do it first because it's relevant, it matters to all of us and to our future, and second because if you have a tactical agenda on improving your national strategy, that's an indicator. It's an acid test that maybe there's work to be done. Yeah. So time is over. I thank you very much. We could have continued for hours on such an important topic. Thank you very much for being here, and please become with us an active actor in this battle. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the fireside chat, Hacking the Mind of a Cybercriminal, examining the motivation and psychology of cybercriminals. Please welcome our speaker, Dr. Mary Eichen, world-leading expert in cyberpsychology, and our moderator, Dr. Marco Girk, Director, Cybercrime Research Institute.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you for being here for this second ability to hear Mary Eichen speak. Those of you who participated in the opening ceremony know her. If you Google the word cyberpsychology, I guess the first hit will be Mary Eichen. So in general, there's no need for an introduction, but I would like to share with you the way Mary Eichen introduced herself to me a couple of years ago. We were at a meeting at Europol. A lot of professors were there who were meeting in a room. I think you were the only female. The others were male. Mary was the last to speak. All the professors, including myself, introduced them by showing off with their accomplishments, the important research they did, the posts they have. And then it was finally Mary to introduce herself. And she looked into the room and said, do you know CSI Cyber? And as this is a very famous TV series in the field we're working in, everybody nodded. And she basically said, this series was modeled with me in mind. She's a producer to the series. It's basically telling her story. And I found it a very impressive way. As you can see, Mary is still reminded of this. You have the chance, or we have the chance to have a discussion with Mary about some of the points, because she spoke during the opening ceremony. But I would like to take the opportunity to ask Mary a couple more questions to give some insights. And I would like to start with the first question about how you got where you are. And I'm doing this in the context of where this conference is hosted. I had the pleasure of being in Saudi Arabia a couple of years ago. And 2 visits do not make me an observer or expert in your culture. But I can see a huge difference between Saudi Arabia a couple of years ago and the Saudi Arabia I see right now. I think when we're talking about reshaping the global cyber order, a couple of years ago, Saudi Arabia would have possibly not positioned itself as being somebody who's moderating this discussion, but taking a step back. Right now, I see a completely different country, a very young generation taking leadership, a lot of enthusiasm in this place, and a lot of females. And I would like to ask you, Mary, if you can elaborate a little bit about how you as a female in a male-dominated area got to where you are, and what maybe the young females in this room can take from this and can learn from this.
Absolutely. Thank you for the introduction, Marco. I think that I'm often asked this question, and I do work in computer science, with law enforcement, in, I suppose, typically male-dominated areas. And I'm always asked, as a woman, how do you feel about this? And my answer is always consistent, is that I personally don't have a construct of gender. I only have a construct of performance. So when I'm doing research, or when I was doing my studies, or when I'm working, I think performance first and gender second. My gender is not my problem, it's somebody else's.
Well, that is a very good point. But when you look into the room and see the females that are here, that are striving their own careers, that are participating in the change of the country that is envisioned and that is laid out, if you're thinking about the Giga projects that are run here and the transformation of the society, and if they're running into obstacles, how did you deal with obstacles on the way? If there was male domination and they were just not that supportive of females on the way, has there been anything that you did as a strategy, maybe also with your background in psychology, to to convince the people?
I think my strategy was always just to concentrate on performance, on personal excellence. And I think that's an internal mechanism. I mean, I've had so many young women at the conference here come up to me and say, "You're my hero, I admire what you do, I follow you." And very early in my career, I read a quote by Faulkner, and the quote said that you should never compete with your predecessors, you should never compete with your contemporaries. The only person you should compete with is yourself. So I have only focused on personal best. I was so fortunate to find the discipline of cyberpsychology, which was an emerging discipline within applied psychology, and I became very excited about it. But more than becoming excited, I did the work. I went back and I requalified. I did a Master's of Science in Cyberpsychology and followed that with a PhD in Forensic Cyberpsychology. So cyberpsychology is the study of human behavior impacted by technology, and forensic cyberpsychology is the study of criminal, deviant, and abnormal behavior online. And I suppose that's why I was recruited by Europol and by Interpol to work with them, not because I was a woman, but because I had subject matter expertise and I was a global expert and the first global expert in this area.
Summary. Work hard, find your niche, be the best. That's a simple solution. It worked out very well. Let's very briefly touch upon the topic of the conference before we come to some core aspects of your work. Rethinking the global cyber order. I think when we're looking back, and this was mentioned on several panels, when the internet was developed, it was developed in the United States. When the legal foundation for some of the cyber aspects here were developed, it was developed in Europe by European countries, a European organization together with the United States, and very little participation from the Arab world, for example. But that is the past. I think we're now entering a time where, like this conference is showing us here, that it is based in Saudi Arabia, where there is a change in the global order, especially when it comes to cyber. And the United Nations, as was mentioned before in one of the panels, is picking up the topic and says we want to develop a convention that is dealing with these aspects. And it will be a global convention with participation from all countries around the world. We heard the ITU doing this. When you think about, and I know this is not core cyber psychology, but when you think about the qualification as leaders, what do leaders need in this challenging time of geopolitical tensions, of this reshaping global cyber order? What qualifications do they need to come up with the solutions in those fields from a psychology perspective?
I think the most important thing in terms of cyber leadership is to understand young people in your own jurisdiction, to understand how they are growing up and living in cyberspace, to understand, for example, propensity for risk-taking online. We know people get disinhibited online. We've just completed a major European study of 8,000 young people, and we found that the majority were engaged in cyber risk-taking, cyber delinquency, and verging on cybercriminality. I think it would be fascinating here in the Gulf to do a similar survey to see what young people might be doing, so that you can have an evidence-based approach to staging intervention. We want our young people with their incredible tech skills to head into a career in cybersecurity, to head into a career in cyberpsychology, to look towards, Vision 2030 and be fantastic, make a fantastic contribution to that. But if they get sidetracked into delinquent behavior or risk-taking or exposing themselves to extreme content, they may damage themselves in a way that they will not fully participate in their career. And I think it's very important in terms of leadership to know what young people are doing and to find good ways to ensure that they're not taking a pathway into criminal or delinquent behavior, but taking a pathway to a productive and constructive career.
That's a very good point. I would like to elaborate a little bit, elaborate a little bit further on this. So this country is certainly in a transition period like many other countries around the world. These changes are impacting the people, especially the young generation, which are now having a lot of opportunities. And it was mentioned several times here, this is associated with risk. You've just heard the previous panel speaking about the importance of child online protection. I was following it from the background where Marco Biso was mentioning about the relevance there from the ITU perspective. I am wondering, if you're talking to a government and they say, okay, you're carrying out academic research, how is it actionable? What can I do with this information that you give me? Is it just good to know, or can I develop concrete solution based on the information you will give somebody? For example, speaking about the study that you have, is it actionable output that you're getting?
Absolutely. So we can come up with evidence-based intervention metrics. And I think that, I was so surprised to hear that of those qualifying in STEM in the region, 46% are female. So that's fantastic in terms of cybersecurity. But what I would absolutely advocate is there is a need for people to qualify in cyber psychology as well. So you don't want to look at prowess in cyberspace through the singular lens of a single discipline, which is, say, on the computer science side. You also need to bring behavioral science along with that in tandem. Cybersecurity protects data, systems, and networks. It does not protect what it is to be human online. And therefore, you need a new generation of cyber behavioral scientists. And I think if the young women of the Gulf can do it in cybersecurity, they will knock it out of the park in cyber psychology.
Let me maybe follow up on this behavior element. I think the ICT in general, I think we agree, is a very positive thing. I think it has the opportunity to change societies. We have the opportunity to be freer, to communicate misbehavior by leadership, by anybody, to see corruption, to fight against it, to be transparent, to foster democratic values. But when I'm reading about you, when I'm reading your research, very often I see about behavior changes. Can you speak about the change of behavior in the online environment where, despite all the positive things that we see, where a person with a cell phone has the ability to record, to broadcast, and to publish information, where we also see that a behavior is changing?
Absolutely. I mean, human behavior changes online, and cybercriminals are also human. So their behavior changes online. What we saw in the pandemic was a shift to sort of hybrid working. Well, criminals also shifted online in every jurisdiction. And the thing that defines criminal behavior is means, motive, and opportunity. So means are the tools, and they're widely available on the dark web and darknet side. The opportunity is the connectivity afforded by the internet, so people from all sorts of jurisdictions can engage in cybercriminal activity. And the most important part is motive. And motive in terms of engaging in cybercriminal behavior can be as simple as for profit, which is the standard, but can also be revenge and can also be risk-taking or just for fun. So young people can fall into the just for fun or the risk-taking category. And in the research we're doing at the moment, I'm lead on a pan-European project investigating human and technical drivers of cybercrime. And we're doing some fantastic cutting-edge research where for the first time we're looking at the potential behavioral relationship between the base personality trait or type of the cybercriminal and their malware of choice. What does that mean? So those who use, say, ransomware, for example, the hypothesis is that they, in terms of dark personality traits, might lie somewhere on the dark tetrad spectrum, which is the spectrum of sadistic, psychopathic, Machiavellian, and narcissistic traits. For example, if you take another type of malware, say spyware, stalkerware, creepware, arguably the base personality trait there is one of, my mic is gone, is it?
Yeah.
Is one of a paraphilia such as voyeurism. Why does it matter? It matters because if we know the personality traits of the cybercriminal, if we can profile a cybercriminal in that context, then we can use that information to stage intervention. In other words, there's no point in pleading with a perpetrator who's deployed ransomware on your system if that perpetrator is a functioning psychopath. They are devoid of emotional affect. So you will need another strategy.
That's a very interesting point, and I'd like to touch upon in our remaining time about this issue of profiling. I think when we discuss the cyber environment, we see opportunities. What can you do with this technology? What can societies do? How can they strive? We see risks where we're saying, okay, there are cyber attacks. I think one of the core aspects that was also discussed here at the conference, I'm very thankful about this, is the aspect of protecting human rights, ensuring that this is a core element. I'm very thankful about the United Nations putting this, in the ITU, who's represented here as well, putting this into the core and into one of the core pillars. I'm wondering, when we're speaking about profiling, when we're speaking about using artificial intelligence and machine learning approaches to identify criminal behavior, does it necessarily mean that this will be highly intrusive, that the regular user will have the impression that there is constant surveillance and profiling of their behavior in order to identify maybe early stages of misbehavior? Or is there a built-in security and human rights aspect of it?
Absolutely. You want to ensure privacy. You want to ensure that people who are not doing anything that should cause concern in terms of criminality, that they are free to live their life freely in cyberspace. But I think when you have a ransomware attack and you have a business or a hospital held hostage, at that point, I believe it's absolutely necessary to know everything about the attack in terms of the digital forensics, but also in terms of the likely behavior, the likely profile in a generic context of the perpetrator, so that you are best placed then to deal with that situation. Hostage taking is as old as civilization. There is nothing new in criminality. What we're seeing now is a new iteration, which is ransomware. And what we're also seeing on darknets is the availability of ransomware as a service. So now the barrier to entry to cybercrime has been lowered. You don't have to have the tech skills. You can go to parts of the internet, you can buy an exploit, you can rent an exploit, or you can hire somebody to do it for you. That's a threat to real world.
So you're an expert in this field, and you're consulted frequently when it comes to this cyber psychology field. We're imagining now being in a room, companies under attack, there's a ransom attack, and they call law enforcement. Law enforcement is in the room, and the IT security department of the company. Who's most interested in your profiling? Is it law enforcement because they're willing and their core interest is catching the criminal? Or is it the company that says, I benefit from understanding the profile of my offender when it comes to ransomware negotiation, or when it comes to foreseeing how the attack continues? Because we sometimes see that the interest of law enforcement and the companies are not necessarily aligned. Who is most interested in your research, in your work?
I think first and foremost, industry is going to be interested in the research because they want to be well equipped to respond immediately in terms of protocol. I think over the longer term, law enforcement is going to be interested. You know, the problem with cybercrime, it has the characteristics of big data, volume, velocity, variety. So we need to leverage every skill set on the computer science, cybersecurity side, but also on the cyber behavioral science side. And when we combine those two powerful entities, what we get is a 360 response mechanism, 360 resilience.
That's a good keyword to close this panel. I would like to thank you very much for your attention. I would like to maybe close by quoting Mary, who at one point in this conference said that one of the beautiful things of this event is that it's covering so many different topics. And while this can be a challenge of bringing this together and putting a focus in somewhere, when you're having such a diverse field of topics, ranging from child online protection to discussing rethinking the new order, it definitely is a challenge, but the organizers did very well. And I think what we see at the end of the conference, and you participated in this and laid the foundation, is that things are coming together, they're connecting. So you can have somebody with a focus on cyber psychology thinking about or contributing to the discussion, to the broader discussion about rethinking the global cyber order. And you can have core technical experts that might be able to contribute to your work as you're dealing with a lot of data. With this, Mary, I thank you so much for your insights, sharing them with us.
And also, I'd just like to wrap up by saying that people like me have been saying for 20 years, everything is connected. We can't look at these silos. And it's so fantastic to see a conference with a vision to a vision of cyberspace where it is realized that everything is connected. And I just want to finish up by saying that we have to be positive about the future. We have to be positive about tech. You know, technology in itself is not good or bad. It is either used well or poorly by humans.
Perfect ending. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the fireside chat. Trust in emergent technologies. Please welcome our speaker, Amandeep Singh Gill, UN Secretary General Envoy on Technology, and our moderator, Rudolf Lohmeyer, Partner, Head of National Transformation Institute, Kearney.
Thank you so much, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's really a privilege, really for all of us to be here with this fine gentleman. Certainly a privilege for me to be moderating this discussion. If I could ask those in the back just to be a bit more quiet, please, I'd be very grateful. This is a fireside chat, but the fire will be the fire of this remarkable mind and this remarkable person that we're with. Throughout our discussions at the forum so far, one of the key ideas, not surprisingly, is the simple fact that in the context of cybersecurity and our collective efforts to stabilize the global cyber environment for the benefit of all, we have to remember that the future will not resemble the present. And although we've always known this and it's always true, it's particularly true now, given the acceleration that we are seeing in so many areas. And Your Excellency, I know that the Secretary General has asked you to support the Summit of the Future. I'm sure we would all appreciate hearing about the summit and how you'll be supporting it.
Thank you, Rudolf. Just allow me to thank the organizers and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the invitation to be at this forum. Truly impressed by the range of insights and expertise that's on display at this forum. The Summit of the Future is to be held in 2024. It'll be attended by all the leaders, and it's an opportunity to renew our commitment to multilateralism, to international cooperation, and also to gather political will to address some of our pressing challenges, whether it's the climate change, the destruction of our environment, or it is international peace and security, which is under unprecedented stress today, or it is emerging technologies. In fact, there will be a digital track for the summit, one of the 6 main tracks for the summit, and that's expected to result in a high-level document called the Global Digital Compact. So that's an opportunity to come together, not only to address the challenges around these technologies, the potential for misuse, the risks to peace and security, to human rights, and to the development agenda because of the digital divide and many other issues. But it's also an opportunity to leverage these technologies to accelerate progress on the Sustainable Development Agenda, or the Agenda 2030.
And as you think about, given your expertise in technology, 2 questions in follow-up, if I may. First, what are the emerging technologies that you see as being most transformative, and what is the difference between where we see them today and where they'll be 5, 10, or 15 years in the future?
Right. Tech, as you know, is always emerging. And given the nature of the world today, the divides, the inequities that we see, some areas of the world, you'll have a different set of technologies emerging. Other areas, another set of technologies emerging. So we must keep in mind this diverse landscape of emerging technologies. That said, I think there is a small subset of technologies that are going to be more decisive in terms of our future as societies and as economies and as an international community grappling with some of these challenges. And these include advanced artificial intelligence, so big data and AI. We are currently in a certain paradigm there, narrow artificial intelligence, machine learning based on training of algorithms on huge data sets. That paradigm itself may shift, so we may see more powerful applications, whether it's in health, in modeling the planet, in new models of meteorology, etc., or it is understanding the human body better, developing new drugs. And then there is an entire set of technologies related to cyber-physical systems, where you have machines interacting with each other, the Internet of Things. You have intelligent networks that are not only connecting humans to humans, but machines to machines, and that'll transform the way our economies are run and our infrastructure is maintained. I think we might see new forms of technology-driven attempts to geoengineer living spaces to address the issue of carbon sequestration, for instance. And we might, as we heard from Professor Kaku, see a paradigm shift from digital to quantum. And the 2 domains may coexist for a while, and that'll pose its own challenges in terms of cybersecurity, how we look at cryptography today. So these are some of the emerging technologies that are out there. Obviously, we need to think from the design, the R&D stage itself, about their implications, their societal implications, the governance of these technologies, who wins, who loses. Because if you have more asymmetries on top of the existing asymmetries, that may lead to some conflictual situations. The implications of advanced artificial intelligence for international security, for instance, lethal autonomous weapon systems, lowering the threshold of conflict, those are enormous implications, and we must start thinking about them right from the design and the R&D stage.
Absolutely. And at parallel, as you mentioned, there are such opportunities for these technologies to support the SDGs and, in fact, to accelerate their achievement. I think there's a consensus now that the progress we're making on the Sustainable Development Goals as a species, as a planet, is just insufficiently fast. How can these emerging technologies help us accelerate progress?
You're absolutely right. The Secretary General has spoken about the need to rescue the SDGs agenda because of the ongoing poly crisis, COVID, debt, and so on. We've fallen behind, and we need to catch up and move fast. And that's only possible if we leverage technology and leverage innovation. So how can we do that? That's a very, very important question. I think we need more public goods, digital public infrastructure, digital public goods that kind of level the opportunity for entrepreneurs of all sizes, level the opportunity for the wider public to benefit from the digital transformation, to access government services at low cost and more equitably. We also need a conscious effort to build data and AI commons for development. And let me explain this notion of commons. Often we've looked at this in the private sector certainly as proprietary spaces linked to revenue, linked to commercial benefit. In the public space, the awareness of data, digital delivery of services is rising, but we don't yet have enough understanding of the public value of data. So public value intelligence coming out of data. We need to start addressing that in these specific areas such as agriculture, food security, health, the green transition, education, where the world needs to come together across borders, but also within countries, across the public and the private sector, to pool data together so that we can extract public value intelligence and accelerate innovation for the SDGs. We need to scale good work, and monoculture doesn't scale in nature. A forest scales, so we need a forest of innovation that is digitally enabled. So I think this is the big answer to that big question around how do we leverage digital technologies. There is the baseline, get more people connected, bring the digital divide, narrow it down, the digital divide around connectivity, around content, around data and AI, build digital public infrastructure, create digital public goods, but also work more creatively to pool data, to bring together public value intelligence and accelerate innovation on the SDGs.
Absolutely fantastic. Something that I never knew that we would discuss, but something that I believe so passionately in is the idea of conceiving of the data environment as a global public good and working together to enable it. And I thank you for saying that. In addition, I do think the future of government hinges on becoming better at understanding public value, measuring it, and the return on investment in terms of public value, I think, is so crucial for government to do what we need governments to do. And of course, we know that no government can do these things by themselves. So we've discussed at this forum multiple times the crucial importance of collaboration. How do you see multilateral and multi-stakeholder collaboration evolving in this difficult evolutionary environment, and how should it evolve?
So that's a great question, but let me just address very briefly your first point about understanding where we are, because I think often on the SDGs side, we don't know where we are. So the metrics of the SDGs, the monitoring and evaluation of progress on projects related to the SDGs, that's very important, and data needs to play a big role there. On this question about collaboration, it's interesting that in this forum we are looking at a threat, at the cybersecurity challenge, and almost every speaker has highlighted the need for working together across the public and the private sector, across borders, because this is essentially a borderless problem. Now, today, if you look at the international system, there are a few very important conversations where we are attempting to build that new architecture of collaboration. In New York, you have an open-ended working group and a group of governmental experts that are looking at information security, threats to international peace and security, and trying to build a set of norms that allow us to have clear rules of the road. Many of those norms are already based in international law. So we just need to find a good way to implement them, to translate them into this space without having to reinvent them. But there may be some gray areas where we need new rules for protection of critical civilian infrastructure, whether it's hospitals or electoral infrastructure. So we need to have a common understanding around the world of these are no-go areas, and particularly state actors in the cyberspace, whether they are attacking or defending, you need to have a clear understanding of those. But you also need collaboration to address the non-state actor threat, to have attribution to attacks, to identify where they're coming from, and have a shared assessment in terms of the implications so that insurance claims can be expedited, many other things can be sorted out. So these conversations in New York are beginning to address those issues. And then there is a very interesting conversation in Vienna on a convention on cybercrime. In today's fraught world, that's one of the rare forums, and I don't want to jinx it, where East and West, North and South are collaborating to build a shared understanding of how to address cross-border legal, judicial challenges on addressing cybercrime. And if this is successful, then we'll have a new basis for collaboration that goes beyond regional conventions such as the Budapest Convention to an international framework that binds more countries and brings them together in a collaborative fashion. You mentioned multi-stakeholder conversations. So that's very, very important in digital because the private sector is a key player. So are the tech communities. They may be independent of the private sector. So are academia and civil society. And there have been a number of initiatives, the Paris Call, the Cyber Peace Institute in Geneva, the Christchurch Call, where that kind of a collaborative architecture is also being built. So we need all of these pieces, the intergovernmental piece, the multi-stakeholder piece, the industry level work on standards, on interoperability, on training to come together in a powerful collaborative framework to address the challenges coming from emerging technologies.
That's an exquisite vision. It's clear. And I wonder if even some of the technologies themselves can facilitate this kind of collaboration. I wonder, in your work on the front lines of diplomacy, seeing it up close, are you seeing signs of technology being leveraged to facilitate this kind of multi-stakeholder, multi-level collaboration?
Yes, absolutely. We've seen it work in other domains. For instance, nuclear test ban treaty verification, where different kinds of sensors pick up data from around the world, and a common picture is presented that allows countries to take decisions. So it's a tech-enabled assessment of the situation, which becomes the objective truth, in a sense, to allow decisions to be taken in the overall benefit of everyone. In the digital space, we have started to see that with COVID, during which we saw that genomic sequences were shared on a digital platform called GIZAID that allowed vaccines development to start pretty early after the pandemic broke out. So this kind of digitally enabled collaboration is becoming more visible, more important, but we really need to push the envelope here. There is a lot of mistrust around data flows, around digital collaboration. There is a kind of narrow, selfish view, that win-lose sense of these issues, and we are working hard to reinforce this notion of digital cooperation, that no country, whether it's big or small, can do it alone. We need to work together, and we need to do it by picking up some of the good practices from the private sector and the academic community where the technology itself becomes an enabler of cooperation.
You've given us so many of the seeds of how multilateral and multi-stakeholder cooperation need to evolve. Bring those pieces together for us. I think about the crucial importance and the emphasis you give into public goods, and I think we can agree that this is one domain where there are so many shared interests. So how do you see, from a normative perspective, how does this multilateral, multi-stakeholder collaboration most need to evolve to do for humanity what we needed to do over the coming 10 years?
Yes, so that's going to be a great challenge. New technologies will come, there'll be disruptive business models, and policymakers would often be confused. So how do we respond to this? And international cooperation itself might be buffeted by some of these developments. So we need a touchstone. We need some kind of a guiding light that helps us navigate this uncertain future. And I submit to you and to the audience that that touchstone has to be human dignity, has to be human agency, respect for human beings in a sense. So if it does not work for the human being, it doesn't work for our communities, our citizens, does not enhance their well-being, their sense of what they are as humans, then it doesn't work. So that should be our guiding light. And in the United Nations, we have these existing frameworks. There is the SDGs, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and the slogan there is, leave no one behind. So regardless of the income level of a country, the state of development of a society, I think it is important to keep that in mind, leave no one behind. There may be people who may not be connected, may not wish to be connected, so we have to think about their choices, their human agency, and respect that. Likewise, in the UN framework, we have a human rights foundation. All countries have come together to embrace the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, certain treaties and certain covenants, and those are again a very important touchstone for us as we build this future with technology. Technology is not the answer to every problem that we have. It is an enabler, and we need to continue to do the hard work on bringing people together, building the right governance frameworks around all these efforts, and then bringing the analog and the digital worlds, the real world in a sense, and the tech world, which often takes us into spaces which we imagine mostly, bring them together in a nice human-centered way.
Your Excellency, you've given us a vision, and I think let's take it to heart. The words of His Excellency. When we look at multilateral and multi-stakeholder collaboration, that honoring and that deep respect of the human being at its center is our best guide. We thank you so much for this. Please join me in giving a warm round of applause. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the panel discussion, The Security of Algorithms, Understanding the Challenges and Opportunities of AI. Please welcome our panelists. Dr. Kashif Kifayat, Chairman, National Center of Cybersecurity, Pakistan. Pritam Malor, Head of Emerging Technologies Division, International Telecommunication Union, ITU. Piotr Shipila, Partner, EY. And our moderator, Chris Fox, Technology Presenter, BBC.
Your
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so pleased to be here to moderate this panel on the security of algorithms, which is such an important topic as algorithms increasingly touch every part of our lives, from what we see on social media to the way that our cities are designed for us. I'd like to start with Dr. Kashif and ask, what are some of the risks that we may face if this technology is exploited?
Okay, thank you very much, Chris. So I think it's a very interesting topic, and I think it's directly linked with us in every day of life. That's what we do. So artificial intelligence, the core of the advantage there was about that it helps in the decision making. So the automation process, if we look to the back to history, the IT and the computing helps to actually automate your systems to improve things digitally. Now, when it grow exponentially in terms of data, so a lot of complex analysis was required. That's where artificial intelligence use to help you to improve the decision making. Now, there are two major components in AI: the algorithm of AI and the data. So now, in my opinion, the both are critically important. The security and vulnerabilities that if you have very efficient algorithms of artificial intelligence, but you've input the wrong data, it is trained on the wrong data, and you feed the wrong data, the algorithm will fail. So it means the second part is that you can exploit the algorithms again to actually, put the negative impact on the decision making. So in the both way, the algorithm and the data actually directly can impact the decision making process. Now take some real world examples now. Humans are considered to be the actual, intelligence, yes? Now, we have developed a digital intelligence, we call them AI, yes, artificial intelligence. In a human case, they are a perfect example. Now, if you feed them with wrong information, they will make the wrong decisions as well. So take the example of the social media and other things. If a lot of information is coming through and pouring informations, and you can see that where the decision goes in any direction. So that's why, in my opinion, the data is the core. So the data integrity, data security, that which is fed into the artificial intelligence algorithm is equally important as securing the AI. Now we are making another fundamental mistake again that we've been making for a long time, and we are suffering because of the cybersecurity nowadays. That we never developed the algorithm securing by design, embedded that at the first stage. Because when we were developing computer networks, the internet, they never thought security is the problem. So they developed all these algorithms, and the security was not embedded in that. And that's why the complexity of these algorithms has grown so much on the internet. Is very hard actually to fix this problem. So they're trying to fix every day, and they create more vulnerabilities. Why? Because the algorithms, when they compose with each other, and that's where the problems emerge. Now we are making the same mistake again in artificial intelligence, because the algorithms developed by those, they never thought of the security problem that they could be exploited. So now you will have a lot of artificial intelligence algorithm and machine learning and deep learning, but the security is not by design. They never thought about that. Their ultimate objective was to improve the decision making, analyze the complex data, and give you, the option that you can make the decision. Now come to the complexity of the AI algorithm. Even in a deep learning, there are so many layers of processing the information these algorithms do that normally the people who use the AI, they have no idea what's happening inside. And that's again the lack of understanding that I already mentioned, that it should be that AI algorithm, we embed security by design, and then we can tackle that. The second thing is we need to actually make sure that what data is fed to the algorithm is also properly checked out. So in my opinion, algorithms and the data which fed in AI are equally important.
And how can we educate people about designing secure algorithms? Because we have a generation, the next generation of developers are growing up developing at home and doing homebrew algorithms. Things like deepfakes have been designed as hobbies. How can we educate people?
It's a very good question. Now imagine that, in my opinion, in future, all of the software developers, that should be the must, that they should know that all algorithms should be designed from the day one in a secure, in a way that it's embedded in their design from the start. So you have no options. No matter how you grow in technology advancement, cybersecurity will hunt you down somewhere. But the deep fake, what you given the example, now again, again the people that actually they use that technology actually to mimic someone in a video or someone in a photo. But again, there are solutions where you can do the forensics investigation in the real time to detect the fake videos and the fake images to actually prevent that. But again, ultimately, you have to come to the basic. No matter how you grew in emerging technology, cybersecurity will hold you down. The purpose is the world is moving day by day to be more dependent on the digital technology, economy, your banking sectors. Now, somebody can, your authentication on voice, they can mimic that, and then they take the money out of your accounts, and then it happens.
I saw on TikTok now, you can create a video and then just click change my voice, and it replaces your entire voice, the way you've spoken, with somebody else's voice. You don't have to re-record it. It just does it. It's incredible.
So I think the core is important. We have to focus on the core to solve the problem. If you ignore it, you will face a lot of challenges in the future. So that's my opinions. Again, there's multi applications. We are going to, self-less driving cars. We are going to smart homes. We are going to smart cities. We are going to everything smart. So much vulnerability is emerging, you cannot even imagine, because that will be a huge problem. So we need to make sure, come back to the basics, embed security by design in AI algorithm or any algorithm.
I'd like to bring in Piotr as well. How have AI threats evolved, and what are some of the main attack vectors we see?
Okay, thank you so much for the question, and of course, thank you so much for the invitation for an absolutely fantastic event. But also, I think this topic is something that we are not seeing a lot. If you look at the articles on the internet, you don't have a lot of information about it. So usually, as I'm leading emerging technologies globally. Usually, I'm talking about OT security, IoT security, but AI algorithms. This is a new topic, and to be honest, how we can protect ourselves from the AI algorithms. This is something we really need to know, because there are some scary things. And this is, I think, a very good question, the evolution of threat and what kind of what are the threats we have. So first of all, I think AI that we are using today and we are having today, it's different AI that we used 60 years ago. So I think we need to understand that it was a huge revolution of AI algorithms, right? So if you take, for instance, Deep Blue, right? 1997, the first time that actually a system won with chess world champion. I think we all heard about it. But in 2016, AlphaGo won with Go champion, right? However, Deep Blue did not know how to play Go, and AlphaGo actually know how to play chess and Go. So we are starting to use very sophisticated algorithms. But the most important thing is, we don't know how they work, okay? And I think this is crucial for the sake of this conversation, because when you're using neural networks unsupervised learning, in majority of cases, you don't know how the neural network come to this conclusion, right? We don't know how they think. They are not thinking the way that the human does. So a couple of threats, maybe. So for instance, we have something that is called data illusion, right? So let's take a picture, right? A picture of, let's say, dog. We can train the model to recognize the dog on the picture. But we can also alter the picture a little bit, just 1% of the pixels, blur it a little bit. For a human brain, it's not recognizable. I mean, we will recognize the same picture. It's the same picture over here and over there. It's just 1%. AI models can say it's not a dog, but aeroplane. It's not like, from dog to the wolf, let's say, but it's actually something completely different. And it's something that I probably would say, Piotr, that's probably impossible. But let me give you a real-life example you've heard about. Tesla was recognizing some of the stop signs as added lane. Now, stop sign is probably the most recognized road sign ever, right? I mean, like the shape, the color, it's very easy. I mean, every child will say this is a stop sign. Tesla was recognized as a deadline. Why? Because someone put a sticker, right? Simple sticker. For us, we will not even notice. AI model was completely fooled by that. So there are ways to fool completely AI algorithms. Data illusion. Second thing is, for instance, data reversal. I can use some data and examine the model to the extent that I will completely understand how the model works, right? So if it's your IP, using it on the shop floor, for instance, I can completely copy it, and then I can reuse it. But also, I can move even further, because I can use something that we are calling the model stealing. That means if I understand how the model works, I can actually also test how to fool the model, right? So I will run data against it, and then I will say, okay, I know how to fool it. Let's give an example of face recognition on the airport, right? I think we use it a lot of many times. Let's say that we have a model that recognizes faces. Using data illusion and all the things I've just said, I can put a spot, a line on my cheek, and the model will completely not recognize me. Right? This is how serious this is. Really, really frightful. And maybe the last one is membership interference. It is a completely, I think, you will be astonished. Without access to any data, just accessing the model, the AI model, what I can do is I can check if certain record, let's say my ID, my name, my face, was used to train this model, right? So for instance, I can check if you were, have you ever been to this airport? Have you ever been there? If I have the model, I can check this particular record was used or not, right? You were applying for a mortgage. I mean, every single time I can do it without accessing the data. So I can abuse the model, I can change the model, I can steal the model, and I can retrieve sensitive data from the model not having access to data. So I think today it's really important also to understand that the way we are using algorithms is we need to really protect ourselves. We cannot remove human factor from using the algorithms.
There was a group in London that was protesting the use of facial recognition cameras, and to do that they painted makeup on their face in strange patterns, squares. They would have a very severe fringe just on one side of their face, so that a camera couldn't really work out that it was looking at a face, and that's one way of avoiding a model. With this kind of AI, you said it's like a black box. We don't always know what goes on inside and how it reaches its conclusions. So how can we do forensic analysis when something goes wrong if we don't know what's happening inside?
Right. So first of all, we need to understand, the environment we are applying the algorithm, right? And this is also a challenge, right? Because let's say the production environment. I think this is the easiest one. In the production environment, in most of the cases, I mean, the 82% companies we've talked to, they don't have, let's say, any OT asset management, for instance, right? Which means that we don't know to full extent what we have on the shop floor, on the production space. So we don't know to full extent how our environment looks like, and then we are applying the algorithm. So first of all, we need to understand, our environment. And also the second thing is maybe a little bit connected to IoT is that in terms of sensors, 10 to 30% of the sensors we are using currently are not working at all, right? So the algorithms are learning on that. How we can use, forensics is, first of all, we need to not analyze only the outputs, but the algorithms itself, and actually put the right level of control over the algorithm. If we are letting algorithm loose, it will be always a little bit not controlled, right? So we need to put a special layer of protection and making sure that the output algorithm is generating and the way the algorithm is working, it's the way it should be. And I think it's also very much connected to social media, if I can just steal another minute. Because as you know, we don't know how the social media algorithms were working. But we can say And in majority of cases, they are meant to have, let's say, meant to clickbait you, right? So basically, you will get probably the things that will get you mad, the things that will get you angry, because you will click on the article you are not really happy with, right? And because of that, we are creating some kind of a hate speech as well. So it is important to understand the algorithm itself, not only the outputs.
I'd like to bring in Pritam Malur as well. How does the ITU address some of these challenges with AI, but also the opportunities that it presents?
Sure. Thank you, Chris. And first of all, let me start by congratulating the organizers, the National Cybersecurity Authority, for an absolutely fantastic event. I think it will be one of the milestone events in the global cybersecurity calendar, if not the event. So congrats again. So coming to your question, you also heard the Undersecretary General, Ambassador Gill, in the previous session. AI is being used to accelerate progress towards some of the greatest challenges that we are facing. Be it poverty, health, education, climate change, many different areas. And the UN is very active in the use of AI. Actually, ITU produces this annual UN compendium of activities that different UN agencies, and there are 35, 40 of them, agencies who are working this, 45 actually, who are working in this area using AI. And it's an annual compendium, and this year's edition would come at the end of the year. And I can give you some advanced information. We have 260 projects across agencies, across a wide variety of areas on use of AI and tackling some of these critical issues. Here, ITU, of course, as the UN specialized agency for technology, we play a leading role in emerging technologies, but we look at it holistically. We look at AI not just as AI in isolation, but as a bouquet of emerging technologies topics, which include quantum, which includes IoTs, includes 5G, many new security technologies such as blockchain. And our goal is to make sure these technologies are used for the greater good, so tech for good. And in making sure they are channeled so that we achieve the SDGs. Here, we just came out of our 4-year plenipotentiary conference, which is where we elect our leaders and also come up with a work program. We've just approved a new AI resolution to make sure that we play our role in AI for good. And in this regard, we have our flagship conference, which is actually called AI for Good, no surprises there, which is organized. It's the largest UN platform to discuss AI opportunities and challenges. And it's ITU, led by ITU, in partnership with 43 agencies, supported by the government of Switzerland. And what we do is, we bring together the innovators, the policy makers, people with the best ideas, the different stakeholders to come together, discuss these challenges and opportunities, and come up with concrete solutions. And so the next year's physical event is, just a quick plug-in, 6th and 7th of July, so please mark your calendars. So, not only within the ITU, but within the UN in general, we are aware of the challenges. We are aware of the issues related to bias in AI. We are aware of, security and trust. In fact, within the ITU itself, we are looking at, techniques such as federated learning, for example, or privacy protection techniques. Obviously, the issues of trust and explainability is well known. We're looking at data availability. Many countries that need these AI solutions to tackle some of these problems, these challenges, are also the countries who may not be producing sufficient data to train these models on. One of the biggest challenges that we are worried about is this widening gap between the haves and the have-nots. The more technologically advanced countries and those who may be lagging behind a bit. And this is something that keeps us awake at the ITU. And here, let me also acknowledge the support we've received from the Saudi AI Authority, SADAIA, through a voluntary contribution. What we are, at ITU, what we are now embarking on is to create some tools and resources that will help countries understand their AI readiness. For this, we'll be looking at some very critical socio-economic areas. And these are areas where we are already carrying out some pre-standardization work, some technical work, but also some policy work. Areas such as health, smart mobility, smart cities, digital agriculture and AI. These are all AI-related groups. These are all multi-stakeholder groups. And what we are going to do is we are going to leverage the expertise in these groups to help build these resources. So this is going to be our first big step in helping these countries.
And Dr. Kashif, we've heard a lot about the security of algorithms, but how can algorithms help our security? Is there areas such as penetration testing or threat detection where we can use algorithms as a defense?
So I think obviously the AI is actively used in defenses as well. It really helps you as well to actually detect the threats, and a lot of work has been carried out throughout the globe by different researchers, and a lot of solutions actively actually using AI in defenses solution of the cybersecurity. Again, they improve and they manage things as well. But one thing is that, again, there's an area called intrusion evasion, that what it is, you bypass whatever the security is. So the other side, the bad guys, they learn about that how your defenses works. And that similarly, that even if you use AI, these algorithms are already available. So then they actually can do all the testing and evaluations that how to bypass your security as well. So this is the fight with the bad guys and the good guys always on. But yes, AI is helping in many solutions. Again, the fundamental thing is to process the complex and large volume of data to help you in decision making. That decision can be the human, or that decision can be the computer one. But if you rely more on the computer one, the risk level goes high because you can be exploited and the wrong decision can be done. That's why, as my colleagues mentioned about the human involvement is important, that you should actually see that what option is computer is giving. Does they make actual logic or not? So you should not be blindly actually making these decisions as well. So yes, there is usefulness of the AI in defenses as well.
And AI can obviously get things wrong. How good is AI today? Are we at a place where it can start to be used? Because we're talking about letting it drive our cars, but it still makes mistakes. How far away are we from the AI future?
So I think as a human, we make mistakes as well. so I think there is a lot of improvement and there is a lot of gaps still exist. And the researchers in AI are actually addressing these problems as well. And some of the problems are really complex in terms of, the algorithms they have, the complexities involved, because the challenges are different ways. So we are progressing in two directions. We have a lot of technology with high, performance computing that we have HPCs. So that helps us to actually the GPU power to train your algorithm to actually make the decision quicker. Because why they depend on the GPUs? Because the complexity of the algorithm. Because there are so many options. Okay, what about this, and how you will make the decision. So the combination of the options of the algorithm is very large. So that's why you need a lot of computational power to actually help on these algorithms. So it means the more efficient, the more complex algorithm develop, it will be heavily depend on the computational power. So that's actually the bottleneck as well. But that's not a problem. People have the computation power as well.
Piotr, I wanted to ask you, a lot of algorithms are, in a way, tested on us as the public. If we think about social media, they choose what we see based on algorithms that we haven't necessarily consented to, or we don't know exactly how they work. Should there be more scrutiny of things like that? Should social media sites be allowed to do that and test things on us?
Right, it's a difficult topic, right? Because it's IP of social media. But I think we are coming to a place that we have to do it. I mean, we are being, let's say, spied a little bit in terms of that, right? It's not only what we are clicking, but what we are looking at. So there's all the studies about how we are looking at the web page, how we are looking at our social media wall, and so on and so forth, right? So everything, even the slightest, let's say, move of our eyes are being, analyzed, how we are making decisions.
That's how they sometimes test that you're not a robot, right? They check that you're behaving in a human way.
Exactly. It's not about only clicking the right picture. It's like how fast you can do it, how are you making decisions, and this is only combined, right? But also, I think in terms of algorithms, I think it's starting to be a big issue, and also there are a lot of regulations that being right now thoughtful are, as I said, only focusing on the output, the hate speech and other stuff. But I think we should really focus also on the algorithm itself. If the algorithm promotes violence, promotes vulgar speech and other stuff, I think we should say this is not how we want the work to work, right? So in that particular case, I think that the regulations need to look also at the way social media actually using the algorithms. And for this particular reason, I think we need to basically refocus the regulation on algorithms themselves.
I know that social media can make a lot of mistakes with automation. Certainly in English and in many other languages, people use offensive words or swear words as a way of affection to a friend. So they may say, hey, and then a rude word. Sometimes Facebook will ban you for a few days for using hate speech because they think you're being offensive to your friends. So that's just one example of how an algorithm can get it wrong. If they're using this kind of technology on us, should they be forced or required to share their algorithms with regulators? Because no one's really been able to look under the hood, their proprietary company secrets. Should they have to share their algorithms more widely with researchers or regulators, do you think?
Yeah, I think they do. I think they do. I mean, like we are approaching also the metaverse and things that we are. It's not only social media that we are looking at on our mobiles, but we will be part of that world, right? The virtual environment. So if you have your avatar, you are actually making connection with another avatar, right? And it's a little bit on the different level. And let me throw just one thing, like additional one, the data poisoning. You may heard about it. And a chatbot that was invented by Microsoft some time back. That was a chatbot that was learning through talking with the people, chatting with the people. After only 24 hours, it started to be vulgar, racist, sexist, and so on and so forth. After just one day, they needed to shut down the program because the way it was, the input was created and the way the people were talking with the chatbot actually, kind of like turned this innocent AI chatbot into something very vulgar, right? In metaverse, if you will have such a thing in metaverse, it actually can impact our mental health, right? Because the connection we were having. So I think it is a high time to say we need to see that algorithms and we need to test it and actually approve it.
So that would be a good example of suppose, data poisoning, where we've seen similar well-intentioned campaigns from soft drinks manufacturers where you could enter data and have it printed on a soda can, and people have then put bad data in there to have unintended consequences for the company. If I can end just with some thought, Dr. Kashif, on what would you summarize to the audience as something to take away that they can do to be prepared for cyber threats in the space of AI?
So I think as an innovator and developer of a technology, the first thing is that you mentioned the point that all the developers, they have to be trained, that they have actually are aware of what vulnerabilities they can cause while developing these algorithms. So second thing is that we need to strengthen our defenses against the data which actually used to train your algorithm for the AI. So these are the two important components which goes parallel to each other. As you have mentioned some of the examples, poisoning the data, that can actually cause a lot of problems. So I think these are the two domains. And other than that, I think the application of AI is expanding exponentially. And the reason for that is because of the benefit that it brings. So for example, as a human, you cannot make the decisions for all the possibilities if I give you 100 choices, the combination of these. So of course, these algorithms help you to improve your decision. So the decision-making process, doing things efficiently, these are the benefits of the AI. But these benefits can be retained if you assume there is no bad guy exists in this world, the hackers, yes? but they do. So for that reason, I think that we need to actually strengthen the defenses by the design.
Thank you so much for that insight. And Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in a round of applause for our excellent panelists.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I was expecting.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the panel discussion, Metrics for Success, Co-Creating a Global Measurement for the Child Online Safety Index. Please welcome our panelists. Dr. Yo-Yeon Park, Founder and CEO, DQ Institute. Sri Chandrasekaran, Director and the lead IEEE SA Foundational Technologies Practice. Mark Zelma, World-Leading Assessment Expert. And our moderator, Chris Fox, Technology Presenter, BBC.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this panel, which is all about keeping children safe online, one of the most important issues of our time as more and more young people connect to the internet. And to begin, I'd like to hand the stage to Dr. Yo-Yeon Park, who has an exclusive for us, a presentation about the latest findings of the Child Online Safety Index.
Hello, everyone. Okay, you're not sleeping, right? My name is Yo-Yeon Park. I'm founder of DQ Institute. Today, I'm very happy to announce that we are going to launch 2022 Child Online Safety Index. I want to start with how safe our internet is for our children before we even go to the index. This is the number. Children's experience at least one cyber risk. Actually, I have to correct this. This is a 73%, and there must be something with the computer. So 73% of children have experienced at least one cyber risk. What does it mean? This is data from 100 countries. You can see that we have a consistent high prevalence of cyber risk across 100 countries. Starting from the lowest one was 45%, the highest one was 92%. We are often blinded by splendidness of technology, of AI, technology, metaverse, internet, and more. But are we putting our children first, or are we putting technology first? We need to seriously ask ourselves, how did it happen? How can we have 73% of children exposed to cyber risk? We often heard this remark that COVID-19 lockdown made this situation quite dangerous. But data tells us actually the reality is otherwise. You can see that the pattern of the cyber risk is quite surprising. Certainly, there was an increment of excessive screen time of children, as well as increment of underage social media use, which is illegal, up to 84% after COVID-19. But surprisingly, the pattern of cyber risk is different. You can see that up to 2019, at least one cyber risk rate went up to 73%. And then after COVID happened, it dropped down to 66%. After the world released from the lockdown, it went up to 73%. And cyberbullying, same pattern, 50%. Unwanted sexual contact, same. Risky content, same. As well as the social media, as well as gaming disorder, didn't change much. So if you see this pattern, what does that tell me, and tell you, and tell to us? COVID-19 was the problem? No. there was a problem to start with. We just didn't see the real problems about the children's in online space. We need to thank, actually, COVID-19 for us to help us to understand the situation better. As we lock down with children and watch what children are doing online 24/7, now we begin to realize about the problem, and we started to report. So this is an important wake-up call that all of us need to work together. We don't have much time. You can see that the number goes up again. And now we are having metaverse. We are now going to have robotics, AI, and more. And we need to pay attention what we are putting our priority. Are we putting children first or technology first? So we are very proud to announce second Child Online Safety Index through this Global Cybersecurity Forum. We looked at 330,000 children across 100 countries, and you can see the result. Who are the winners? Top 10 countries. You can see the list. The number 1 is UK, number 2 is Japan. I'm South Korean living in Singapore. You can see the both countries on the list. But this ranking is not really the big news. Big news is that all of us are still in the deep cyber risk, and I call this cyber pandemic. We often think that this cyber risk number of 73%, that's the only thing that we usually pay attention. But real issue is that how we can build the national infrastructures to ensure that we can have our children to be safe and prosper online. That requires 6 different stakeholders. First, we need to have a technology infrastructure, safe, secure, accessibility at home and school, and universal and inclusive way. Second, we need to have the government regulations, policies specific to child online safety, and company, where are you company? We need to work together on this. And school needs to have a proper education system. Parents need to get a support to do the digital parenting. Then we can have we can say proudly to the children's, let's use it safe and ethically use, right? And we need to give them a digital citizenship skill. So what we are proposing today through the Child Online Safety Index is to build the monitoring system for nations. So nations can understand, effectively also utilize your resources to the right place by understanding what are the stakeholders they have to pay attention. So if I am a minister in this country, this hypothetical country, I can see that I will work with the companies to better have a safety by design as a principle. We were working with the more regulation and policy geared towards the children. We're going to work with the various stakeholders to improve our educations. Today's topic is to develop the common measure for success, which means we don't have common measure. The problem that we see is a giant. We need to work together. How can we ensure that we develop the common measure to the success? We talk about net zero for the environment. We need a net zero for digital environment as well. I want to invite all of you to be part of this journey to ensure that we can provide the safe and fun digital space for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Park, for sharing that presentation and for bringing that exclusive here to the GCF. If I can start by asking you, what are the most significant findings, do you think, in this year's report? Were you surprised by that?
Most surprising thing is that we saw a lack of data, not about the result. We have a lot of research going on, but there is lack of collaboration and coordinations. So it was very difficult for us to find a common measure and standardize it. So that is actually the most surprising part. We need more data, and we need a more discussion and collaboration part.
I'll come back to you in a moment with some more
Sure.
questions on that fantastic report. Dr. Zellman, can you tell us a bit about the methodological processes? How do you collect this kind of data and bring it together into one global-facing report?
Right. Well, I was writing about 500 pages book about it. Then people asked me to condense it into 2 chapters, and now I have to talk for a few minutes. So forgive me if I will slip over a few things. Basically, what we do, what we think about it, is all this data that we get from different countries, to put it together, we view them as evidences of something. So the question is how to combine those different evidences with those different structure into the common index. That is, can we reason in the condition of uncertainty, probabilistic reasoning, in the condition of uncertainty with very noisy data that are coming from different countries, different instruments. And we can. We use graphical Bayesian networks to get this data together to update our beliefs about this data. Each time new data are coming, it's like how a person is learning. One person is learning, he or she assumes something about it, about the subject. And then when new data are coming, whatever data is, whatever books or articles the person read, and then this person updates the belief. So combining those different beliefs into the common index, the idea is pretty much the same. So different noisy data are coming from different countries. The data have different structures. So originally we could assume something about this global index. Maybe it's flat, maybe everybody on the same level if you don't have any prior information. But then when new data start to come, we start to combine this data using Bayesian graphical networks and update our beliefs about this common index or what we want to claim. And it becomes so-called posterior beliefs. So today's posterior, tomorrow's prior. And those posteriors become prior tomorrow. And we start to reason again when new data come in, and we're updating our priors, our beliefs. So it's a natural learning process, how humans learn. Humans learn. This is the same idea.
And obviously, every country has different ways of measuring things. So what are some of the bottlenecks you experience in trying to bring all that data together into a global index?
Yeah, this is it's a very interesting question, because there are a lot of studies were done and a lot of work were done on bringing things together to common index or to put them on the same scale. Different assessment instrument, in our case, different data from different countries. There are different methodologies to do that. And it's the matter of how precise you want to be. I should say all the models are wrong, but some are useful. So we are trying to come up with some useful model. And I just described you one that actually tells you or tells us that what you believe about the data.
I'd like to bring in Mr. Chandrasekaran as well on this and ask, are there sort of universally agreed standards on child safety online? What are some of the standards?
I don't believe there is a universal agreement on what safety index is. I don't think also there is such universal index yet. And it's what our team is trying to develop. It's a new development, it's a new index. Of course, we need to, everybody has to agree with this index and with this interpretation. This is another story, but they were not done this before. There were attempts in different areas, not necessarily child safety or cybersecurity, in different areas of assessments. They all had some flaws, some good parts, some bad parts. All the models are wrong, some are useful. But in terms of child safety, cybersecurity, I'm pretty sure, I believe there is no such combined index being developed yet. Or even there is no known methodology how to put all these different evidences together into on the common scale.
And Mr. Chandrasekharan, do you agree with that assessment?
So I think we are in the fairly early phase, right? So for people who do not know IEEE, one part of IEEE does standards development. Standards development is about bringing different stakeholders together to exactly address the problems that we are talking about here. Different people look at the same problem differently. How can we bring in all the stakeholders together and come up with a common assessment framework? You know, we talked about the index. Can standards be a methodology to make this index more global? IEEE is known perhaps back in the day for protocols like Wi-Fi, but today we are talking about human-centric data design, right? A lot of people, we are now looking at children who are perhaps the first digital natives in the history of humanity, right? When the child is born, they are probably born with a smartphone today, right? So in the context of the invasion of technology into children, we need to start developing these frameworks, and I don't think there is enough concern yet among the society. So organizations such as DQ Institute, IEEE, and the stakeholders need to come together quickly to address these problems. So we launched a particular standard called IEEE 2089, right? So 2089 is based on identifying a digital services framework for children, and this is based on the work that was done by Fire Rights Foundation in the UK, right? Now it has come in as an IEEE standard. There is a way for bringing the global indexes into a framework which people can adopt, and then we will be comparing apples to apples. When you mark index, when you make scores, then you are doing that with regards to a common framework, with regards to a very common understanding. I think it is very critical to do that sooner than later at this point of time that we are looking at.
And Dr. Park, as the person that masterminded this index, what's your assessment of the public awareness of child safety? Is it something people are getting right, or is there still work to be done?
So it's a very interesting question, because everybody talk about child online safety, and we all know that this is important. But there's a back in our mind, if you're parents, you will understand. My child is exception. Is somebody else, bad child is the problem. But as you can see from the statistics, so 73% of children experience at least one cyber risk. Means what? I have 2 children, and that means what? So we have to think about it in the terms that it is not somebody else's problem. This is my kid's problem. It's my country problems, and this is actually a global problem. So if you're asking me about is awareness enough, I do not think so, because we do not reach the point that this is really the urgent issue, like a sustainability issue. We need to jump. We need to actually tell the ICT company, where are you? What are you doing now? We need to scold them. I'm sorry about this, but whenever I see this data, as a mother, I get upset. And we need to get upset more. That's how I feel.
And whose role is it to educate about this? Because sometimes parents don't understand technology. They don't know what their children are doing on a smartphone, or the children are playing in their bedroom on the phone or computer. How can we increase awareness and education? Is it the role of government or the private sector, or is it on families to do it themselves?
Well, that's why we built the Child Online Safety Index across about 6 different stakeholders. Because, I am sorry that, I wanted to scold, but actually, we tend to point the finger to one another. But we want to understand this is not somebody else's problem. It is my problem. We need to work together. The 6 stakeholders, we are all responsible. It is not just about the ICT company. So when we are aware of that, I think this is important for us to think about what is our responsibility, what is actually the indicators, why we develop this indicator, because that indicators tell us about what are the things that we need to do. So measurement is not meaningless. It's not meaningful when it doesn't actually continue with the action. So in each indicator that we design is to help each countries, but within country, each stakeholder, what we need to do. So I'd like to say there are a lot of different ways to understand the cyber risk, but it is important to think about not just understanding cyber risk, how we want to deal with this. When we talk about the metaverse, how can we build this issue to be dealt before we implement to our children?
And what was your view on that?
Yeah. So I would like to add a point to what Dr. Park said. One of the things we are looking at today, technology is becoming very pervasive. Technology is becoming very complex, right? So in this context, one of the challenges we are facing is how can we build trust in systems? I think the idea is trust here, and you are talking about who educates, right? One of the core competencies, and this is, I think Mark talked about it, is the fact that we need to have assessment frameworks and people can trust the assessment frameworks, right? I don't think a particular individual or particular organization is going to become a big expert and train people, but we have to start ensuring that when people are using these technologies, there is certain guarantees that the technology is giving them, and those guarantees are built upon certain common frameworks, certain standards that are being designed, right? For example, today, we just had a discussion backstage. What is the age of a child, right? If you look at companies, they want to mark the age of a child as 13, right? Until when they can get their own social media account or a Yahoo or a Google account. Whereas if you are studying in a school and if you want to go on a field trip, you need parents' consent, right? So there are fundamental differences at the very basic level on how to define age of a child, how to verify online the age of children, right? So I think once we have these measures in place, where there is a standard, there is an assessment framework, the indexes are properly defined, maybe there will be some variation between how regions adopt it, but the standard should be flexible enough to do that. Then for people to accept the technology, whether as a parent or as a regulator or as a government body, becomes a lot more easier. And then when indexes come out, we can have a real conversation on where the gaps are and how to take it forward.
Do you think too many social media companies are turning a bit of a blind eye to the fact that there are people under 13 on there?
So there is a data, right? At least this data is based on the US. Apparently, ICT companies have 72 million data points on each child.
Mm-hmm.
Can you believe that?
There's so many.
72 million per child in the United States. And how is this data being used?
Yes, what can companies do
in what
with
context
that?
is it being used? Children are there online all the time, Facebook, Instagram, whatever the social media is, right? The data privacy is becoming a very, very big concern, right? And they have not gone through the life experience to understand what is appropriate and what is not appropriate as a child, right? That is why it is very important for us to come together and define what is appropriate.
And Dr. Zalman, is it possible to create a common measure methodologically? Is that something that could be done?
Again, common measure is, it's a goal of creating common measure. It's a goal of many international organizations, such as the World Bank, UNICEF. Everybody is trying to get on this wagon with different degree of success, of course. And yes, it is possible. We just need to understand what the approach is. What does it mean to have a common measure? What we are dealing with? What precisions do we need? But theoretically, I mean, even practically, it's possible. We are doing it for different instruments, not for the purpose that we're discussing now, but for example, for educational assessments. We are doing it all the time, trying to create common metrics, put different countries on these common metrics, and compare them for different purposes. So the resume is, yes, it's possible, and it's extremely useful, but it's not very easy to do.
And Dr. Park, how do you decide what factors to include in your report? For example, the number of young people with access to a smartphone is one of the things that you measure, and the UK, where I'm from, and Saudi Arabia actually ranked very high on that. So lots of young people in those countries have access to a phone. How do you decide whether that's a good thing or a bad thing? Because there are probably pros and cons to it.
Sure. That's where I think IEEE standardization process can be quite helpful, because we need a process for different stakeholders to meet together to decide what is the measure that we want to ensure, to include, and how we can assess it. So for instance, for us to include the measures, one important measure that we include is about the level of children's digital citizenship, which is the big important aspect of digital literacy. So you asked the question in a previous way, how can we ensure the children to have an opportunity in the digital world? At the same time, they become a sensible and informed digital citizen who can utilize technology for their benefit without getting involved with the cyber harm. So that's what we call the level of digital citizenship. And we developed the DQ framework, which is IEEE standard, to define what are the capability that children need to have. Knowledge, skills, attitude, and value, as well as the behavior. So when we agree with this terminology, as well as what are the things that children need to have, then we have a common ground to measure. So on top of that, when we talk about this cyber risk, so cyber risk can be defined in various ways, and there are common ways to define it. So what we called about the 4C, so content risk, contact risk, conduct risk, as well as the contract risk. So there have been a lot of research and work going on to define this risk in the standardized way. So what I suggest is that we don't reinvent the wheel. There are a lot of great thought went into it. We just didn't have collaboration enough to talk about this and to be usable for the nations, so every nation can be benefited. I think that's the much more important step that we need to consider and work together.
And some things are easy to measure, such as how many risky contacts a child has had or how many times they've seen inappropriate content online. What about things that could be harmful to children that are harder to measure? For example, the way social media might affect their mental health or their body image and self-esteem. How could you include something like that in an index like this?
Yes, definitely. Actually, that is one of the elements in DQ frameworks about the self-esteem and social upward. So there are the elements that we certainly need to understand that it is beyond the risk. Actually, it is related to the mental health issue of our children. So there are very famous report that our young generation, more you connect it, more you feel lonely and have a mental health issue. So it's a huge issue that's coming, and especially if you consider the metaverse, much more hyper-connected, immersive experience coming to our children, then how we can ensure that our children have a good mental health, and not just good, healthy young life that can go to the prosper the future. It's very important aspect, and we need to discuss more actively.
And we saw on the screen the top the safest countries for children. Without naming any particular countries, what were some of the areas that ranked people very lowly? Where should countries be looking to focus if they want to improve their child safety score? What's a quick, easy way for them to improve their ranking?
Sure. So when you see the ranking, well, when I say the ranking is less important because we are looking at the 6 very different dimensions of the child safety. So we cannot say anywhere is a safe place if you see the statistics, rather than how well we are preparing ourselves and putting our efforts to improve our performance to enhance child online safety. So UK-wise, I think UK is a leading country when it comes to the social infrastructures and the schools, and a lot of research has been done over there. Same with Australia. Australia Online Safety Bill is fantastic achievement of e-safety commissions in Australia. And there are also cultural aspects. So Japan has a very deep-rooted the cultural aspect in curbing the mobile usage among the children. And there are a lot of elements actually coming in when it comes to the child online safety. But in order for nations to understand, there's 3 things that always have to be in mind. First is about that policy that encourage also the ICT company to be part of this game as a part of their ESG. So this is number 1, that all the cybersecurity related leaders have to be mindful. Second is education, of course. Education. But not just about the children. We need to also educate our parents as well. So digital parenting is different from the regular parenting, and it is important to have nationwide initiative to ensure that our children have the digital literacy and digital citizenship. It has to be the collaboration between MCIT and an MOE. It should not be just one standalone. So multi-ministerial effort has to come forward. And third, this is not part of this index, but media. Media, you play a great role in shaping the culture. So I think it is 3 things I always emphasize.
And what can you say to parents watching? What in your report came out as perhaps the most common problem, and how can parents protect their children from that at home?
Parents, when it comes to parents, I'm also a parent, and this is like not easy battle. So don't give up. I know that most parents get frustrated, but don't give up. Don't give up to be a parent. A lot of parents gave their power over to technology because they feel like, I don't know about technology, my kids know better. But if you think about the social media, it's a recent development. Look at when the TikTok was founded. It's recent. You're new, and children are new to this technology too. So don't give up, and don't give the power over technology. I wanted to repeat it, because parenting is parenting. It is not about the technology. You have to build the right relationship with your children and build a trust and have open conversation about their digital life.
It's fantastic as well to see so many countries ranking very highly on the number of young people who have access now to the internet. That's something positive we can take away from this as well. It comes with risks, but there are so many learning and education opportunities there as well, aren't there?
Sure.
Thank you so much to the panel and for everyone watching. I'd like to join in a round of applause for our panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the panel discussion, Co-Creating the Future of Cyber, how regulators and tech companies can create optimized regulatory environments. Please welcome our panelists. Dr. Hazim Al-Hamidi, Risk and Compliance Deputy Governor, National Cybersecurity Authority, NCA, Saudi Arabia. Purvi K, Head of Cybersecurity and GRC, BAE Systems, PLC. Kevin Emery, Global Director of Cybersecurity, UL Solutions. And our moderator, Ramya Faraj, Senior Producer and Presenter, Forbes Middle East.
Good afternoon, everyone. Don't be disturbed by this noise. It's a drone, and it's not a cyber attack. It's harmless. Thank you so much to all of you for joining us today. Thank you to our panelists for being with us. We're talking about co-creating the future of cyber for this panel discussion. And we know that neither government nor tech companies can secure the cyberspace on their own. In the US, 85% of critical infrastructure is owned by the private sector, but regulated by the public sector. 93% of cyber decision makers say public-private partnerships are vital to national defense, but only 34% believe they're actually effective. Our panelists today will tackle how private partnership can lead to effective regulations that protect against risk while keeping pace with innovation. Dr. Hazem, I would love to start with you.
Sure.
Can you hear me over the drone?
I can.
Okay. Now, you co-founded the Cybersecurity Regulatory Group at NCA after a deeply technical career in academia and the private sector. What are the challenges in the global cybersecurity regulatory landscape that are really thwarting attempts to reduce insecurity? What are we really missing?
This is an excellent question. Thank you. Based on our frequent interaction with cybersecurity regulators across the globe, and considering our continuous interaction with regulated entities at the national level, in addition to our experience on the cyber space, both internationally and at the national level, in my opinion, there are three main challenges on how cybersecurity regulatory landscape may affect our ability to achieve our goals in reducing risk and achieving an acceptable level of cybersecurity protection. The first challenge, cybersecurity regulators may not be equipped with enough resources to be able to carry out their mandate efficiently and effectively. Some cybersecurity regulators don't have authorities or sufficient authorities to be able to exercise their regulatory power over entities. In some countries, the cybersecurity mandate is fragmented across multiple government agencies or national committees, which makes it difficult to oversee a comprehensive cybersecurity program at the national level. The second challenge, regulated entities. Some regulated entities don't pay much attention or they don't put enough emphasis on cybersecurity. And this is a common challenge. But even worse, some regulated entities don't have the capabilities to be able to protect their sensitive assets or operate an acceptable cybersecurity program. And the third challenge is in the interaction between the first two. In all our regulatory efforts and activities, we need to be able to efficiently govern and effectively measure our progress toward achieving our goals in reducing cybersecurity risk and achieving the cybersecurity protection that we hope to achieve. So in summary, these three challenges may affect how the cybersecurity regulatory landscape contribute to achieving the goals that we have in reducing risks and providing the protection level that we hope to achieve. Here in the Kingdom, we recognize these three challenges and we work continuously to address them, study them, and focus on them. And just to give you an example on how we address these challenges, I will focus on the first challenge. We are among the first few countries, if not the first country, to establish a cybersecurity regulator, which is the National Cybersecurity Authority. And it is responsible for all matters related to cybersecurity, and it is equipped with acceptable level of mandate and power, and it gets the level of support that it needs. And it is working toward achieving one unified goal, which is achieving a resilient and secure and trusted cyberspace in the kingdom that enable prosperity and growth. Addressing this challenge significantly affects our ranking in international indices, such as the Global Cybersecurity Index, where we moved from the 46th rank in 2017 to the second rank in 2020, very recently. I think these three challenges that I just mentioned are very hard to address and need a lot of work, but above all, I think needs close collaboration and partnership between cybersecurity regulators and government entities, as well as the private sector.
Remarkable, achieving a ranking of 7th place in such a short period of time. The NCA has the authority it needs and the resources it needs to deliver, it seems. Purvi, you recently transitioned into the private sector after working for the public sector for many years. You were working in government policy and cybersecurity, and in tech we always trade this face-off between tighter regulation and innovation, and it's a constant struggle. Do you see this conflict at play in cybersecurity?
Yes, the short answer is absolutely yes. Having been on both sides, government and private sector, we see this conflict on a daily basis. Some of the examples I can give is being out of sync. So regulation can be okay when it comes to dealing with static situations. But as we've all heard yesterday and today, that cybersecurity is a very dynamically changing environment. So by the time we have addressed a particular cyber attack, the threat actors have already moved on. They've already moved on to another sophisticated level of attack. So regulation is not being able to keep up with that change. Another area is perception. Cybersecurity is seen as an enabler, but regulation can be seen as a hindrance to that and a hindrance to innovation. So when regulation is sort of forbidding some sort of innovative technologies or mandating certain technologies, this can be seen as a hindrance and a barrier to innovation. And I think that perception needs to change. And the third area is the vast number of regulatory frameworks out there that are actually confusing, complex, and conflicting and difficult to understand. So how do we streamline all this regulation to give us a good understanding, not only from a government perspective, but how do we translate this regulation and understand what that means for us as a business within the private sector? And some of the things we're doing in the UK and in BA Systems, for example, to navigate around this, is continuous collaboration and consistent communication with the government to understand what these regulatory requirements are, what it means for us as a company, but also to do horizon scanning, to understand with them what's coming. What's there in the horizon that we need to be better prepared for?
I think Kevin can add to this. I mean, in terms of collaboration models for public-private partnerships, which ones have you seen work well either in cybersecurity or in related industries like data or AI?
Yeah, I think there's some good examples from, that we're still using today, which were created in the 90s, right? If you look at what's now referred to as a Common Criteria program, that was initially made up of 3 different programs. It was made up of one from the US, which was initially operated by the DoD, a Canadian one, which was a bit of a lighter version of the US one, as you can imagine. And in Europe, you had one made up of ITEC, which was essentially England, Netherlands, France, and Germany coming together and initially aligning to have that one program with ITEC, and then all of them coming together to create the Common Criteria program, which now has programs in many different countries all over the world. The problem with that program, and when it was created, of course, the pace of change that we've talked about this forum was very, very different. We also still see the FIPS program for cryptography being used globally, which started in the US. But these are all older programs which have evolved over the years. So to bring some good news about some cybersecurity programs which have been created in the last few years and which are now live, you have the ISO 21434 program, which is around automotive cybersecurity. If you look back 3 years ago, there was no mention of even this. So it was created, it was rolled out, and now it's being used in the market for automotive. So we have examples of programs where they've been in that area where change wasn't as quick as it is today, and innovation isn't as quick as it is today. And then we have that example recently where we have regulation coming out very, very quickly and being operated, which is what we need more of in today's environment.
Dr. Hazem, I'd like to ask you how important it is for regulators to intervene to regulate cybersecurity. I mean, we've seen in recent years that data breaches and cyber attacks, market forces alone have failed to offer adequate protection against these.
So typically, for regulators, we tend to rely on market forces for maintaining competition, for maintaining an acceptable level of prices, for quality of services. However, sometimes market forces alone cannot achieve the goals that we wanted to achieve. And cybersecurity is only one example, but if you look also at environmental protection, privacy, and other areas, market forces alone fails to achieve the level of protection that we wanted to achieve. In this case, government and regulators have to intervene by introducing regulations to address the identified risk, which the market forces were not able to address. There are a couple of reasons why market forces fail in these areas, like cybersecurity and environmental protection and privacy. But I'll give two examples. One of them is information asymmetry, which basically means that the service providers know way, way better and more information about the cybersecurity posture of their own entity than their client. So they can conceal the weaknesses. They can decide not to share information about incidents that they face or vulnerabilities that they have. And clients, be it government or private entities or even individuals, are not able to know this information. Another reason for market forces to fail is what economists call negative externalities. So imagine if an entity was hit by an attack. It is not only the entity that will bear the cost of that attack, but also the clients who were not part of that interaction between the criminal and the entity. And that cost is not addressed or resolved by market forces. And therefore, regulators need to intervene by developing objective-based, risk-based regulation that address the identified risk.
Purvi, can you give us some examples of some successful private-public partnerships that you've seen in the UK?
Yeah, sure. A couple of them I can mention is around, say, information sharing. So we have the cyber information sharing platforms, which involves the private sector and government sharing threat intelligence and cybersecurity incident information in a secure, confidential manner so that we can sort of deal with them together. We also have the Defense Cyber Protection Partnership, and this is about coming together as government and private sector to protect the defense supply chain from cyber attacks. I mean, there are many initiatives that are in place right now, but these are a few that we're particularly involved in.
Kevin, how do you feel about the degree of collaboration between government and the private sector around cybersecurity? I mean, do you see any obvious silos in public versus private efforts?
So there's definitely silos, right? And I think that was when we're talking about the pace of change. But there's definitely some good movement, right? I won't talk about the NCA example, but if we look to the US, right, we look at the executive order that the Biden administration launched in 2021. And really what that was to look at a baseline security for devices, right? So, and looking at different criteria around 3 areas, right? Looking at the people. You know, we've heard a lot at this event about the human factor to ensure that there's good training in place, good information in place, and good best practice in place for software developers and the environments they're developing in. And then we go into the processes, right? So the processes of how they do the software development, how they test it, how do they deploy it, how they monitor it. And then the third part of that is the technology, right? So what technology are you using to help as a catalyst to support all of those other 2, right? Because the pace of change is like nothing we've ever seen before. So we have to use technology to support those 3. So after that, those baseline requirements came out, then NIST in the US started bringing together different groups. So they brought together other government entities, they brought together private sector companies, and then they brought in companies like UL Solutions and other companies from testing, inspection, and certification. And some of the outcome of that now, which I'll talk as an example, is actually an IoT labeling program for devices. So there's going to be a labeling program in the US to show where devices are safe, are secure, and are trusted. And now let's flip over to Europe as well, because there's stuff happening there as well. We had the Red Directive for radio equipment, which has really started gathering pace this year, and also the Cyber Resilience Act in the EU as well. So we're seeing governments drive these frameworks, which we need. We need the framework from the governments, so then we can start operating within these frameworks and using them as that baseline cybersecurity standard. And what I hope is that one will emerge and one will enable interoperability, or other countries who don't have the investment capability for national programs will leverage the programs and frameworks that are already put in place.
And Dr. Hazem, I mean, how can dialogue really facilitate the co-creation of regulations between the regulators and the regulated entities?
I think it is very crucial. We have to have this dialogue in a continuous basis. It starts by interacting with regulated entities, understanding their cybersecurity posture, understanding the risks that they faces, the weaknesses. Also, we could rely on the expertise of the private sector when we are developing our regulation through workshops and interactions and utilizing their experience. Once we have the regulation, it must go through public consultation period where all affected entities will go through the regulation, provide their comments, challenge some of the requirements included in the regulation, and this dialogue will improve the regulation once it is issued. Also, when we develop the regulations, we try and tend to rely on best practices. Cybersecurity has been around for some time now. We have some best practices, standards are available. There are exceptions where there are specific contexts for specific countries, but the majority of the requirements and controls that we include in the regulations are common controls and requirements and available in international standards, be it in the US or in the UK or in other countries.
Purvi and Kevin, I'd like to put this question to both of you. I mean, what support do you feel that the private sector really needs from the government, and what role can policymakers play to better enable the private sector?
So from my perspective, I think the support, or rather the behavior that would support us would be early indication of what's going on. So giving us the early warning around regulation, for example, and bringing us into the dialogue at the beginning rather than at the end would be very much of a supportive, sort of a collaborative effort that we would ask for from government. Usually we would get this at the end, where by the time we've translated what that means for us, how we implement it, we're already reaching the deadline, and then we're firefighting, which means when it comes to compliance and assurance, we're probably not doing the right thing because we're trying to do it so quickly. So sort of having us at the forefront of it all with government would be a really good idea.
So more efficient early collaboration. Kevin?
Right.
Yeah, so I think standardization is key as well, right? If you look at, we've been talking about cybersecurity for the past 2 days here, and if you listen to the different groups and focus on that word of cybersecurity, is probably the broadest term in the world today, right? If you talk about that you work in banking, you can be a teller, you can work in an IT group, you're in that segment, but cybersecurity is so broad, so we have to have standardization. So when I think about that from a product cybersecurity perspective, which is my main area of focus, we have loads of ecosystems that then play underneath that, but a lot of them have the same needs at that baseline level. So if we can have a common set of standards at that baseline, and then we start building out for industrial, automotive, medical, consumer, and look at the nuances in each of those sectors. So I think that's the entry point that we need very, very quickly, because we're talking about it here. We're talking about there's a need there, and we need to move much quicker as an industry to get to that initial stage, and then work out what we can do and what we can't do through regulation, and then work out how we use other areas like technology, how we improve things like asset management, live monitoring for vulnerabilities, to help that overall cybersecurity posture.
Dr. Hazem, tell us a little bit about the pros and the cons of the emerging compliance models and the vital role of auditing as a protective measure.
Sure. So we at the NCA, and I think other cybersecurity regulators across the globe, need to have a better understanding of the cybersecurity posture at the national level, at the sector level, and also for some individual entities. And this could be done through compliance assessments and through other types of technical assessments. But for compliance assessments, we mainly focus on 2 types of compliance. One is carried out by the entity itself, which we call self-assessment. And this has to be done by the internal team of the entity, whether the cybersecurity team or the auditing team. And it gives the entity a better understanding of how their cybersecurity program is running, where are the weaknesses, are we achieving all the required controls. And it is a very lengthy process because it covers all the assets that the entities possess, and it covers all the locations if the entity has different location. But because it is done by the internal team, sometimes there are areas of conflict of interest. And this is why we rely on external auditing. And this is done by the cybersecurity regulator or through the private sector, but by the direction of the cybersecurity regulator. And this is basically where we get a an experienced auditor and goes to the entity and spend a few days, sometimes 5 days, sometimes even more, and go through the evidence that the entity is compliant with the regulation. And we tend to actually rely more on the external auditing than the self-assessment, because it is an independent party coming to the entity and exploring and examining all the evidence. But I'm hoping actually in the future, in collaboration with the private sector, that we will be able to automate the process of compliance assessment. Why do we need to do it once a year? Why don't we do it every month or every week or every day? But we don't have the technology at the moment, and hopefully in the future we will develop it in collaboration with the private sector.
Purvi and Kevin, is this something that you're also looking forward to, having this automated?
Yes, absolutely. Totally resonate with what Dr. Hazima said. The automation is crucial, it's important. And I think the reason for that is, as you said, why do it once a year, twice a year? Why doesn't it become BAU, business as usual? Because compliance is not about being compliant at a 6-month mark, it's about being compliant every single day. So how do we enable our workforce to do that on a continuous basis, but also do their day job? So the answer to that is automation. We're actually looking at some of the GRC tools to enable us to do that already. So hopefully in maybe less than 5 years, we would be there.
Is this something that would impact your business positively as well, Kevin?
Yeah, absolutely. UL Solutions is a 128-year-old company, right? So we've definitely had to evolve and automate things over those years from where we started. But when we're specifically talking about this if we look at our traditional testing and inspection business, that has been very people-led. And now we've had to look and invest in platforms and software to help automate some of those audits. So whether we're looking at specifics around auditing, or if we want people to come in and be able to do certain things with their products at that early stage, whether it be software scans for binary scans, library scans, to work out what has changed in their product, if anything has changed. And it's going to get even more and more important that we do that, especially from a product perspective. Because today we're looking at that product level. We're not really even talking right now about the cybersecurity supply chain and how a lot of these product providers are actually building their products through essentially other products, right? So once we build that baseline posture out and the automation, we're then going to have to look at how we secure that cybersecurity supply chain through automation as well. And I'm really excited about it. I'm excited about cybersecurity, and we also have to use that technology to help us ensure that cybersecurity is secure, safe, and trusted.
Dr. Hazem, what's the role of the broader cybersecurity ecosystem, including service providers and auditing firms, in evaluating and really improving cybersecurity resilience?
I think it is a crucial and vital role. Service providers for cybersecurity, in collaboration with the cybersecurity regulator, will help achieve the cybersecurity protection and the minimization of risk that we are hoping to achieve. Imagine if the regulator wants to do all the compliance assessment and the technical assessment. You need to have an army of auditors and an army of pen testers. And instead of that, you can collaborate with the private sector by qualifying and utilizing service providers, cybersecurity service providers, who adhere to certain rules and standards and practices. And they, on behalf of the cybersecurity regulators, they can interact with regulated entities in different sectors across the nation, a large number of entities, and help them understand their cybersecurity posture, help them overcome their cybersecurity weaknesses, and help them identify all the risks that their assets and their organization faces. So relying on cybersecurity services is a vital and crucial, and we recently at the NCA, we issued a regulation for public consultation where we are planning to license service provider for compliance assessments and opening the door to evaluating the cybersecurity posture for all entities across the kingdom, whether it is private sector or public sector or SMEs.
And Dr. Hazem, what do you still require from your private sector partners to enhance cybersecurity in the kingdom?
Well, it is twofold. One, if it is a regulated entities, then transparent and healthy and trusted collaboration and partnership with the cybersecurity regulator is very important. You know, when a regulated entity is hit by an incident, you know, sharing that information instantly and beyond the regulation obligations is very critical for the cybersecurity regulator to achieve its goal, not only to protect that entity, but to protect other entities across the nation. And this is for regulated entities. And for service providers, you know, hiring the best engineers and cybersecurity experts, training them, and provide the quality of service that help your clients to improve their cybersecurity posture is the gift that we wanted to have for our country and for the regulated entities.
And Purvi and Kevin, from your sides, what do you require from the public sector to help you advance cybersecurity at your businesses?
It's exactly the same: transparency, continuous communication, and the collaboration. Whether you're government or private sector, we're all aiming for the same goal, right? All we want to do is protect our country, our assets, our people, our economy. So if we can do it together and have that trust and transparency, then we will achieve that goal together.
Kevin?
Yeah, I agree as well. And you know, thank you for NCA for this great opportunity in this forum to collaborate with everyone. I think this is the type of thing we need more of. And then also, you know, what more can we do around this? How do we have working groups? How do we get some minimal viable products into market so we can pilot, we can pivot? You know, change never comes soon enough, right? And I'm impatient for change. If any of you ever meet my wife, you can ask her that, she would agree. But we really need to move as quickly as possible to trial, error, pivot, and more collaboration like events like this is key for the success in that.
Well, we hope to see you at next year's GCF. Thank you so much for joining us. Wonderful panelists today. Big round of applause. And thank you to our lovely audience. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the panel discussion, Unleashing the Potential of Cloud, Stakeholders' Engagement for Adaptive Solutions to Secure the Cloud. Please welcome our panelists. Sleiman Al-Samhan, Chief Executive Advisor, SITE. Mark Relland, Director, Office of the CISO, Amazon Web Services, AWS. Abbas Kodrati, Chief Cybersecurity Advisor, Microsoft. And our moderator, Rawan Radwan, Deputy Section Editor, Arab News.
Hello again. It's good to see a packed crowd, packed room. So let's get right to it. So we live in a very advanced digital society where technological advancements and developments are evolving at a very fast speed. Today, with literally one tap of our phones, we can send transactions online, we can connect with our loved ones, and we can save data. But the question is, how safe is our data today, and are they appropriately stored, and does this ease and comfort that we have come with a price? So our information is more vulnerable today than ever before, and cybersecurity now has become a prerequisite for a thriving community. Cloud, a service or more of a strategy, continues to build momentum. And with us here today, and a diverse selection of experts that will weigh in on and tell us basically on how unleashing the cloud will impact our future work. So let's start with our first question. We're talking billions of dollars here that is being spent on cloud infrastructure services. And experts believe that this rise is due to companies and governments embarking on major digital transformation projects. So I'd like to know, how much are cloud service providers spending on security versus infrastructure? So Sleiman, would you like to start with this one?
First of all, I would like to thank ECA for organizing this conference, and it's a pleasure to be part of this panel. You know, the cloud market globally is growing in a fast pace, and the providers are investing a lot in building their own infrastructure. And at the same time, they are committed to invest in cybersecurity. For example, Google, they announced about $10 billion investment program in cybersecurity, where they invest in technologies and tools that can help and enable cloud business. But at the same time, we need to look into this from different angle. The investment should not be only the responsibility of the provider, but also the customer. When the customer is eager to get more secure services and is willing to pay for these services at a reasonable price, that will be a big part on the customer side, and that will enable the provider as well to invest more in cybersecurity. That's it.
And Mark?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for including us. It's great to be here. This is an amazing conference. Cloud is one of those megatrends. It's a certain inevitability to it. The speed, the agility, the cost capability, cost savings that are available to companies, governments, and individuals are so compelling that you're in the midst of this big transformation. Speed alone is a big part of the reason why both government and business use cloud as part of the digital transformation strategy. They need the ability to become very rapid, very agile. So that's the good news is, from a security perspective, cloud is not just neutral, but there's many, many benefits. And overall, with careful work, and obviously there's no silver bullet, there's no magic, but if the cloud providers continue to do their good job and customers do take their shared responsibility, their part of the shared responsibility model seriously, there's a huge number of benefits to cloud technology. all the way from the largest enterprises, which get, again, the ability to automate things. One of the big problems we've had in security has been the lack of skilled labor, lack of people with the right kinds of skills. And one of the reasons we have a labor shortage is because too many of our processes are very manual. They require humans typing things at keyboards in order to get work done. Every single one of those human processes that's at all repetitive should be encoded in software and should be automated as much as possible. And the expert skills of the cybersecurity experts' skills should be combined with the skills of a software developer so that every insight they have into how to improve things can be made into code that then does that on a routine and automatic basis. So that helps all of us to improve security. And finally, for the small and medium-sized business, there's tremendous benefits because by using the modern cloud platform, you can stay more or less automatically on the cutting edge of technology in ways where you don't even have to do anything to make things better. I'll give you one example. We've heard a lot at this conference about quantum computers and the risk around asymmetric encryption and the work on what's called post-quantum cryptography. In AWS, we already have in production today several key API endpoints where customers send us secrets of some kind, whether it's a secret for our key management system or some service we call Secrets Manager. We have a hybrid protocol exchange already implemented that includes post-quantum cryptography as part of the encryption technology. So without making any deep investment on the customer side, you can get take advantage of post-quantum crypto today. And as we continue on this journey, we'll include more and more of that type of technology as something that's just built in and everyone can take advantage of. So again, no silver bullets. We all still have to work very hard and be very careful. And there's a lot of threat out there and a lot of actors who are trying to make our lives worse. But working together and with this modern technology and especially automation, we'll be able to, I think, improve security in the coming years.
Sure. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, thank you very much for providing this opportunity on this platform to represent Microsoft and inviting us. My colleague Mark has covered most of the points, but he very well covered one point which I want to reiterate: shared responsibility model. People usually think that when we move data and infrastructure on the cloud, it is cloud service provider responsibility. I don't have to worry about security. Yes, cloud is a new security imperative, but you need to understand the responsibility between the cloud service provider and you as a customer or the employee of that. So typically, based on the service which you are using from the cloud service provider, which could be infrastructure as a service or a platform as a service or a software as a service, responsibility shifts. For example, if I give a simple example, in case of infrastructure service, your cloud service provider, doesn't matter if it is Microsoft or AWS, they take care of all your hardware, physical layer, and the firmware layer. Once you move up to the chain, to the platform as a service, they take care of everything from hardware, physical, to the operating system level. But once you move to the software as a service, this is where they take the maximum responsibility from the patching, from the update, from the security point of view as well. In all three services which we talk about, IaaS, PaaS, or SaaS, two things which customer always retain. Number one is the data. You as a customer create the data, you own the data. Nobody in the cloud service provider organization can touch your data because it is your data, you own it. Second, based on the classification of the data, what you have created and who has access to the data is also defined by the organization. Cloud service provider will not take the responsibility for giving right access towards your data because, as I said, it's your own data. So with 35,000 approximately, 35 million approximately population in Saudi Arabia, almost 97% of the population have access to the internet. And if you look at the number of devices within Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, 46,250 devices today in Saudi Arabia are affected with various kinds of malware. So if you have to mitigate these 500,000 approximate device using your on-premise technology, it is going to be a very hard job. So where if you are using a cloud-based solution for managing those laptops and desktop which has the antivirus, anti-malware, which could take the power of cloud and protect it, your life will be much more easier. I mean, we can go on talking many other benefits which Mark and my other colleague touched upon. But
so we've heard about the gains and the benefits, but what about the risks? I mean,
absolutely.
with everything there is a risk.
With great power comes great responsibility as well, right? There is no pain, no gain kind of a scenario. Cloud will give you that kind of agility and flexibility to use all the investment and the resources and AI and ML features, whatever you call it, provided by the cloud service provider. The risk also changes. In a typical on-premises world, you will be focusing on protecting your network firewall, having the DDoS attack. They all will carry on the cloud. But there are new kinds of threat which you will be taking as a part of the cloud. First of all is if you have not configured your cloud environment correctly, definitely it is straight away connected to internet. And hackers are constantly scanning all the public IP addresses. So if they get hold of misconfiguration, you have that kind of a thing. We have seen a lot of crypto mining attacks on the cloud service provider. If you have created a new S3 bucket or a new Azure blob storage on your service provider, if they are not protected, hackers will take control of those virtual VMs and they will install the crypto mining software. And at the end of the month, you will get a nice $1 million check either from AWS or Microsoft thanking you for your business, right? So these are the things you have to focus on. Crypto mining kind of an attack. Attackers can navigate from cloud to your on-premises if you haven't configured it. So there are new threats which are encountered when you have a cloud, but it's again, you need to create the right governance model and your framework for managing the cloud in a much more secure and a better way.
And Mark?
There's definitely a shift in concerns and responsibilities that people have. But let's face it, I guess I somewhat push back a little bit on the premise that, you know, there's this kind of things always, you know, equalize, there's always pain for gain, et cetera. I mean, some things are just better. There's never, you know, unequivocal gain with no loss, but often the gains outweigh the losses, and I really do think that's true when it comes to cloud technology. There definitely are new things you need to be concerned about. One of the things that's been true from cloud technology from the start is this notion of a zero trust model. That is, the network is not the critical boundary. You have to have identity and access management as kind of your primary security control, because network reachability of cloud APIs, it's there. I mean, anyone in the world can reach a cloud API. Again, there's caveats there. There's ways to set up cloud environments such that you can't call the APIs given a given set of credentials unless you come through a particular network path. But in general, you do have this, the fact that you really need to focus a lot on proper identity and access management as a key control, and perhaps in a way that you at least thought you didn't have to before. But again, how many times have network boundaries been penetrated? An attacker gets inside the network boundary, you thought you were safe, you've left things very open inside your environment, and now suddenly your own. So that's across all our environments, we need to both improve our network perimeters and include additional layers of protection, including identity and access management. And that's really what you hear, this buzzword, zero trust architecture, all the time now. And really that's what that's all about, is that we can no longer, we've learned by hard experience, you can't trust network boundaries as a fundamental barrier to prevent bad actors from getting you, because there are ways to get through there. So the new mentality of security professionals, and many people in this room, no doubt, are very active in this world, it's the notion of defense in depth. For any given security control, there ought to be more than one layer of protection, because you can assume that there will be compromises of any given layer. But if you can add additional layers, you'll really much better increase your chance of resisting successful compromise.
I think the strength of the cloud is the orchestration and automation in the heart of the cloud. If we don't get benefit of these capabilities to adopt more better security practices and better protection for our data and our systems, then we are not getting the most of the cloud. Today, the cloud provides us with high availability, our ability to move our workloads from one availability zone to another availability zone to restore these systems in a timely manner. It provides us with better methods to bridge the gaps that we have today. For example, the misconfiguration, we can have automated scripts and tools in the cloud to bridge that. We can have tools also and techniques to detect and eliminate vulnerabilities and patch them. We will have better network segmentation in the cloud because now the users are isolated from the server's environment. And in the server environment, we can divide where we have most secure servers and less secure servers and published servers. So these kind of capabilities in the cloud, if we cannot maximize it, we are not getting the maximum. If we don't provision the services, the security tools and services automatically in those systems, then we are leaving a lot of work to be done manually, which is not the heart of the cloud, and that's the concept of the cloud today.
Well, government entities and private companies generate a lot of structured and unstructured data, basically big data. So what's the likelihood of a breach here? What kind of scenario are we looking at, and how should they manage liabilities if there is ever a breach?
Yeah, for example, some surveys suggest that 90% of organizations on the cloud, they suffer from ransomware attack, where their data get encrypted, and then the attacker will demand ransom for that to decrypt the data. So that leaves us with, like, cloud is secure, is more secure than on-prem in most cases and in principle. But again, if we don't know, if you don't understand our roles and responsibilities as a customer and as a provider, then we will run into a gray area where the customer assumes that the provider will protect the data, will provision some security tools, will do the access management, for example. And in reality, it depends on the model, whether it is IaaS or a PaaS or SaaS. These kind of shared responsibilities has to be clarified between the provider and the customer. And I think much of that goes to the contracting phase, where a lot of customers, they don't know what they are buying or renting. So they don't understand exactly what kind of technologies they are onboarding and what kind of technologies they are managing. And it falls also under the provider responsibility to explain that. But again, we maybe come to this in the policymaker part, where maybe policymakers need to intervene to explain those roles and responsibilities between different parties.
Yeah.
That's a great question. That just data proliferation in general, both on premises and in cloud, obviously creates new challenges, new opportunities. I know from a cloud perspective that we have a lot of customers that are very happy with some of the capabilities we have. For example, something called a backup vault lock, which means I can back up my data into an environment where even the most powerful administrator in my organization cannot delete the data. They can't change it, they can't delete it. Why? Because I've pre-created a policy which says for the next 90 days or whatever the timeline is, this data is locked, and that is a great protection against a number of the sort of standard kinds of ransomware attacks. Of course, there's still issues around data quality and whether the backups are themselves corrupted or what have you. So it's, again, not a silver bullet, but there's some real big advantages to having that kind of delegated model where the platform itself can provide sort of fundamental protections. In addition to that, having, again, strong access controls and the ability to configure the right kind of, if you will, the proper kinds of silos where a certain work group or a certain set of users can only access this set of data and not others, again, that requires appropriate work on the part of those setting up those controls, but we try to provide the right tools for that. And we also provide threat detection tools that look for unusual access patterns. So you'll get an alert if a user who normally only looks at data X, Y, and Z on the next day is now looking at A, B, and C, then automated systems can detect that unusual access pattern, give you an alert, and allow you to react to that, perhaps before anything major untoward happens. So again, no magic there, but we are building the right kind of technology in concert with our customers and with great feedback from our customers, who, by the way, deploy highly critical systems on these modern cloud platforms. I mean, an example, if any of you happen to use I don't know how global it is, the Apple credit card was launched with Goldman Sachs as the financial partner, and it runs all on AWS. So there are people building and deploying absolutely mission-critical systems like that, many government systems, et cetera, and using the technology in a careful fashion. Again, you have to be careful. The work the shared responsibility model is a common theme that we all talk about, because we don't want to give the impression that cloud automatically creates safety. But given that caveat, the tools, the technology, the automation, and the fact that your security experts have far fewer things to worry about, because the cloud itself does cover many of the classic security controls that you would otherwise need to be worried about. These are all benefits that are leading this very big generational shift from on-premises to cloud.
I actually would like to take one step back as a part of my role, I speak to hundreds of organizations across Asia. And when I speak to most of the customers about, do you have a data management life cycle? This is where the whole thing falls apart. You want to use cloud, you want to migrate your data and move your data from on-premise to the cloud. But without even thinking in terms of what is my data classification, what is my data management life cycle, do I actually know what kind of data I'm creating? Do I have a policy defined at a country level or at a company level in terms of what is my classification scheme? And is those classified data allowed to host on the cloud, and which type of cloud? Can that be in the country, or can that be in the region, or can that be in some different part of the world as well? So those things has to be defined first, and then you take a call that, okay, I think I'm allowed to keep my data on a particular application as a SaaS provider or as a platform or as an infrastructure. Because when you move your data onto the cloud, cloud provider takes a lot of responsibility in backing up the data and keeping the copies and protecting them against threats such as ransomware. They all have at least 3 different copies of your data in 2 different zones. So you have to understand where you want to keep the copies of the data and what is my current policy of that. Based on that, you can define the whole strategy that yes, I can be protected against ransomware for my data because data is available on multiple locations within the country, within the geography, or within the worldwide, and what kind of security I have enabled them. One, from the protection point of view, which is my encryptions and labeling and many other. Second, from the archiving point of view. Can I recover my data quickly and how soon? What is my current SLA with the cloud provider in terms of recovering the data? How many minutes and hours will they take to get my data back? You know, technology is available, irrespective of any cloud provider. It could be AWS, it could be Microsoft. But you have to first understand your data management life cycle before you take the judgmental call what kind of data I'm allowed to put on which cloud provider and where.
So it just seems like there needs to be a very clear communication and everyone needs to read the fine lines here.
Yes.
And if we're looking at that, let's talk about legacy businesses, for example, old businesses that don't really have the developed systems, the developed security systems, which can put them in a very difficult position when it comes to breaches and ransomware and whatnot. But there's still a lot of reasons to adopt the cloud. I mean, I heard this recently. If you have not adopted cloud, then you're late to the game.
You're behind.
90% of global companies, have already adopted the cloud. Are there challenges and weaknesses that threaten adversaries that can target cloud providers and customers here?
So let me start, and then Mark and others can join, right? When organizations move their infrastructure on the cloud, they bring 2 big threats to the cloud provider, or 2 adversaries. First thing is their technical debt. What is technical debt? Any of your legacy application, what you have today on premise, if you just straight lift and shift, all the security weakness what you have in that application which was running on premises, you are bringing the same risk into the cloud as well. And that risk is now inherited by the cloud provider. Second thing you bring to the cloud when you move your infrastructures or data is your regulatory and compliance requirement. You have number of regulatory compliance requirements based on the industry which you have to mandate if you are running on the on-premise. Now those responsibilities are on the cloud provider. They have to maintain those things as well. But since you touch upon in terms of a data part you asked, which was what was the second part of the question?
Basically, we were asking about the challenges and weaknesses. Yeah.
Right? So one of the biggest challenge people have while moving to the cloud is from the human resource point of view, from people point of view. Usually when you talk to the company who has been running their infrastructure on-premise, they are a bit hesitant and scared that, oh, if my organization moves to the direction of the cloud, I may lose my job. But as a matter of fact, you don't lose your job. There is an area of reskilling required. If I give you one example, network engineers. When you have lots of network engineers running your switches and routers and firewall in on-premise, well, they don't have much of a role to play when it moves to the cloud. But still, you will need those skill set to manage your virtual networks, your virtual firewalls, your virtual infrastructure which you are building on the cloud provider. Similarly, your architect. When you're running on the on-premises, you define the architect for once and you follow that pattern. However, the principles and outcome will still remain the same on the cloud, but your architect will be very much different. Your project managers get involved in the beginning of the project, but in the cloud, you have to adapt the very agile way of working it. So there are things which will move from skill set, from human resource point of view, from technology point of view, from the tools and technology which you have been using on the cloud. They may not, on-prem, they may not work on the cloud. You have to adapt a cloud-based technology to mitigate the new threats and risks which are being uncovered by the cloud services as well.
Yeah, I would say a slightly different angle, I think. When it comes to legacy technology, there's no necessary reason why I need to suddenly move everything to the cloud. Usually what happens in cloud adoption is that it is part of a larger digital transformation, and IT modernization strategy. So companies, government agencies, what have you, they always are aware of legacy technology. They know there's certain things that need to be updated. And they also want to achieve new capabilities, new ability to serve customers, to reach constituents. And so very often these modern or new systems are the first things to go to the cloud because there they can take advantage of the new tools, the automation, the security primitives that are super useful. I mean, for one thing, we often talk about, oh, my servers are not protected, but in a modern cloud application, you may have no servers. There's something called serverless technology where you simply upload the business logic as what's called function as a service. Yep. And the only thing that you're responsible for is that the code itself does not have security problems because we take care of running, scaling, and versioning the code as you upload it. So cloud adoption often follows a pattern of IT modernization and becomes part of kind of the leading edge of new things that are being developed and legacy systems that are being upgraded and technical debt that's being retired. Now, even in the case where you do lift and shift, there can be some advantages to cloud. We do see that happen. A great example is mergers and acquisition scenarios, especially you take companies that we split the company in half, and suddenly one of the companies needs a complete new set of IT infrastructure because they're not going to share their data centers anymore. We've seen that pattern many, many times. And so now in a matter of just months, you often will see a huge migration very quickly of minimal changes to systems from an on-premise to a cloud environment. But even in that world, first of all, the fact that you can do it at all is amazing because you don't have to build a new data center. But secondly, even in that world, my customers tell me that I can modernize more easily with old systems in the cloud because I have that flexibility and the ability to burst and the ability to, for example, make a second copy of an application that I just run Monday through Friday while my developers are modernizing it. The production system's still running. I'm only paying for those servers from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. I shut them down at night. I shut them down on the weekends. And then I can actually do modernization more easily given the flexibility and the power of the cloud environment. So there'll still always be lots of on-premises technology for many, many decades. It will never all go away. And there'll be this pattern of migration that involves, in many cases, the more modern systems and modernization. Lift and shift can play a role in that, but I would say that, I would say sort of predominantly what we see in our cloud customers is, again, that focus on how they're doing their transformation modernization, and cloud plays a really critical part of that.
Yeah. I think the customer has to evaluate his systems to understand whether they will get the benefit of moving them to the cloud or not. What we call it cloud readiness assessment, to assess systems and data and the code that they have and whether they are compatible with the cloud or not. There are many challenges also with this transformation from on-prem to the cloud, specifically that the features and the tools and the software that is available in the provider side. Some clients, they face the challenge of implementation of cybersecurity controls because they are not compatible with this cloud provider. They may not have the availability to monitor certain segments of the networks because they cannot tap the traffic, they cannot reach to that part of the traffic. Also, they may face challenges with the policies and guidelines of the provider itself in terms of how are they operating their cloud technology stack, and if there are changes or requirements to modify some resources in the cloud and it's not compatible with the cloud provider policies. Also, you may face a challenge of your desire to assess your systems in the cloud, and the cloud policy, the cloud provider policy stop you from doing vulnerability assessment or excessive testing to make sure that your systems are vulnerable or not. And also there are like other type of challenges, which one of them is creating the holistic view between your internal network and the systems in the cloud to correlate these threats and attacks and understand how they are impacting your operation.
As we're running out of time, my last question would have to be about the cybersecurity threat and the landscape and how that shift was made or is being made depending on the cloud deployment model. So we have the private, we have community, we have public cloud. How can policymakers, providers, and customers work together to basically increase cloud cybersecurity resiliency and maximize in the benefits? So how about let's have a minute each, a minute and a half each.
So I will start with the Saudi experience, where the MCIT and CITC are promoting the cloud use under the cloud first policy, and then NCA issued the cloud cybersecurity controls, which is a document that explaining what is the minimum requirement to protect the cloud, and what needs to be done by the cloud provider and also the customer in order to secure these systems and these workloads and the data. And NCA is running also a compliance program to make sure that everybody is complying with this. That will help mature the use of the cloud in Saudi Arabia, and also will help explain to each party what responsibilities they should take from their side.
Mark?
Proper enablement and education and training is a key part of cloud migration, or really in any modernization effort. And all the big megatrends you've been hearing about, whether it's big data, machine learning, and so forth, a lot of that is happening already in the cloud. But we need to educate our experts. We need to train our young people. We need to have the right kinds of training to allow people so that they have the right information base, the right mindset to adopt these new technologies in a way that's safe and that actually meets or exceeds the security goals that we've had in the past. So I think that's a big part of what we need to do together is really the training and enablement. And I know my company, and I know Microsoft and others invest very, very heavily in both free online training, partnering with universities for sort of some cloud-specific programs and capabilities. And there's just many other things we're doing in terms of workforce enablement and modernization. And those together, I think working together, we can achieve a lot, and that's really the only way we can be successful.
I would go back to the creating the policies and principles at a country level. So I work in Australia, New Zealand, Singapore are some of the very mature country for adopting the cloud. They have something called cloud first policy. They have defined the cloud governance principles, cloud security principle, and any organization, especially in government sector, they want to buy a new hardware, a new system, or a new environment, they have to go to the cloud first, and that's period. That's defined at a country level. So first initiative is you have to define your cloud security objectives and principles, cloud governance principles, and based on that, then you say, okay, this cloud provider can host this level of data because they have so-and-so control framework which they have to follow, or this compliance framework they have to follow, right? In terms of investment, definitely there are huge investment by all the cloud provider for skilling initiative, where they train hundreds and thousands of people to make sure they are ready for the cloud adoption. And as I was giving the number, 24 million people already using smartphone. Your smartphone is your cloud. You have all your data hosted on your Android and iOS cloud. So why not use your other cloud service provider for hosting your organization infrastructures and data as well?
With that, I think we have 30 seconds left. Any last words?
Thank you very much for
I think we're good. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Thank you so
your
much.
attention today. It's a great topic.
Great.
We can go
Thank
on
you,
holiday
everyone.
on that.
Thanks.
We will begin the panel discussion, Intelligence in Real Time, How Technology and Partnerships Can Revolutionize Information Sharing. Please welcome our panelists, Dr. Christopher Alberg, CEO and co-founder, Recorded Future Incorporation, Dr. Bushra Al-Ahmadi, engineering consultant, Site, Adrian Colebrook, Strategic Growth Director, BAE Systems, Digital Intelligence. Oliver Vartnu, CEO, Cybernetica. And our moderator, Sasha Qadri, journalist and moderator.
Good afternoon. Welcome to one of the last two sessions of this year's Global Cybersecurity Forum. So no pressure on my panelists to be outstanding. Welcome to this panel on intelligence in real time. Thank you so much for joining us here today. I would like to just kick off the discussion with a general question, which is, why is it so critical for governments and industry to share information in cybersecurity?
Yeah, no, so I'll say that over the last 25 years, we've slowly seen the world migrate onto the internet. And I think we can now see that over the next 25 years, the world is going to become a reflection of the internet. And in that world, intelligence is going to be incredibly important. And it turns out that it's very, very hard. The internet seems in some ways as a sort of very grappable place to deal with, but it's incredibly hard, it's difficult, and it's hard enough to do for one party, and so we need to share. And accordingly, governments and private entities need to help out. But there's more nuance to it that I think we'll come back to.
Thank you.
And
Adrian?
Yeah, I think we've reached a pivotal point, actually, in terms of information sharing. Because when you think about it, traditionally, governments have been concerned with national security and state threat actors, whereas industry has been worried about securing its own boundaries, its own borders, its own premises. And actually that's changing. If you think about what's happening recently, we've seen state-sponsored threat actors attacking industry. Moreover, government is increasingly reliant on industry for the provision of IT services, both in terms of building those services, operating them, and securing them. Set that against the backdrop of the increasing attacks, and also the way we've changed the way we work as a result of the pandemic.
Yeah.
You know, that's opened up a whole new array of threat vectors that we need to be concerned about.
It does feel throughout this summit like the theme has been of collaboration is so key on all levels. So I absolutely echo what you're saying. Oliver, did you have any thoughts?
Sorry, I didn't hear you at all.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
No, just what were your thoughts on that first question in terms of why it's so critical to share?
So first of all, I think like cybersecurity or cyber threat intelligence should be like a public good almost, because we are so reliant on the information. And imagine the benefits if we all had access. I mean, not Petya would have been a very, very small incident if we exchanged the information in very early stages of that incident. But it went very close for a long time, very close information for a long time, and it had very huge impact. The second perspective that I would like to bring into this discussion is that I come from Estonia, which is a very, very small country, with very, very heavily digitalized. And we obviously cannot, be state of the art in all of the issues that, or all of the technology stack that we are using. So we need to have threat intelligence on this information in order to be upgrading. We've had a couple of incidents, secure supply chain incidents, where this has been very, very critical, that we actually get the threat intelligence before bad things happen.
Thank you. Bushra, you work at site. What's your perspective?
Yes, I agree with you completely about the importance of collaboration, and I think collaboration has been a major theme throughout this forum. The importance of collaboration in every aspect of cybersecurity, because we're all fighting and defending against the same common adversary, because cybersecurity is a global problem, and we have each and every one of us a role to play in to make sure everyone's safe. And of course, technology plays a big part of it, but I think another aspect that is as equally that's complementary but as equally important is the people's aspect. And I think, and everyone agrees, is that people are important assets for any organization, especially in cybersecurity. We all have diverse skill sets and diverse visibility based on the threats that we are facing in our own organizations or industries or even countries. But information sharing actually is an opportunity to tap into all of the resources that we have, all the skills, tap into the smartest and brightest throughout globally. And sharing serves as that kind of multiplier where we're pulling the resources together in order to combat threats. So individually, we have various pieces of information and visibility based on the capabilities that we have or the threats. But I believe that we don't have the full picture, and the more we collaborate and share, the more we can translate that collected knowledge into more actionable response.
I think your point is great, actually. Many people, when we talk about intelligence sharing, they're sort of talking about sharing an IP address that is bad or sharing a domain that's bad, and in reality, not that valuable. That's our experience at Recorded Future, that you know, an IP address that was bad takes 2 seconds, and it's not in use anymore. What's really interesting is more sharing how you do things, how you defend, how you stop the bad guy. That's what's actually interesting in sharing, that you can actually reuse and see patterns over a long period of time, and that's been our experience. So very, very good point.
I'd actually like to ask, what are the main challenges in terms of sharing information when it comes to cyber defense? Obviously, huge benefits, but clearly some challenges. And I think, Christopher, you draw a really interesting parallel with financial markets there.
Yeah, no, it's a great analogy. If you think about, so in the financial markets, where, you know, which are incredible and they're interconnecting the whole world, and you think about party A is going to do a trade with party B, and obviously they need to have good price information. Now, and the sort of the gold standard in that world is Bloomberg, which will make sure that party A and party B actually has the same price information and can do a transaction. Now, sometimes I think when we talk about information sharing, though, we miss a little bit of the point here, that it's not about sort of hoping that Sarah sends information to Bob and Bob shares the information onwards to Jacob. It's really sort of figuring out how do we have that global picture in one place, a la what Bloomberg does. And I think that's actually what we've got to strive for. Not necessarily the sharing in itself, but the end result. At Recorded Future, we've set out, we want to be the Bloomberg of cyber. And I think that's sort of what we should strive for, whether it's operated by a company or a government or a sort of an independent organization. There are many models, but the financial markets are sort of what the gold standard should be here.
Do you think we can ever get to that point where we might have those efficiencies in knowledge sharing in cybersecurity?
Well, I think we could, but I think what we've got to recognize is the security industry has grown up on the basis of a need-to-know culture. So you actually restrict information sharing in a lot of national security situations, and that's got to change. And I would echo the previous point that can change if we can recognize sources of intelligence that we can all contribute to in a secure fashion and become the gold standard, become sources that we rely on for real-time capabilities. Because then we don't have that today. You know, if you think about most organizations, they go to a variety of different places for their threat intelligence. They've got to pull that together, they've got to deduplicate all of that intelligence, and then they've got to act on it.
So these are all great suggestions. Is anything being done in this regard on a global level?
I think so. So the experience we've had in Ukraine, so we work with 8 agencies in Ukraine, helping the Ukrainians in the fight against Russia in the war, and then having then seen with the collaborations with other sort of parties who are helping Ukraine from the outside, both governments, militaries, independent NGOs, and so on. And the intelligence sharing we've been able to see on our platform and the collaboration around that common operating picture that you were talking about, that's where the power comes out.
Yeah. So that was for a specific situation, but I just mean in general, is there any kind of global cooperation going on?
Well, I think you've got to look on both in terms of a reactive response and a proactive. So on the reactive response, if you look at, for example, the attack on Microsoft Exchange last year, it occurred in January. By March, Microsoft reported that I think it was 92% of their customers had patched that vulnerability, and that was down to international collaboration. But we can't just wait for attacks to happen. We've got to be proactive. And if I look at some of the initiatives that are going on around the world, for example, we support the MITRE activity, which is developing a capability they call ATTACK, which is all about information sharing. How do we share information, as you're suggesting, on a global scale through single sources of trusted intelligence? Similarly, the UK government has got a large international initiative now on cyber capacity building, where it's saying, well, look, we've got best practice in our own National Cybersecurity Centre. We can take that capability and help countries that aren't as well as developed in this area as the UK is in order to develop those capabilities. And the UK is funding that. So there are a number of initiatives you can point to where you're seeing both reactive and proactive responses that are collaborative.
Yeah. Oliver, go ahead.
Yeah, I think global response is a very, very difficult notion to have. I mean, last week or early this week, we read from the news that, for example, if there is a zero-day vulnerability found in China, then it can be only reported to the Chinese authorities, not publicly. So definitely, these kind of information is being used very heavily as a weapon or at least an asset in discussions. But definitely what is happening, there's a lot of activities regionally, sectorally, and also from let's say international organizations' point of view. European Commission is doing a lot, NIS directive. They are trying to really push through ENISA threat exchange information, trying to create a central hub of cybersecurity threat read in Europe. We can see banking clusters, automotive clusters that are really exchanging information within these trusted circles. Estonia has been working very heavily with our coalitions in NATO for cyber threat exchange information to be better prepared for cyber conflicts, but also exchange information, what we see is happening.
Right, let me be a little bit controversial here to Zion. Can't resist to say that, first of all, when it comes to sort of the single sourcing or not, remember, again, in the financial markets, you'd be very happy to work with Bloomberg as a single source, even though that might be a bad word in intelligence. But if you were a trader who was trading stocks or commodities or equities, and you could go get 25 different little feeds and hope that you would pull them together, or go get Bloomberg that has the integrated view, you'd any day pick the Bloomberg sort of approach. And that's why we're so fanatical about that. Number two, when it comes to who should do this, it's sort of interesting. Should this be governments or should be private entities or other sort of independent entities? And my belief is that governments should do it for their own country and try to bring together, but governments are not going to be able to do it on a global level because governments operate intelligence agencies and militaries, and they cannot at the same time provide trusted intelligence sources for global use. The two things will get intermixed. We've seen that in pretty much every country around the world of significance. The two things, the foxes and the hens, just gets intertwined. And you go check out our blog where we publish pretty epic sort of stories on this. And this is why, again, it doesn't need to be a company, it could be an independent organization, it could be lots of different things, but governments that are trying to be intelligence agency and a trusted global source, it doesn't work.
So what is the future for this? What's the timeline for it to get better, more efficient in terms of information sharing?
It is getting better. I think that's, we have 32 national certs around the world using Recruit Future. We have 1,500 clients on the same platform. So we have many competitors who are doing the same. So I think it is, compared to 5 years ago, it's vastly better. And some of these other sort of collaboration methods are getting better. It's just that it's difficult. So it's going to take time. That would be my view. But
yeah, I think over the last Well, certainly it was the UK established its National Cybersecurity Centre in 2016, and since then I think we've seen around about over 60 other countries follow suit. You know, the NCA here in Saudi Arabia is a fantastic example. You know, we've heard about how, you know, Saudi Arabia has gone up in the league tables, up to number 2 from, I think it was 45, as a result of those kind of initiatives. So things are definitely getting better. But I think we've also got to think about, well, given the vast amount of data, what are we going to do about it to improve things further? I was in Riyadh in September this year at the AI Summit, and one of the resounding themes of that summit was the trouble that organizations were having in extracting meaningful intelligence from the vast quantity of data they have. And that's true in cyberspace. You know, we've got, I'll give you an example. We provide solutions for looking for cyber threats in telecommunication networks. So we're looking at the whole internet traffic in a country. Imagine the data volumes in that. You can't do that unless you apply techniques like AI to help you identify the unusual patterns of behavior and move to a much more automated solution. It's just too much data. And that's the kind of move I think we've got to see in the future. You know, threat intelligence that is based around those kind of capabilities and real-time situational awareness. It's no good having a report that was written 2 months ago. Things have moved on. We need that real-time situational awareness.
Well, actually, that leads me to my next question, because I was going to ask, what role can AI or machine learning play when it comes to threat intelligence? Bushra?
Yes, so I mean, the cybersecurity data probably is a huge, and that's actually an opportunity for AI, but the amount of data is both a blessing and a curse. So it's great that we have that amount of data to kind of understand our threats and our capabilities, but at the same time, we have to find those needles in the haystack and find those threats that are impacting our own organizations or industry. And applying AI or analytics on top of that volume of data provide us with the ability to immediately find those relevant data for our organizations. I've seen a lot of jump, and we have made huge efforts and huge improvements in terms of AI in general, but AI in cybersecurity. And we've seen themes as explainable AI and cognitive security, and the use of federated learning, which I think goes back to your point about how we can use classified information, because federated learning in AI can allow you to share data, but also maintain your privacy and confidentiality of the data, which is a huge enabler to collaboration. So I think that AI and having the volume of data coupled with the context that I mentioned that is provided by the analysts with AI models can really greatly reduce the attack, the search service within the data or the cybersecurity data in order to allow our defenders to immediately find those threats that are impacting their organizations and prioritize those attacks.
Could any of you talk me through some specific examples? Because it's just so nice if it can be tangible. Where have you seen AI or ML being used, or any of the other options that you mentioned, Bushra? Could you make it tangible and make it real?
Sorry, your question?
Could you make it tangible and real? Like, give me some examples of where it specifically can be used.
Yes, definitely. So AI has been, applied throughout cybersecurity applications, from cybersecurity attribution to kind of, if you have seen certain tactics, techniques, and procedures, or any indicators who might be behind the attack. And so cybersecurity attribution is one of them, as well as applications on reducing the kind of the data and attack surface to find those threats that are impacting a certain organization. But most importantly, finding those that are relevant to the organization, because when you couple multiple data points, not only technical but even geopolitical data together, you can quickly identify those that are impacting a certain organization or even industry.
I'll do two examples, and I think it's right, because it's easy to sort of say AI and ML, but then sort of forget that
it's quite
we're
hard
going
to picture
yeah, no,
it.
there's, but a simple example and a more advanced example, or maybe three. So one would just be, everybody are worried about clicking on a phishing email. We're all terrified, you know, like, oh, damn it, I clicked, sort of thing. But so we built sort of the technology to look at a potential phishing domain, and then we sort of observed what was the 10, 11, 12 steps that an analyst typically would do to look at those, you know, steps, and we're able to sort of automate with computer vision and a whole bunch of methodologies, to classifiers, and put that together to mimic the behavior that a human analyst would do to be able to determine whether this this domain was bad or not. And that means that we can now apply that to hundreds of thousands, or if not millions, of these a day in a way that you'd need, you know, just boatloads of analysts to be able to do. Maybe then more on the advanced side. So, you know, that's sort of a automating with sort of basic ML/AI, something that just very repetitive.
Yeah, but
then,
super useful, super useful.
Super useful. But then another use case we've worked on in Recorded Future recently has been on the energy side, where you can imagine when somebody is attacking big energy facilities, both from cyber domain and potential with physical drone attacks, and working on being able to look at both the sort of the cyber vectors of that together with physical vectors, and then integrate those, and again build classifiers to be able to say this is actually a pattern that means we're seeing something bad going down versus something that probably is not. Now, when you take those sort of things, I think it's important to say that this is not magic buttons yet. You know, like, you're not just going to say push magic button and sort of walk away and forget. We like to talk about it as sort of threat centaurs. You know, you think about a centaur with a horse and a human, and the successful application here is still to have the combination of a human and a horse into the centaur, and that's how we can be the most successful. That's at least our view at Recorded Future.
I think that's a very good point. If I think about two examples that I'm familiar with, one is within a security operations center, again, looking for unusual patterns of behavior, so identifying threats that you've not seen before. So, you know, a lot of the tools that you use in a security operations center rely on signatures. You've got, if you're going to go after the, you know, the state-sponsored threat actors that are using new techniques, you need to be looking for unusual patterns of behavior. That requires you to sift a lot of data, to look for those patterns, and then bring that up to the security operations analyst to have a look at. So you've always got the person in the loop, but at least you can show them where to look and what's unusual and where they should be concerned. Another great example of that is the example I talked about with the telecommunications data, where you've got a huge amount of data, and you simply couldn't go through that amount of data and spot those patterns without the use of AI.
So is AI being used a lot at the moment, or is that still, it is?
No, you know, there are other use cases. So imagine in these sort of underground forums where you want to have sort of humans running around and look for things, and with the guys who are the forum administrators on the dark web, they're trying to look for the people who are there investigating and shutting them down. So we've figured out ways to unleash sort of AI bots that run around there, and knowing that they'll be killed and kicked out by the bad guys, but then it's pretty cheap to throw in another one. And yeah, so, you know, it's all about the definition about what's AI here. But I like to say, does it fulfill a Turing test? That's for those who Turing test. So there's, in a particular domain, can it mimic human behavior? And if, it might be very narrow, but if it does, then I think it's fair to call it AI.
I think at the end of the day, you still need a person to validate what the AI has done. We are exactly working on the same topics that you all discovered here, you know, network analysis, looking for anomalies, trying to learn what the cyber fighter, cyber administrator is doing, trying to train the AI algorithms exactly the same way to look at for these anomalies, different behaviors, etc., etc. But at the end of the day, you still today need a human to validate, to dig deep, to understand what is happening in the networks. The AI currently just, I think, filters a lot of the data out from you and gives you, hey, there is something here, you should look at this. But at the end of the day, the person, the talented engineer should dig into stuff. So we're not yet replaced by AI, no existential threat.
I agree with that point, is that it's about coupling the technology with the people who are using that technology, and that's why there's a lot of work into usable security and how can the technology itself and AI help the humans to kind of find and hunt through these attacks. So it's about the kind of combinations of the skills and capabilities as well as the technology, and having that kind of marriage correct, it really would elevate the analysts to and give them the best chance to find those immediate attacks.
Maybe one more experience in all of this stuff. So I've done data analysis for a long time. I started in 1991, and we call it data analysis.
Did it exist in 1991?
I'm very old. And then it became analytics, and then it became big data and machine learning. And now, if you do plus and minus, it's AI. And I think it's worthwhile for those of you who are sort of the managers out there who's going to tell people, be careful to not just say, oh, you have to use AI for this, because many times it's the simple that wins. And so, you know, just don't overdo it on the AI front is the other suggestion, if you want. So,
well, we've got about 9 minutes left. I just wondered, it would be really nice to go down the group and ask you if there was one thing that government or industry needed to improve on that would make a huge difference to intelligence sharing, what would that be? Oliver, let me start with you.
Yeah, so intelligence sharing. I think the main problem that we're facing here is the issue of trust when we exchange information between governments. Governments just don't really trust each other, and they need time for upgrading their systems, etc. But I don't think that the answer. I mean, there can be a lot done from organizational, legal perspectives on threat exchange. But I would actually look at the application of privacy-preserving technologies into threat intelligence and threat exchange. So there are cryptographic technologies that enable to process confidential data and make queries on confidential data. So you can actually program systems in a way that when certain conditions are met, so when two governments are looking for same information or certain properties are being described, only then the information is being revealed. So I would actually say that governments should invest into platforms which use more privacy-preserving technologies for actually building trust in networks.
Thank you. Adrian?
So I think, as I said earlier, the days of organizations collecting their own threat intelligence from multiple sources, consolidating that and deduplicating and so on, and then trying to take action on that are over. We do need to move to a position where we've got a small number of trusted sources that are doing that consolidation. But it's more than just about threat intelligence and the historic perspective. We need to move to a situation where we can collaborate to generate that real-time cyber situational awareness on what's happening in the threat landscape and understand how we can collaborate as industry and government. And I agree that it's very difficult to do that at the moment. You don't see governments really collaborating in an extensive way. There are pockets. The example I gave earlier is a good example of that, but that needs to be addressed.
Or what about industry? Because it was government or industry. Is there more collaboration in industry?
Yeah, I think if I go back to that earlier example of the work that Might is doing on the on attack on that framework, that's a really good example of industries coming together. We sponsor that, so do a host of other companies, in order to move forward with information sharing. So that's a good example of a leadership activity that is bringing people together internationally to collaborate.
Thank you. Bushra?
I agree with the points as well. To add to that, on the industry front, I think we've done a lot of great strides in terms of sharing information. But we really need to also focus on is how we can accelerate from the time that the information or threat intelligence reaches the organization to when they actually action upon it, because currently they take a lot of steps and follow a couple of steps in order from the time they receive this intelligence to the actions. And I think there is a lot to do in that front in terms of automation and how we can plug in the intelligence into the technology itself. And we've heard throughout this forum as well about the post-quantum era and how that capabilities of machines are also going to improve. And that capability as well is going to be available to the defenders, going to be available to the attackers. So we have to really catch up. And I think we are not there yet, but I'm optimistic that we will.
Good. And so my view on information sharing and how we're going to make it happen is the following. So there's sort of one non-technical and then one slightly more technical answer. So first, any lawyers in the room? Do we have any lawyers here? Oh, one. Oh, I knew you were a lawyer. So that's good. I know that guy. So the first point, get rid of the lawyers. Because the lawyers are the ones who likes to say that things are secret. And so governments overclassify things. Governments will pick up 2 Ukrainian newspapers, put an analyst on writing a report, and then stamp top secret on the report, and now you can't share it. This is very common. Go to any country in the world, overclassifications. In companies, it's the same thing. It's the lawyers that says something is secret that frankly typically isn't secret. And that's sort of, we got to stop classifying what's actually not secret. The other side, which I think is really interesting, when we do intelligence work, we need to do it more on open source platforms, where we work with open data rather than the stuff that we've already classified. Because that's sort of the trap that leads us down to this overclassification again, and then things become very hard to share. And we can get out of that, but it's less, I don't think this is really a technical problem. This is about, getting the lawyers out of the way. So anyway, with that, thank you.
Okay, well, I think we are running close to time. So with that, I would just like to say thank you to my esteemed panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask you to please stay in your seats, because shortly we will be beginning the closing ceremony. Thank you.
And on that, ladies and gentlemen, we close the Global Cybersecurity Forum 2022. And this event would not have been possible without all of you. By a successful event, I mean no one expected a cybersecurity event to have this huge following. GCF saw nearly 13,000 registrations, so many that we couldn't accommodate everyone in this room. More importantly, critical topics that impact the whole world cannot be discussed without the world in the room. Our room was the world, with over 115 countries represented. We hosted 41 sessions featuring 127 of the world's best minds. And the theme wasn't cybersecurity. This wasn't an industry event. Our program was designed to go way beyond that, to address strategic themes with a truly global impact. Our engagement was phenomenal, with more than 2 million views of our streamed content through GCF's digital channels, a sign of a truly global event. If we have 3 takeaways from the past days, they are these. First, everyone at this forum is aligned with the goal of creating a safer cyberspace for a more prosperous world for all. 2, everyone is eager to collaborate and to share knowledge. We are confident that the conversations we started here will advance through the next 12 months until we meet again. And 3, this is just the beginning. The overwhelming interest here is a springboard for the GCF to deliver an even more impactful forum next year. Thank you once again for such a remarkable event. Thank you to our partners for making this success possible. We cannot wait to see you at the GCF next edition. Until then, thank you once again and goodbye.